Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe and let's dive into today's story. 126 The control power comparable to that of a master, the 4th level qualification. 4. After a while, a young man in a wide t-shirt and big pants ran over. "President, you are looking for me." The young man was tall and strong, standing in front of the thin Zhang Jinian like a bear. "The momentum is like a pug sticking out its tongue in ha. Check the test equipment, it seems to be broken." Zhang Jinian pointed to the equipment in the room and said to the young man. The young man in the underpants yelled before he could look into the room, "Impossible, President, the new equipment that just arrived last month has been used for a month and there is nothing wrong with it. How could it be broken? If you are asked to check, just check it. How can young people talk so much nonsense?" Zhang Jinian reprimanded impatiently with his hands behind his back. Okay, President." The young man in the big pants shrunk his neck, walked quickly into the room, glanced at several people in the room, then went to the instrument and squatted down. "How could it be broken? It's obviously good. The test crystal is not damaged, and the display screen is also normal." The young man in the underpants was muttering while touching the instrument, and inadvertently raised his head to see the value on the display. Suddenly, the whole person froze in place. A few seconds later, the young man in the big pants suddenly jumped up from the ground. 420. Damn it! President, is this device broken? That's why I asked you to come and fix it. Zhang Jinian's expression was very ugly, and he looked at the young man in the underpants with a headache. "Oh, I'll fix it. Fix it." The young man in the underpants seemed to have just realized it, bowing his head and quickly fiddled with the instrument. After a few minutes, the young man in the underpants walked up to Zhang Jinian with a dazed expression, and said, "President, the instrument doesn't seem to be broken. Everything is normal." Zhang Jinian's eyes fluctuated violently, and then became extremely complicated. "Okay, I see. You go out first." Zhang Jinian waved his hand. The young man in the underpants nodded numbly, and only when he walked out of the examination room did he suddenly come to his senses. "I rely on it." His loud cry attracted the attention of everyone in the office area. "What?" The young man in the underpants looked like he had seen a ghost, swallowed hard, and said word by word, "Do you know what I just saw?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, we don't have any other intentions, it's really your results, too amazing." Zhang Jinian's expression was rather complicated, and the emotions in his heart were surging like a stormy sea. More than amazing. It was simply terrifying. He has lived for most of his life, and he has seen countless geniuses and monsters. He eats more salt than ordinary young people, but he has never seen anyone with such a terrifying talent in mental power as Lu Sheng. Not to mention being comparable to Lu Sheng, even if it can reach half of Lu Sheng's level, there is none. Could it be the offspring of some 7th level or 8th level psychiatrist? Zhang Jinian even guessed so in his heart. At this time, Lu Sheng opened his mouth, recalling Zhang Jinian's wandering thoughts. "President Zhang, let's also carry out the operation assessment of the last level." Zhang Jinian hurriedly said, "Is it troublesome?" "No trouble." Lu Sheng shook his head and said, "It's a matter of convenience." As he said that, Lu Sheng casually glanced at the glass wall next to him, and a huge 4th level mental power shot out from his body. In an instant, like a well-trained swarm of bees, nearly 1,000 iron beads at the finish line passed through layers of glass walls in an instant and arrived in front of everyone. God's skill. On stage again. For a moment, everyone in the room felt suffocated. Especially the 3 of Xuefei, their hearts were once again impacted by magic, and this time the impact was even worse than last time. Because this time was not a demonstration, Lu Sheng's speed of manipulating the iron ball was much faster than before. It didn't even take 5 seconds, and the magic was displayed almost in the blink of an eye. Especially Liu Sheng's casual glance before the start. Nima is simply magical. But this time, Zhang Jinian also saw it with his own eyes. Almost at the moment when all the iron beads passed through the first layer of glass wall, his pupils contracted severely. Because even he can't do this. As the president of the Psychiatrist Association, Zhang Jinian is well aware of the difficulty of this assessment mechanism. Although it is said that the Dongning Provincial Psychiatrist Association can only certify the qualifications of a fourth-level psychiatrist, the assessment room is built according to the standards of the sixth level and close to the seventh level. If you want to control the iron ball to pass through all levels of glass walls smoothly, you need at least a sixth-level psychiatrist to do it. Moreover, to reach the sixth level, the number of iron beads that need to be manipulated in the assessment of a spiritual teacher only needs to be 500, which is almost half of what Liu Sheng just said. That is to say, Liu Sheng's move just now has already shown the terrifying mind control power of a sixth-level psychiatrist. And looking at his relaxed and freehand look, it is obvious that this is far from his limit. Where is the limit of the mental power control of the 17 or 18-year-old boy in front of him? 7th grade? Comparable to the power of spiritual control of a master-level psychiatrist. Hiss! Zhang Jinian only felt his scalp numb, as if someone had smashed his face with 100 kings. Terrible! Before Liu Sheng appeared, Zhang Lingnian would have scoffed at him if someone told him that someone could reach the level of a fourth-level psychiatrist at the age of 17 or 18, and his manipulative ability was even comparable to that of a seventh-level master. And now he just wants to say one thing. The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. Too damn evil! Mr. Liu, your strength has been recognized by our association. Later, I will personally make a certification certificate and issue a badge for you. Zhang Jinian took a deep breath, and his attitude towards Liu Sheng had completely changed. Even the title of Liu Sheng was changed to you. Politeness tinged with respect. This is respect for strength, it has nothing to do with status or age. Then trouble Chairman Zhang. Liu Sheng nodded and replied politely. Is there any trouble or no trouble, it's my job in the first place. Zhang Yunian walked out with a smile, and told the young man in charge of the assessment, by the way, Xiaozhou, help me to receive Mr. Liu well. Oh, by the way, make a cup of tea for Mr. Liu, and use the second drawer on the left-hand side of my office, the best pot of tea in the... Oh yes, President. The young man in charge of the assessment also got excited, gave Liu Sheng a look that was almost adoring, and then quickly ran out of the assessment room. Only Liu Sheng, Xuefei, and the balding middle-aged man were left in the room. Xuefei looked at Liu Sheng standing in front of her. Liu Sheng is still the same Liu Sheng, but in Xuefei's eyes, Liu Sheng at this moment seems to have countless halos added to him in an instant. Her tall and handsome appearance seemed to be shrouded in layers of mist, giving her an extremely mysterious and imposing feeling. Liu Sheng, oh no, Mr. Liu. Xuefei stammered, said half a sentence, then hurriedly changed her words. You. How old are you this year? Liu Sheng replied, 17, otherwise how old do you think? You think I'm the kind of old monster who looks like a high school student but actually doesn't know how old I have lived. Xuefei nodded seriously. Liu Sheng laughed and said, let's read less fantasy novels. I have to take the college entrance examination in 2 months. If it weren't for the spiritual teacher certification that can help the college entrance examination score, I wouldn't have come to Liangcheng. College entrance exam, my son will also take the college entrance examination next year. The balding middle-aged man said with great emotion. After speaking, he felt that he didn't respect Liu Sheng too much, so he quickly shut up and smiled awkwardly at Liu Sheng. Xuefei's head is dizzy, today's experience is too magical for her, she needs to stroke it, stroke it. Not long after, the young examiner with a cup of hot tea quickly ran into the examination room and handed it to Liu Sheng respectfully. "Mr. Liu, drink tea." After Liu Sheng said thank you and took the teacup, the young man realized that there were no benches in the examination room. So he ran out again. "Wait a minute, Mr. Liu, I'll move the chair for you." Before the young man could move the chair, Zhang Jinyan walked in with his things in his hands. "Mr. Liu, here is your 4th level psychiatrist certification, as well as a badge representing the 4th level psychiatrist status. When you make a breakthrough in your strength, next time you will have to go to the General Association of Psychiatrists in Kyoto Province for an assessment, and we can only certify to level 4. Zhang Jinyan explained. Liu Sheng nodded, and took the 2 things Zhang Jinyan handed over. There is nothing to say about the certificate. It is similar to a high school diploma, but Liu Sheng glanced at it and ignored it. Mainly badges, which are completely different from warrior badges in 3.9. The material is actually mithril, and there is an eye-like pattern in the middle of the badge, which looks exquisite and full of mystery. In the future, you can receive the 5 million subsidy issued by the association every month, and you can also log into the star network of the psychiatrist with the number on the certificate. How much is 5 million a month? Liu Sheng was startled, and soon thought of the price of mithril, and suddenly felt normal again. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to go to the Warrior Association to do an assessment. With my current strength as a 4th level warrior, I can still receive a lot of money every month. Liu Sheng now has a total of more than 5 million yuan, which was awarded to him by Dong Qingxiu on behalf of the Eastern Military Region during the last training camp. Originally, Kaiming General Star also had cash rewards, but because Liu Sheng absorbed too much foreign essence, resulting in a serious deficit in the Eastern Military Region's funds this year, the money was also cancelled. Before He Ling's business was on the right track and Tang Milan's secret silver money came, Liu Sheng was actually a pauper. More than 5 million yuan is not enough to buy the remaining materials for making the seamless knife wheel. Now that there is an extra allowance for a psychiatrist, the financial situation has finally eased up a bit. Liu Sheng even considered whether to send a sum of money to the family first, so that the family can improve their living conditions. 127 Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu. 1. If there is nothing else, I will leave first, Chairman Zhang. With the 4th level psychiatrist badge in hand, Liu Sheng's purpose for this trip was achieved, so he opened his mouth to leave. Mr. Liu, stay behind. When Zhang Jinyan heard that Liu Sheng was going to leave, he quickly asked to stay, sit down and drink tea together, let's chat for a while before leaving. Seeing Mr. Liu's appearance, he must have just arrived in Liangcheng, and he hasn't sat down to rest yet. Never mind. Liu Sheng shook his head. The old man Zhang Jinyan kept calling him Mr. Liu, making Liu Sheng feel uncomfortable. He was afraid that if he continued to stay, his heart would be called old by Zhang Jinyan. Then stay and have a light meal together tonight. Zhang Yunian quickly changed his words, an extra 4th level spiritual teacher is a great joy for our Liangcheng, and even the entire Dongning province, and we should celebrate it. And Mr. Liu, you also know. We, the psychiatrists who stay in the association for the elderly every day, are really boring. I really want to have something lively. Please give me a chance. Liu Sheng looked at Zhang Jinyan's helpless expression and the faint anticipation in the eyes of the young man in charge of the assessment, his expression relaxed, and he reluctantly agreed. Okay, but don't be too grand, just have a casual dinner. Good. Flowers bloomed on Zhang Jinyan's old face, and he said to Xuefei and the bald middle-aged man beside him in a good mood, you two are lucky to be able to participate in the same batch of assessment as Mr. Liu, so come together tonight, and I will inform you when the time comes. Thank you, President Zhang. Xuefei and the two immediately looked surprised. Oh, right. Xuefei suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and said 02 hesitantly, I still have a chance for the assessment, do you want to try again? In this case, for some reason, a group of people in the room looked at Liu Sheng, as if he was the president of the Psychiatrist Association. What are you looking at me for? Liu Sheng was a little amused, but he still said to Xuefei, of course you have to try if you have the opportunity, you can still live with it, just relax. I don't know if Liu Sheng's encouragement played a role, but Xuefei actually passed the last control test by accident. It happened to be stuck at the 22nd point, just a coincidence. Well, everyone is happy. Really? What you said is too mysterious. In the office area, a group of people were discussing non-stop around the young man in the underpants. The latter was spitting and dancing, but the former showed disbelief. I saw it with my own eyes, why lie to you? The young man in the underpants raised his voice, with an expression of go in and see for yourself if you don't believe me. Cut. Everyone made disdainful voices. At this time, who knows who howled, the president will grow out. In an instant, a group of men and women who had gathered to gossip immediately dispersed and returned to their positions with lightning speed. He pretended to be working hard, but all his mental power was scattered, and he stared at the door of the examination room. In the next second, all of them see it. A group of people surrounded a boy of 17 or 18 years old, carrying a backpack, who looked like a high school student, came out of the examination room. The president of the association, Zhang Jinian, walked next to the first one, a high school student. One hand is stretched forward, as if leading the way. The face is full of smiles, as if receiving the leader to inspect, respectful and enthusiastic gesture. A person in the office area suddenly opened his mouth a little bit, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Could it be that what the young man in the underpants just said is true? Their association really produced a fourth-level psychiatrist, so young? The young man with big pants was the most shocked one, because he could clearly see the number on the test instrument, but he didn't know who in the room measured it. Now I know. It turned out to be the most unlikely one he guessed in his mind. The 17 or 18-year-old fourth-level psychiatrist has gone to hell. Our association has a hotel specially for reception. Mr. Liu will go to rest for a while, and then we will have a light meal together in the evening. Zhang Jinian said with a smile. Liu Sheng was able to agree to stay for dinner, which was considered a great face for him as the president of the association, and he was very happy. Okay. Liu Sheng nodded. He originally wanted to say that he would take a taxi there, but he suddenly caught a glimpse of Xuefei beside him, who was still immersed in the joy and excitement of passing the second-level psychiatrist examination, and said abruptly, "Why don't you give me a ride? I remember you didn't come by car." Xuefei froze, her beautiful eyes widened, and she pointed at herself in disbelief. If it doesn't go well." Liu Sheng laughed and joked. Xuefei reacted instantly, great excitement and joy appeared on her whole face, her pretty face flushed red. "By the way, I'll drop you off when you go to Kyoto." Xuefei was in high spirits, because she waved her hand, "Sister will take you for a ride." As soon as she finished speaking, she found that everyone except Liu Sheng was looking at her with complicated and strange eyes. Suddenly reacting, he quickly lowered his head like a quail. "Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Liu." "Okay." Liu Sheng didn't care, "President Zhang, don't send it off, see you tonight." "See you tonight, Mr. Liu, go slowly." Zhang Jinian smiled and waved to see Liu Sheng and others walk out of the hall of the association. Turning his head, he saw a dozen pairs of eyes staring straight at him. At night everyone gathers for dinner and celebrates. Zhang Yunian paused, and said loudly in a rather proud tone, "The birth of the second fourth-level spiritualist of our Dongning provincial psychiatrist branch." Boom! The bottom suddenly exploded. A dozen or so figures who were completely dominated by shock and curiosity rushed forward with a swish. "Level 4 psychiatrist, what the hell, President, Are you serious? Is that the kid who just walked out? My god! President, what is going on, tell us quickly. Zhang Jinian was submerged in the crowd. Coming out of the association on the third basement level, without Zhang Jinian by his side, Xuefei obviously relaxed a lot. Even the young man at the gate of the association greeted and responded to her much better. Fei, have you passed level 2 today? It's none of your business if you don't get through, take a good look at your gate, every day you know how to worry about other people's affairs. When we arrived at the gate of the association, the bald middle-aged man took the initiative to separate from the two of them, looking very sensible. Xuefei led Liu Sheng to her fiery red sports car, and offered to open the door for him. Mr. Liu, get in the car. Liu Sheng nodded. Just as he got into the car, a taxi stopped not far away and took a passenger off. The taxi driver glanced here inadvertently, and suddenly. Fuck! He was dumbfounded, with a look of shock on his face. This taxi driver happened to be the taxi driver who had just sent Liu Sheng to the association. He had raced with Xuefei before, so he was deeply impressed by this flamboyant red sports car. At the same time, I was also impressed by the passenger Liu Sheng. So what did he see now? Liu Sheng actually got into the hot red sports car he chased after, and the door was opened by the beautiful owner himself. The taxi driver was stunned in an instant, and his whole body and mind were greatly impacted. Naturally, Liu Sheng and the other two also noticed the taxi driver, ignored him, got in the car and left. The fiery red sports car roared away, the taxi driver looked at the disappearing tail lights of the sports car, lit a cigarette for himself with trembling hands, and murmured in a low voice with a confused expression, "My god, high school students nowadays are so good at picking up girls, is it? It's only been soaked for a few hours?" Liu Sheng didn't speak during the journey, and Xuefei didn't dare to speak. She could only secretly look at Liu Sheng in the passenger seat through the corner of her eye and the rear-view mirror. Until now, Xuefei still can't believe that everything she experienced today is real. The main reason is that Liu Sheng looks too young. Liu Sheng, dressed casually and sportily, leaned on the car door with one hand and looked sideways at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window. He looked like an ordinary little fresh meat. 113. Who would have thought that this was a genius fourth-level psychiatrist who even the president of the Dongning Provincial Psychiatrist Association respected? So young, so handsome, with such a good figure, the key is that his talent is so terrifying. Compared with Liu Sheng, those second-generation self-proclaimed elites that Xuefei usually sees are simply scum, a piece of shit. At this time, Liu Sheng suddenly turned his head and took a look at Xuefei. Xuefei's pretty face suddenly turned red. The little heart was beating fast. What did Liu Sheng mean by that look just now? Could it be? A bold yet shy idea suddenly came out of Xuefei's head. Impossible, how long have I known him? Actually, it's not completely impossible. Generally, adolescent boys will like the type of big sister. I'm not bad looking, I'm in good shape, and I happen to be Yuja type. The more Xuefei thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. He even started to comb his hair in the rearview mirror unconsciously. Xuefei, an ordinary boy, wouldn't even bother to take a look, but if it's Liu Sheng, that's totally different, okay? Mr. Liu is the kind of ordinary boy who can compare? At this time, Liu Sheng suddenly turned his head to look at Xuefei again. Wow, it's already obvious, Xuefei, you have to seize the opportunity. A voice in my heart yelled excitedly. A blush rose on Xuefei's face, she reached out to brush her hair at the temples, coughed lightly, and was about to consider how to strike up a conversation with Liu Sheng. Just then, Liu Sheng spoke. Xuefei, do you usually drive like this? Well. Xuefei was taken aback. The next moment, Liu Sheng looked at him with a strange look, and said, do you know that you just ran through 3 red lights in a row, and now there are already 2 police cars chasing us. Please, please, monthly ticket. 128 The leader of civilization can only be me, and I don't feel at ease giving it to others. 2. Shui Fei sent Liu Sheng to the door of a hotel named Regent and left a word. Liu, Mr. Liu, I'll pick you up again tonight. He left as if fleeing. Behind him, there were 2 police cars following closely behind. Liu Sheng didn't bother to pay attention to her, and walked into the hotel alone with his luggage. Unexpectedly, this hotel, which looks inconspicuous from the outside, is extremely luxuriously decorated inside, far exceeding the 5-star standard. As soon as Liu Sheng entered the door, a waiter from the hotel came up to him and helped him with his luggage. Mr. Liu Sheng? Please follow me. Without registration, Liu Sheng was directly taken to a room on the 3rd floor by the waiter. The room is very large, the floor is covered with thick and expensive handmade carpets, and the furniture and various equipment inside are also full of the beauty of modern technology. Liu Sheng even saw a small sports complex in the room with ping-pong tables and tennis courts. This is no longer a room. There was a 5-centimeter thick book on the table. Liu Sheng thought it was a dictionary at first, but when he picked it up, he realized it was a cookbook. There are at least 1,000 kinds of dishes listed in it, more than 80% of which Liu Sheng has never heard of. Liu Sheng has always been very interested in food, and ordered dozens of dishes according to the instructions on the menu. Within 20 minutes, the door of the room was knocked open, and 2 waiters walked in pushing 2 fully loaded dining carts. Sorry, Mr. Liu, we don't have the main ingredients for the 2 dishes you ordered, Hokage golden thread fish and Zaiwo crispy pork. We have to go to other provinces to make adjustments. It will take about 3 hours. The waiter explained to Liu Sheng apologetically. Liu Sheng waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I don't want these 2 dishes." "Okay, enjoy your meal." The 2 quickly withdrew. Next, Liu Sheng sat at the dining table, comparing the menu and tasting the delicious food on the table. At least 1/3 of the dishes he ordered were cooked with exotic animal meat, but unlike what he ate in the training camp before, the exotic animal meat here was particularly delicious, which made Liu Sheng's appetite wide open. In just 10 minutes, all the dishes were swept away. Then he rang the bell to ask the waiter to take away the plate. Liu Sheng saw that it was still early, so he simply practiced stellar body refining technique for a while. The progress of the 2nd stage of cultivation was quite slow, and the tingling and numbness that Liu Sheng could clearly perceive before had weakened a lot. Liu Sheng probably has something to do with the completion of the 1st stage of the immortal golden body. His physique has improved a lot, so the effect of the previous actions will naturally be worse. He entered the dream space and looked through his personal information, and found that his resume had changed slightly. Next to the original 7th level Master and Lieutenant General of the Eastern Military Region, there is another title of 7th level Psychiatrist and Honorary Vice President of the Longguo Psychiatrist Association. In addition, Liu Sheng also noticed that there was an additional title of Member of Dongning Provincial Pharmacists Association and Vice Director of Sheng Pharmaceutical Co., Limited. In his resume. Could it be that there's something going on at Lingsu's side? Liu Sheng thought about it, turned on the computer in the room, and searched online. It really is. The original Beihe City Xing Shantang Pharmaceutical Co., Limited officially changed its name to Sheng Pharmaceutical Co., Limited yesterday and launched a new drug Lingji's Wangxiu decoction. It is understood that this drug is the latest new drug developed by Sheng Pharmaceutical, and it has incredible effects in nourishing blood and strengthening the body. A short piece of news was released just yesterday. Don't you notify me of the name change and new drug launch? Anyway, I'm also the largest shareholder with 90% of the shares. Liu Sheng was talking to himself, picked up his phone and looked, and found more than 20 missed calls from Lingsu. Well, it was Lingsu who couldn't find himself at all. Liu Sheng wanted to call Lingsu to inquire about the situation, but after thinking about it, he put down the phone again. Anyway, he will return to Beihe City tomorrow at the latest, and it will not be too late to find He Lingsu then. Then he went into the dream space and searched for He Lingsu's information. It was unexpectedly discovered that Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical, founded by He Lingsu, had grown to a market value of over 10 billion in the end. It seems to be a giant in the pharmaceutical industry. That's right, it seems that this woman He Lingsu still has some abilities. This is only developed based on a Lingji Zhuangxue decoction, and nothing else is included. It's amazing. Spouse, Lieutenant General Liu Sheng of the Eastern Military Region. Suddenly, Liu Sheng caught a glimpse of He Lingsu's spouse column, and almost jumped up from the ground. What's the situation? Liu Sheng hurriedly looked through his personal information again, only to find that his spouse was in the column. Not only was Dong Qingxiu's name not removed, but He Lingsu's name was added for no reason. Oh my god! Liu is numb. What kind of person am I? Liu Sheng sat on the ground blankly, muttering to himself. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he didn't understand himself a little bit. An imaginary future where everything is possible. It won't be long before it changes. Liu Sheng recovered suddenly, and quickly forked the data into the film. He just wanted to see if his authority had broken through level 4. It seems that the 4th level authority may have to be achieved after the college entrance examination. The current breakthrough cannot cause greater changes in the future. Liu Sheng has seen it before, and his character evaluation is still stuck at 3.5 stars. Correct. Liu Sheng suddenly thought of something. He quickly manipulated the optical brain, and searched for a Ling muscle strengthening blood soup. The result is: your authority is insufficient, and you cannot obtain medicine formulas above level 5. Hiss. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, his expression shocked. He thought of this possibility when he took out the Lingji Zhuangxue soup. The prescription of Lingji Zhuangxue decoction appeared in the 300 years of martial arts. After 10,000 years of development, will it be improved and become a higher quality prescription? The result was beyond his expectation. Lingji Zhuangxue decoction was not only really improved, but also directly changed from an unrated tonic to a treasured medicine above level 5 in one fell swoop. In other words, my idea is feasible. Liu Sheng's brain was running at high speed. As long as I publish something that will be 10,000 years later, human civilization will have an extra 10,000 years of development time in the research of this thing, and it is entirely possible to push it to a new height. Liu Sheng looked around. The dream space was still the same. It seems that nothing has changed. No. There is still a change. Liu Sheng called out the latest news that Curry could find from Tinder resources, and he suddenly found that the deadline of the news was 10 years earlier than what he found when he first entered the dream space. That is to say, after 10,000 years of development, a soup for strengthening muscles and strengthening blood has bought the entire human civilization an extra 10 years of survival time. What if it is the 11th level supreme skills such as stellar body refining technique, natural breathing method, crystal conception thought? A daring idea popped up in Liu Sheng's mind. He even had the urge to publish all these exercises on the internet in one go. But he quickly restrained himself and dismissed the idea. Let's not talk about whether the release of these exercises in the 300 years of martial arts can completely save the future of human civilization. Once it is announced, it will inevitably cause an uproar in the world, the existing order will be broken in an instant, and society will inevitably be in chaos. And my family and I will immediately become the center of all storms. God knows what will happen. Moreover, if this is the case, the future of the human race cannot be saved. The last fire that remained in my body for more than 10,000 years of martial arts will also be completely extinguished. There will be no hope for the future of the human race. Liu Sheng looked calm and cleared his mind. The best way is to release these exercises slowly after I have a certain amount of strength to control the overall situation. The weak human race with 300 years of martial arts needs a correct civilization guide. This guide can only be me. I don't worry about letting someone else come. Liu Sheng's heart returned to calm again. He seems to have found a shortcut, but this so-called shortcut is likely to be a dead end. A dead end for him, his family, and the entire human race's martial arts civilization. Liu Sheng didn't dare to gamble. I can't afford to gamble. Ding dong. The doorbell of the room rang, and Liu Sheng opened the door, and saw a smiling waiter standing at the door, holding a set of pure black evening dress in his hand. Mr. Liu, I hope you can change into the clothes sent by Chairman Zhang Jinian. We will also arrange a car to take you to the dinner later. Liu Sheng frowned slightly. Don't you mean just a casual dinner? Why did Zhang Jinian bring an evening dress over? Thinking about it, Liu Sheng still nodded, took the clothes from the waiter, and said calmly, "Okay, I understand. Tell President Zhang, I will arrive on time." "Okay." The waiter responded politely. When the door was closed, the sweat on the waiter's forehead immediately rolled down unstoppably. I don't know what kind of distinguished guest it is, even President Zhang Jinian treats it with such caution, and made more than a dozen phone calls in one afternoon. It is said that Ji Qing is a young man, and his body is so terrifying. Standing in front of him is like facing a beast in a zoo, even more imposing than the department level and provincial level figures I have received before. The waiter shook his head and left quickly. 129 Liu Sheng, why are you here? 3. The boy in the mirror was wearing a tailored black evening dress, with a dark blue bow tie tied to the neckline of a white shirt. Fair skin, tall and straight figure, coupled with handsome and clear facial features, exudes the temperament of a wealthy young nobleman in every gesture. It was Liu Sheng after changing into evening dress. It's pretty nice. Liu Sheng stretched out his hand to loosen his tie, thinking silently. However, compared to this one, he still prefers the military uniform of the Eastern Military Region, which is more comfortable to wear. It doesn't matter. If the old man wants to be lively, let him have a lively night. Anyway, I will leave Yangcheng tomorrow. Liu Sheng picked up the phone casually and glanced at it. There are not many contacts in his mobile phone, but the messages are always 999 plus. Except for family members and a few friends, Liu Sheng rarely reads other people's information. I sent back a message to my parents and Liu Qinghe respectively, and then told He Lingsu, meaning that I have learned about the situation of Lingsheng Pharmaceutical, and there is a high probability that I will return to Beihe tomorrow and then contact her. It didn't take long to get a reply after sending the message. One word, good. At the same time, far away in Beihe City, a certain overwhelmed woman grabbed her mobile phone and was so angry that she typed hundreds of words of accusation against someone who just walked away and ignored everything in a few seconds. But frightened by someone's despotic power, these words of accusation were quickly deleted, leaving only one word sent to the doctor. Good. He Lingsu continued to immerse himself in his busy work. Liu Sheng put away his mobile phone, stretched his body bound by the suit a little, and walked out of the room. Now he is 1.85 meters tall, with long body and long legs, and the suit is the most suitable for his figure. When he walks, 143 has a godlike aura. They looked exactly like two people when they were wearing casual sportswear before. After going down the third floor of the hotel and coming to the lobby, Liu Sheng saw that Xuefei was already waiting for him. Land. When Xuefei saw him, she wanted to wave to him, but she quickly retracted her hand halfway up. Mr. Liu, I'm here. Liu Sheng walked up to her and said calmly, just call me Liu Sheng, the word doctor doesn't sound very pleasant to my ears. Xuefei nodded, but her posture was still a bit reserved. In the evening, Xuefei obviously also dressed up carefully. With exquisite makeup, wearing a long red dress with slits from the thigh to the waist, the whole person looks royal and beautiful. The hotel had already arranged a special car for Liu Sheng, but when they saw Liu Sheng got into Xuefei's sports car, they wisely didn't come up to disturb him. Fei obviously drove a lot more honestly at night, and never ran a red light along the way. 20 minutes later, the car stopped slowly at the gate of a private manor. There were quite a few luxury cars parked outside the manor, and Fei's fiery red sports car, which was extremely impressive on the road in the city, looked inconspicuous when it was left alone. Why are there so many people? Lu Sheng frowned. Fei opened the door for him, and explained in a low voice, Elder Zhang is one of the most important figures in Liangcheng. There are many things that he can't keep a low profile if he wants to. This is already a small scene after Elder Zhang tried his best to suppress it. Lu Sheng originally came here with the intention of eating, but now he changed his mind, and planned to go in later, meet Zhang Jinian face to face, and then leave. Before the two of them reached the door, a waiter immediately came up to greet them. At the low-key and luxurious dinner party, luxuriously dressed men and women gathered in twos and threes, chatted casually with wine glasses, and laughed slightly and implicitly from time to time. A high society scene. Zheng Dandan and a woman stood in the corner, watching the people coming and going, talking in a low voice. Today's dinner is not simple. Have you seen it over there? The mayor of Liangcheng City, and the president of the Martial Arts Association. Almost all of the people present are famous figures in Liangcheng City and even the entire Dongning province. If it weren't for our luck, we really wouldn't be able to get in. Wearing a dark blue evening dress, a woman with exquisite makeup spoke softly to Zheng Dandan. The main reason is that the initiator of this dinner party is too powerful. The president of the Liangcheng Psychiatrist Association, Mr. Zhang Jinian Zhang. You should know what kind of people a psychic master is, they are much more expensive than a martial artist. Regardless of the fact that Mr. Zhang is just the president of our small Liangcheng Association, the president of the Dongning Provincial Martial Arts Association should be polite when he sees him. Because in the entire Dongning province, the Psychiatrist Association is only in Liangcheng, and it looks like it is at the municipal level, but it is actually no different from the provincial level. Hearing the woman mention the four words psychologist, Zheng Dandan didn't know what to think of, and his eyes fluctuated. Xin Yuan, do you know what this dinner party is for? The woman named Xin Yuan said mysteriously, I knew you would ask this question, but I found out with great difficulty. It is said that our Liangcheng has a 4th-level psychiatrist. But the old man Zhang Yunian was so happy that he hurriedly held this celebration banquet. Zheng Dandan said oh, nodded and did not speak. Seeing Zheng Dandan's unresponsive look, the woman became a little anxious. Level 4, do you know the concept of Level 4, Dandan? If it is released, it is a provincial big shot who is at the same level as Zhang Linian. In the military department, at least you have to be a colonel, or even a senior colonel. Such a person, stomping his feet, Dongning province would have to tremble 3 times. You said that if we have the opportunity to be favored by such a big person, we and the family behind us will not be able to stay where we are. Zheng Dandan couldn't help but asked curiously, is that 4th-level psychiatrist very young? Have no idea. The woman shook her head, it's probably not very old, otherwise there wouldn't be so many women here tonight. Akbi. The woman looked around and said to Zheng Dandan, you have to cherish this opportunity, in our circle, except for you and me, the others are not high enough to come here. That's why I brought you here today. Zheng Dandan smiled wryly, and whispered, Xin Yuan, you know that I never like this kind of occasion. The woman glanced at her and said, Dandan, I heard from Wenhui that you seem to like a high school student you met while traveling recently. Like a frightened fawn, Zheng Dandan raised his head abruptly, then quickly shook his head to defend himself. No. No, don't listen to Wenhui's nonsense. Hehe, you still pretend to be with me. You stayed in Liangcheng all this time and didn't go back to school, just to wait for that kid. I heard that he looks good, and his family has some background, he seems to be related to the Eastern Military Region. The woman looked at Zheng Dandan with rather helpless eyes and said, Dandan, what do you want me to say about you? Even if you are in college, if you just find a poor boy with no background to fall in love with, I won't care about you. After all, you're young, it's okay to have a few romances, anyway, sooner or later you'll have to break up. But you actually fell in love with a high school student? Are you out of your mind? The woman stretched out her hand to touch Zhang Dandan's forehead with an incredulous expression on her face. Avoiding her hand, Zhang Dandan tried hard to retort, Lu Sheng he is not an ordinary high school student. The woman was speechless. Aren't you still a high school student? Forget it, it's up to you to make trouble. The woman looked around and said to Zhang Dandan, there are many spiritual masters at the banquet tonight, keep your eyes open, even if you can't attract the attention of the 4th level big shot later, it would be better to attract a few more young small characters, okay? I can't guarantee that one day I will break through and become a big shot. Did you hear me talking to you, Zhang Dandan? Okay, I know about Xin Yuan. Zhang Dandan answered feebly. She was really forced by her best friend to come here tonight to attend the celebration dinner of the Psychiatrist Association. Zhang Dandan has stayed in Liangcheng since he separated from Lu Sheng last time. Because she knew that Lu Sheng would come to Liangcheng sooner or later to do business. So stay at home and wait, hoping that one day Lu Sheng will suddenly appear in front of her. But she sent a lot of messages to Lu Sheng during this time, but Lu Sheng didn't reply or even read it. Because it says unread under every message. Zhang Dandan doesn't know if there will be any result in waiting like this, but she can only wait slowly. Just when Zhang Dandan was being dragged by her girlfriends to greet and socialize with some high-class people, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure standing in a corner eating from the corner of her eyes. Wearing a straight black suit, with a slender figure, one hand is casually inserted in the pocket, and the other hand is holding a fork to continuously feed the food on the table into his mouth. Lu Sheng. Zhang Dandan opened his eyes wide, wondering if he had misread, or had hallucinations. After she stared at that person for more than a minute, the latter couldn't help but also look at her. The moment their eyes met, Zhang Dandan finally confirmed that this person is Lu Sheng. Xin Yuan, I saw a friend, let me go over. Zhang Dandan immediately left a word and went straight to the figure in his mind. Hey, Dandan, where are you going? The woman couldn't hold back Zhang Dandan, she looked in the direction Zhang Dandan was running to, and seemed to understand something, with a teasing smile on her face. Zhang Dandan. Lu Sheng looked at Zhang Dandan who suddenly flew in front of him, and was also taken aback, a little surprised. After Xue Fei came in with him, she was busy reporting back to Zhang Jinian. He was bored by himself, so he casually walked around and ate at the dinner party. I have to say that the specifications of this dinner party are quite high, and the buffet on the table is all carefully prepared exotic animal meat delicacies. Lu Sheng was enjoying his meal when he accidentally saw Zhang Dandan who he hadn't seen for a long time. Soon Lu Sheng came to his senses. Yes, Zhang Dandan seems to be from Liangcheng. 130 Stepping on the stars, a character as bright as the sun. 4. Zhang Dandan's face was filled with great joy and happiness, and his cheeks were flushed. Lu Sheng, why are you here? After finishing speaking, Zhang Dandan quickly added, when did you come to Liangcheng? Just arrived today. Oh. Zhang Dandan suddenly came to his senses, and suddenly said, is it because of this incident that you came here? Zhang Dandan pointed to the dinner they were in now. Lu Sheng thought for a while, then nodded and said, it's kind of maybe. It's great. Zhang Dandan was too excited to speak. She felt that she and Lu Sheng were really destined for each other. If it weren't for being forced to come to this dinner by her best friend today, she wouldn't have come here, let alone run into Lu Sheng here. What is it called? This is called God's will in the dark. Originally, she was a little unhappy about being forced to come to this occasion that she didn't like, but now Zheng Dandan wanted to hug Xin Yuan and shout excitedly. What kind of girlfriend is it? It's clearly the matchmaker specially arranged by the heavens to match her with Liu Sheng. Dandan, why don't you introduce me if you have friends? A mocking voice sounded in the ears of the two of them. Zheng Dandan looked back and saw that it was her best friend Xin Yuan. Holding a red wine glass, Xin Yuan looked up and down at the young man standing in front of her. Appearance, figure, temperament, no matter which aspect, it is the best choice. Plus being eligible to be here. Well, Zheng Dandan, you already have a goal. You lied to me about your friends, I don't know what male friends you have. Xin Yuan turned his head slightly, biting his ear with Zheng Dandan. A shyness flashed across Zheng Dandan's face. What nonsense are you talking about? Hey, let me introduce you. Zheng Dandan took Xin Yuan's hand and said to Liu Sheng, Liu Sheng, this is my good friend Xin Yuan. This is Liu Sheng, the one I mentioned to you before. Liu Sheng, are you Liu Sheng? When Xin Yuan heard Zheng Dandan's introduction, he almost spit out the red wine from his mouth. The look in Liu Sheng's eyes immediately changed. It's getting a little weird. No wonder he's so young, it turns out he's the high school student who's obsessed with Dandan, and he can't help but see it in a suit. It turned out to be like this, no wonder. I have to say that the boy named Liu Sheng in front of him is absolutely outstanding in terms of appearance. Even in circles like theirs, where handsome men and beautiful women can be seen everywhere, they can kill 99% in seconds. Plus a little bit of mysterious background. Xin Yuan suddenly understood the reason for Zheng Dandan's girl Hui Chun. Of course, the enthusiasm for Liu Sheng in his eyes also quickly diminished. So your excellency is Liu, Mr. Liu, I always heard Dandan mentioning you, and meeting today is indeed a dragon and phoenix among people. Xin Yuan thought that what he was facing was a high school student, so he couldn't help laughing when he said these words. Liu Sheng could easily catch Xin Yuan's subtle emotional changes, but he didn't say anything, just nodded coldly, hello. Where is Mr. Liu from? Xin Yuan asked with a polite smile on his face. People from Beihe City. Liu Sheng replied, and then said lightly, are you still planning to ask my parents about my family background, and by the way, how did I get into this banquet hall? Liu Sheng looked at Xin Yuan who was stunned in front of him with a playful look, and said hello to Zheng Dandan, I'm leaving first, we'll talk when I'm free. After speaking, turn around. Why does he hate this occasion? Probably because of this reason. In the eyes of outsiders, you may think you are a little sensitive, but so what? He was originally a child from an ordinary family, so if he was sensitive, he felt uncomfortable anyway. It's better to eat at the hotel and have fun. Liu Sheng shook his head, and casually threw the fork that had been crushed into a ball of silver shavings on the table. Liu Sheng! Liu Sheng! Before Zheng Dandan could react, Liu Sheng had already walked away. She subconsciously wanted to catch up, but was grabbed by Xin Yuan, who shook her head at him seriously. Yes, Dandan. This kind of person doesn't deserve. Xin Yuan looked at Liu Yuan's back, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with some amusement, I haven't said anything yet, his reaction is just like this. What does this mean? This shows that he is extremely concerned about the points he just said. Those who have no ability but have strong self-esteem are going to die. To put it bluntly, it is pride, but to put it bluntly, it is low self-esteem. I've seen this kind of person too many times, it's not suitable for you at all. Look. A look of understanding suddenly appeared on Xin Yuan's face, and he pointed forward. Zheng Dandan looked in the direction Xin Yuan pointed at. At this time, Liu Sheng was standing beside a beautiful and eye-catching woman in a red dress, and the two were talking. I guess how he got in here. Xin Yuan joked, do you know who that woman is? Zheng Dandan shook his head blankly. Xuefei. After all, you know the Xue family. Xuefei herself is a psychiatrist, and it seems that she is almost at the second level. In Liangchen's second-generation circle, she can definitely be regarded as one of the best. Look at the way that Liu Sheng and Xuefei are familiar with each other. I can bet. Xin Yuan looked at Zheng Dandan, and said firmly, this Liu Sheng must rely on appearance or some other means to catch up with Xuefei to have the opportunity to enter this dinner. To put it bluntly, he is probably a softie. Dandan, open your eyes wide and recognize his true face. Xin Yuan's words smashed into Zheng Dandan's heart like a hammer. Zheng Dandan stood there blankly, looking at Liu Sheng and Xuefei who were talking and laughing and acting intimately, and murmured, no. Liu Sheng will not be this kind of person. Why? Xin Yuan looked helplessly at Zheng Dandan, patted her on the shoulder, and said, I know that sometimes the truth is so cruel, but this is what everyone has to face. That's all I have to say, you can think about the rest for yourself. With that said, Xin Yuan stepped aside. Zheng Dandan was still immersed in the huge shock of what Xin Yuan said to her. She couldn't believe what Xin Yuan said was true. Suddenly, a figure of a young man as bright as the scorching sun squeezed into her mind. Zheng Dandan woke up like a dream. Oh my god, I actually suspect that Liu Sheng will be a jerk and eat soft food? Am I really stupid? Zheng Dandan wanted to slap herself hard. Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan. Let me tell you, Liu Sheng is absolutely impossible to be the kind of person you said. Zheng Dandan was anxious to explain to Xin Yuan, but Xin Yuan thought she was still obsessed and didn't bother to listen to her. 0. Asking for flowers. At this time, there was a commotion ahead, and someone spoke. Master Zhang is out. Both Zheng Dandan and Xin Yuan couldn't help looking up. President Zhang asked me to say sorry to you, he didn't know that his subordinates could make such a big scene. Mainly there are a lot of singles in the Psychiatrist Association, and necessary communication will help them get out of the singles. In disguise, it is equivalent to promoting fertility. There are strict requirements on this aspect. Xuefei explained to Liu Sheng in a low-key manner. After thinking about it for a while, Liu Sheng could understand Zhang Junyan's helplessness, so he nodded and said, okay, but I have to leave later, and then you can say hello to President Zhang for me. Mr. Liu, don't worry, the message will be delivered properly. Liu Sheng glanced at her. Xuefei suddenly remembered that she seemed to have said something wrong again. Mr. Liu doesn't like being called Mr. At this time, there was a commotion from the crowd in front of him, and Zhang Jinyan, who was dressed in tang suit and full of energy, strode out surrounded by several people. President Zhang has come out. Xuefei said quickly. Liu Sheng looked at Zhang Lingnian quietly, and Zhang Lingnian soon spotted him. For a fourth-level psychiatrist, finding someone in the field is still a simple matter. Zhang Yunian walked straight towards him. The crowd, and the eyes of the crowd also followed Zhang Jianian's footsteps. Soon, Zhang Yunian walked up to Liu Sheng, and said to him apologetically, Mr. Liu, I'm really sorry. Liu Sheng shook his head and said, it's okay, President Zhang has a great responsibility, and I'm glad I can help. Thank you Mr. Liu for understanding. Zhang Jianian breathed a sigh of relief, then raised his head and introduced loudly to everyone in the field, the one standing next to me is the newly born genius 4th-level spiritual teacher of our Dongning Province Psychologist Association. Liu Sheng. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu is only 17 years old this year. Compared with him, I am really ashamed and die of shame. Zhang Yunian's introduction to Liu Sheng was not stingy at all, and he almost praised Liu Sheng to the sky. But just the first few words were enough to cause an uproar in this insignificant banquet. 17 years old, a 4th-level psychiatrist. My god! I heard that right. It's too amazing, he hasn't even taken the college entrance examination yet. A dragon among men, a real dragon among men. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on Liu Sheng. All kinds of amazed, shocking and unbelievable sounds can be heard endlessly. For a moment, Liu Sheng was like countless spotlights on his body, shining brightly and brilliantly. Among the crowd below, Xin Yuan, who had already been so shocked that his expression lost control, was stunned and unable to utter a word, stood there in a daze, and the red wine glass in his hand slipped to the ground without knowing when, and he didn't notice it at all. She only heard Zhang Dandan's extremely complicated voice from the side. Xin Yuan, you said that such a person who steps on the stars and shines like the sun, how could it be the kind of soft rice boy you said? Xin Yuan's mind went blank, as if countless planes whizzed past her head. Buzz buzz. The whole person couldn't stop shaking. Try to make the cliched plots not so cliched, and the villains must have flesh and blood in line with the logic of normal people. Finally, please ask for a wave of flowers and monthly tickets, thank you dry. 131 Wanjia lights, am I going to rob a bank? 5. As Liu Sheng himself said, he left immediately after showing his face. If it wasn't for Zhang Jinian's saving face and making the dinner more legitimate, he wouldn't even want to show his face. He turned a blind eye to those who chased his footsteps, stood on tiptoe desperately, stretched their necks, and wanted to hand over their business cards. Thanks to the shield of youth. Isn't it normal for a young genius to be a little arrogant? With a strong mental strength close to level 5, Liu Sheng easily escaped the harassment of the boring crowd and left the manor. Even Zhang Jinian didn't find out when he left. Fortunately, this place is not too remote. Liu Sheng took a taxi and went straight to the hotel. On the way back, Liu Sheng leaned against the car window, staring fixedly at the shadow reflected on the black glass window. Wearing a well-dressed black suit, with thick black hair, handsome features, and deep and calm eyes beating with a knife-like sharpness from time to time, Liu Sheng suddenly tore off the dark blue tie around his neck, unbuttoned a few buttons on the collar of his shirt, and said to the driver in the front seat, "Master, please change the way I'm going to the high-speed rail." Liu Sheng was homesick. He wanted to go back to Beihe City now. As for the luggage left at the hotel, let Shuefei or 037 Zhang Jinian help send it back later, since there is nothing important in it anyway. The taxi turned around on the dark road, looking at the night scene passing by outside the car. Liu Sheng relaxed. This is the life he wants. Simple and pure, only family and martial arts are accompanied. Fuck high society. After all, I am still an ordinary high school student from an ordinary family. A contented smile appeared on the boy's face reflected in the car window, gradually merging with the lights of thousands of families in the distance. Bang bang bang. Knocking. Brother, get up quickly, breakfast is going to be cold. The voice of younger sister Liu Qinghe. Liu Sheng exhaled slowly. The white air flow visible to the naked eye hit the wall directly opposite like an arrow, blowing the posters of the game characters on the wall rattling. Liu Sheng opened his eyes, stood up, and replied, "Here we are." A minute later, Liu Sheng opened the door, and his younger sister Liu Qinghe was gnawing on a bun while looking up at him. "Going out for a trip, how did you get so tall after you came back?" Liu Qinghe compared the height difference between the top of his head and Liu Sheng suspiciously, mumbling in his mouth. "You're short again." Liu Sheng broke away from Liu Qinghe who was in the way, walked to the living room, and sat down at the dining table. "I don't even brush my teeth when I wake up, it's so dirty." Liu Qinghe followed in small steps, and sat down beside Liu Sheng with a look of disgust. Liu Sheng casually picked up a meat bun, took a small bite, and replied calmly, "I brushed it when I woke up at 5 o'clock, and, with martial arts at my level, even if I don't brush my teeth every day, my lips and teeth are still healthy." "You woke up early and you asked me to call you." Liu Qinghe said to him with a look of disdain, "Martial arts have reached your level, what level do you think you are a martial arts master, and you still have good teeth even if you don't brush your teeth?" Humph. But just after saying this, Lu Qinghe suddenly realized. Not to mention, she really doesn't know what kind of state old brother Lu Sheng is now. I can only feel that Lu Sheng is getting more and more mysterious, and the aura around her is getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes just one look can make her feel like a mouse seeing a cat hair all over her body explodes. It was even scarier than the third or even fourth level martial arts teachers in the school. Lu Sheng also didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Qinghe's daily carrying, and easily suppressed him with a single sentence. Now that the school is closed, you don't have to go to school. I'll test your strength after breakfast. Don't forget the message I sent you before. The martial arts tonic sponsored by me, Lu Sheng, is not so easy to eat. Well. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe stopped talking immediately. Even the speed of eating has slowed down. Looking at her eyes flickering from time to time, it is estimated that she is already nervously waiting for how to deal with Lu Sheng's assessment. The more Lu Qinghe was like this, the more Lu Sheng enjoyed it. Eating breakfast leisurely brought more and more psychological pressure to Lu Qinghe. At this time, the door of the house opened, and Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufen came back from shopping. After Lu Sheng came back, every meal was a big project, and Lu Dehai had to follow him to buy vegetables. Otherwise, my mother can't carry it alone. The beef in the vegetable market is fresh today. I bought dozens of caddies and came back. It should be enough for a few meals. Lu Dehai put down the heavy bag on his shoulders with a smile, and wiped the sweat from his face. He had a rare rest today, just as Lu Sheng came home again, so he was in a good mood. Dad, do you usually eat the meat and medicine I put in the refrigerator? Lu Sheng asked. Eat it. By the way, Xiao Sheng, what kind of tonic do you put in the refrigerator? I drink it with water every day, and I don't know how much my physique has improved. I feel like I'm 20 years younger. It must be very expensive. Lu Dehai poured a glass of water and sat down beside Lu Sheng. It's not expensive. It's given by a friend who runs a pharmacy. It's specially developed for middle-aged people like you. Remember to drink it with your mother. The friend Lu Sheng said opened the pharmacy is naturally He Ling Su, so it's not a lie. Oh. Lu Haihei didn't ask much. He and Zheng Yufen also knew that since Lu Sheng became the martial arts star in Beihe City, there were many people who fawned on him. Someone sent dozens of boxes of top-quality steaks before, and it is normal to send some health medicines. Zheng Yufen also came over and said, you don't need to run outside anymore, the college entrance examination is almost here. Don't go out, stay at home until the college entrance examination. Lu Sheng replied, then looked at his parents and said, you are all fine today, why don't you just go and see the room? Seeing the house? What kind of house are you looking at? In a word, Lu Dehai, Zheng Yufen, and Lu Qingwei all looked at him with puzzled faces. Lu Sheng said casually, of course it's the house I live in. Don't you think this house is a bit small? Qinghe and I usually don't have space to practice martial arts, so it's best to change to a house with a martial arts practice room, a bigger one, and the location doesn't matter. Lu Dehai frowned and thought about it, nodded and said, Xiao Sheng is right, the current house is indeed too small. It doesn't matter if I live with your mother, both of you are martial arts students, so you should change to a bigger house. The place where Lu Sheng's family lives now is not even 90 square meters. There are several rooms separated, and there is no room for two people to live in the living room. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a pigeon coop. It's a good thing that the 1 million rewarded by the president of the Martial Arts Association to Xiao Sheng hasn't been moved. It should be enough to pay the down payment, which will be the monthly loan. Zheng Yufen glanced at Lu Haihei. Lu Dehai said nonchalantly, it's enough to do more casual work. Now I have fewer physical problems and a stronger physique. I can't just get back the mortgage of several thousand yuan a month. 1. 2. Zheng Yufen nodded. But Liu Sheng shook his head and said, "No need." As he spoke, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the two of them. "There are 5 million here. It should be enough to buy a villa on the outskirts of the city. If you don't have enough, you can pay the down payment first, and I can make up for the rest soon." "How many?" Liu Dahai stood up from his chair with a swish, his voice getting louder uncontrollably. 5 million. He wondered if he had heard wrong. Even Liu King he choked on the bun in his mouth, and looked at Liu Sheng in disbelief. "Yes, 5 million. Liu Sheng explained, "It's the bonuses I got from participating in various activities, training competitions, and so on in the past few months. This is only part of it, and some have not yet arrived." The whole family froze immediately. After more than half a minute, Liu Dahai pointed to the bank card on the table and confirmed with Liu Sheng in disbelief, "Really? Xiao Sheng, are you kidding me?" "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, go to the bank with your mother to check. Your son can still lie to you." Liu Sheng stuffed the bank card into Liu Haihei's hand, and then pushed the masked-faced two people out of the door. "Go to the bank and go directly to see the house. It's fine if you don't come back at noon. Liu Qinghe and I will settle it ourselves." After closing the door, Liu Sheng turned around and faced Liu Qinghe with an expression of, "Are you really my brother? Have you been taken over by aliens? Brother, you really won 5 million in 2 months." Liu Qinghe swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, shock written all over his face. "Otherwise, I'm going to rob the bank? Stop talking nonsense. How long do you want to have a breakfast?" Liu Sheng directly lifted Liu Qinghe up from the chair, and said coldly, "I'll give you 20 minutes to rest and prepare, and the assessment will start in 20 minutes. Liu Qinghe froze in place for a few seconds, then suddenly turned around and rushed into the room, and there was a sound of ping 3.9 ping pong pong in the room. Half an hour later, Liu Qinghe, who was covered in sweat, lay on the ground, panting heavily. She raised one hand and shook it slightly, meaning that she had raised the white flag to surrender. Liu Sheng had no intention of letting her go. Liu Sheng looked at her condescendingly, frowned and said, "Stand up for me, and you'll be so tired in 10 minutes? Are you worthy of being my Liu Sheng's sister? Such a waste." A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on Liu Qinghe's face, and he shouted, "How many levels are you a warrior, and how many levels am I? If you haven't reached the level of a formal warrior, you will know how to bully me. I am not a waste." As she said that, Liu Qinghe's eye circles even began to turn red. It seems that all the grievances she has suffered since Liu Sheng's rise broke out at this moment. Seeing Liu Qinghe crying, Liu Sheng softened his eyes slightly, thought for a while, and said, "Stand up now, and I will teach you something. These are some very practical experiences and tips that I have summed up by myself. Real." When Liu Qinghe heard Liu Sheng's words, his face changed instantly, and a carp jumped up from the floor. Looking at Liu Sheng with bright eyes, his face was full of anticipation. Martial Arts Secret Book. It seemed that the person who was crying just now was not her at all. 132 Don't leak it out, or our whole family will be in trouble. 1. Take it as a secret book of martial arts. Liu Sheng replied casually. Next, how do I teach and how do you do it? Okay brother. Liu Qinghe stood up straight, with an unprecedentedly serious and obedient expression. Who is most curious and puzzled by Liu Sheng's sudden rise? Then this person must be Liu Qinghe. Having been together day and night for more than 10 years, Liu Qinghe should be one of the people in the world who knows Liu Sheng best. In the past few months, except that Liu Sheng was not at home occasionally, Liu Qinghe almost watched with his own eyes how Liu Sheng grew from an ordinary high school student step by step to the radiant state he is now. That feeling is like watching a seed grow into a towering tree overnight. Liu Qinghe didn't know how many nights she lay in bed racking her brains over this question. Everyone said that Liu Sheng had opened up. The more authoritative statement from the Martial Arts Association is, the awakening of martial arts talent. But Liu Qinghe always felt that there must be some secret hidden in his elder brother Liu Sheng, and that was the key to his rapid growth. Now, Sheng seemed ready to reveal to her this crucial part of his secret. My martial arts talent is already better than Liu Sheng. If I master this point, with my Liu Qinghe's ingenuity, won't it be easy to surpass Liu Sheng in the future? When the time comes, let's see how he still pulls in front of me. He. Liu Qinghe has already begun to fantasize about the scene where he surpassed Liu Sheng, and 02 Liu Sheng lay on the ground begging for mercy. There was even a smirk on his face. At this time, a cold voice sounded in her ear. Are you always distracted like this when you are in class? In the next second, a pair of big hands pressed on Liu Qinghe's shoulders, breaking her body hard at a strange angle. Kaka! Liu Qinghe let out an ouch in pain, and was caught off guard, and even the tears that had just been wronged and didn't shed rolled down. Murdered my own sister. Shut up! If you don't want to be in such pain, relax your body, concentrate, and memorize the movements I will teach you next. Liu Qinghe immediately shut her mouth obediently, her face became serious. Next, Liu Sheng continued to instruct Liu Qinghe to make various poses and movements. Liu Qinghe also felt it. What Liu Sheng is teaching her is a body training technique. And this body training technique is not the same as the 24 exercises of Pu Guang body training issued by Wu Meng that she learned in school. Oh no, it should be completely different. As for the effect, the bursts of numbness like electric shocks from all parts of the body have proved everything. Liu Qinghe became more and more serious. Seeing Liu Qinghe, who was completely immersed in the movements of body training, Liu Sheng stopped pointing and looked at her quietly, his eyes flickering slightly. Liu Sheng didn't know if it was appropriate for him to do so. What he taught Liu Qinghe was the body training technique for the whole people that has undergone thousands of revisions and will take 10,000 years of future martial arts. And it's not a complete set, but a specially selected 24 movements that are most similar to the body training techniques promoted by the Wu Meng. It's a simplified version. But even if it is a simplified version, the effect is far beyond the officially promoted 24 forms of body refining. This point should be clearer than him after Liu Qinghe practiced. 10 minutes later, Liu Qinghe, who completed the first body training exercise, woke up from the training. Elder brother! Liu Qinghe stood up quickly, because the effect of practicing the body training technique for the first time was so good that his body was numb. If Liu Sheng hadn't helped him in time, he almost didn't fall down. What kind of movement did you teach me? The effect is really good. I feel that practicing once can surpass the dozens of times I practiced before. Liu Sheng said lightly, it's the same as what you usually practice, but it's the latest version. The latest version? What do you mean? Liu Qinghe was a little confused. Just like the mobile phone and computer you use now, it seems to be 2.0 or 3.0, but in fact, the 9.0 or even 10.0 version has been developed in the laboratory of other companies. It's just still in the testing stage, and it's far from being officially launched. The body refining technique I taught you is similar. Then am I not equivalent to a guinea pig in the laboratory? Liu Qinghe was shocked. Liu Sheng said, being a guinea pig also has the benefits of being a guinea pig. Most people are not qualified to be a guinea pig. Besides, this body training technique is only applicable to groups of warriors and has not reached the level that can be fully promoted. For a small number of warriors, they are considered relatively mature. But there are still risks. What if I accidentally become disabled? Liu Qinghe said with a bitter face. Liu Sheng scolded angrily, I'm your elder brother. We were born by the same mother, and our physiques are similar. I practice more deeply than you. If I want to be disabled, I will be disabled first. Then there are only 2 disabled people in our family, who will take care of our parents? Lu Qinghe sighed softly. Lu Sheng raised his hand as a gesture to hit him, but Lu Qinghe shrank his neck and dodged flexibly. I'm just kidding, don't take it so seriously, brother. Lu Qinghe leaned over with a playful smile, and asked curiously, then how did you get this body training technique? Lu Sheng's expression became serious, and he said to Lu Qinghe in an extremely serious tone, you don't have to worry about it, anyway, the person who taught me this body training technique said, absolutely I am not allowed to pass on this body refining technique to anyone, let anyone discover it. Otherwise, not only me, but our whole family will be in big trouble. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lu Qinghe was suddenly nervous, and instantly made up countless movie versions in his mind, covered his mouth, and said in panic, brother, you passed this body training technique to me, wouldn't it be? Lu Sheng nodded with a serious expression, and then looked at his younger sister Lu Qinghe with an extremely complicated look, and said slowly, no way, who made you my sister, hey? Lu Qinghe's eye circles turned red all of a sudden, and she was moved, brother. Fine. Lu Sheng waved his hand casually and said, as long as you keep this secret well and don't let anyone find out, I should be fine. Remember, don't let anyone find out, not your teacher, your best friend, anyone. Because this body training technique is related to you and me, and even the lives of our whole family. Lu Qinghe nodded very cautiously, brother, don't worry, I will never let anyone find out. Lu Sheng nodded, very satisfied with Jihe's attitude. Okay, I will teach you to practice a few more times, and you will go back to your room to practice after you are familiar with it. Good. Lu Qinghe swept away his joking attitude before, and became extremely serious, as if he had grown up a lot in an instant. Even his attitude towards Lu Sheng has become a lot closer. After all, her big brother risked her life to teach her martial arts cheats. When Lu Qinghe returned to his room, Lu Sheng also returned to his room, and immediately entered the dream space to check the future changes. The result made Lu Sheng heave a sigh of relief. There is not much change in the future, only Lu Qinghe's achievements have increased a lot, and the character evaluation has changed from 1 star to 1.5 stars. It seems that Lu Qinghe is very obedient, and he didn't reveal this secret until his death. Lu Sheng couldn't help feeling that some things should be taught when they are young and naive. That way, certain words spoken by certain people will be like imprints engraved in the bones, which will only become more and more profound as time goes by. During lunch, Lu Hihe called back and said that he would not be back at noon. It can be heard from the phone that the couple's emotions are very high, and it is estimated that they are excited about seeing the house. Lu Sheng ordered takeaway, and when he got it, he called Lu Qinghe out to eat together. 513 Lu Qinghe, who has been practicing body training all morning, seems to have taken on a whole new look, with a sense of self-confidence coming out from between her brows. I can't hide it. She also stopped talking back to Lu Sheng, and instead regarded him as the closest person. Lu Qinghe was obviously starving, and completely turned into a cooking machine with full firepower. While shoveling rice into his mouth desperately, he said to Lu Sheng, brother, I finally know why you can eat so well. The body training technique you taught me is really effective. In the future, when it's not just the two of us, don't mention this matter. Lu Sheng tapped Lu Qinghe's head with his chopsticks. Oh, I see. Lu Qinghe came to his senses, nodded hurriedly, and was very obedient. Lu Sheng casually put a piece of meat in Lu Qinghe's bowl, and said, I will train you well in the past few months. If you don't understand anything in martial arts, just ask me. After the college entrance examination, I guess I won't have much time to guide you. Lu Qinghe's cooking speed gradually slowed down, her expression was a bit complicated. I used to hate seeing Lu Sheng every day, but now I hear that he will leave the house for a long time soon, and I feel a little bit reluctant. Brother, where are you preparing for the college entrance examination? Dongning Wuhan University? With your strength, it should be easy for you to get into Dongning University, right? Lu King he asked. Not going to Dongdi. Where are you going? Lu Sheng put down his chopsticks, his eyes seemed to see the faraway place through the window, and he said calmly, I'm going to Kyoto province. Lu King he let out a long sigh, and suddenly said, I want to take the entrance examination of Shengwu University, right? Lu King he stopped talking, and rolled his eyes, as if he was counting the chances of Sheng Neng being admitted to Shengwu University. Have a meal. Lu Sheng returned to calm, and told Lu King he, I'm going out in the afternoon, you can practice hard at home, and I'll teach you actual combat when you come back. Okay, brother. 133 A few months later, the college entrance examination begins. 2. In the afternoon, we were still in the same restaurant as last time, at the same old location. Lu Sheng and He Lingsa sat opposite each other, one was listening quietly and the other was speaking intently. The price of Lingji's Wangxiu soup for the first time on the market is 49,888. This price is not too high, but it is not affordable by ordinary people. My positioning for it is middle and high-end customers with a certain level of economic strength. The sales situation is still good. In less than a week after it was released on the market, 1/5 of the first batch of 200 copies of Lingji's Wangxiu soup has been sold, and the repurchase rate is very high. I believe that after a period of word-of-mouth fermentation, it will definitely become a star product in the martial arts tonic field in Beihai City and even the entire Dongning province. Lu Sheng listened to He Lingsa's report and nodded. I'm very relieved to leave it to you. Is there still sufficient funds? He Lingsa replied, temporarily we can turn around, but when the sales area expands, we will definitely open branches in the future, and we may have to borrow from the bank at that time. The money I have left, not much. Lu Sheng took a sip of the lemonade in front of him, and said lightly, I'll give you another sum of money after a while, you don't have to worry too much about the initial funds. Good. He Lingsa nodded. At this time, a couple of high school students walked by outside the restaurant, holding a doll just grabbed from the claw machine, talking and laughing. Are you going to take the college entrance examination in a few months? Lu Sheng nodded, and said lightly, yes, so I won't go out again during this period, and concentrate on preparing for the college entrance examination, and the things in the store will bother you. I may have to move in a while, and the address of the new home will be sent to you at that time. He Lingsa's expression was a little complicated. Sometimes even she almost forgot. The man who sat in front of her, exuding a forceful aura in every gesture, was actually a high school student who hadn't even finished the college entrance examination. Half a year ago, I probably wouldn't have imagined that the fate of the He family would be entrusted to such a person in half a year. Every time He Lingsa woke up in the middle of the night, he would ask himself in a daze if he was crazy. But judging from the current form, his decision is still correct. If it's okay, I'll go first. He Lingsa sat for a while and found that he had nothing to talk to Lu Sheng after reporting his work, so he stood up and said to leave. There are still a lot of things to do in the store. Oh, by the way, Ma Fei, I promoted him to be the store manager. Lu Sheng's mind quickly flashed the figure of a young man lying on the counter and playing with his mobile phone, and said lightly, you can see it by yourself, I won't interfere. He Lingsa didn't say anything, nodded and left the restaurant quickly. After the steak incident last time, He Lingsa already had a psychological shadow about sitting at the same table with Lu Sheng for dinner. Through the reflection of the window glass, Lu Sheng watched He Lingsa's back slowly go away. He is not worried about what kind of betrayal He Lingsa will do when his wings become more mature. The He family seems to be peaceful now, but in fact it is full of troubles, and sooner or later it will come to him. And even if there is no such external pressure, what Lu Sheng gave out, of course I can get it back. The waiter. Lu Sheng raised his hand and greeted him. 50 steaks, packed. Okay sir, wait a minute. When Lu Sheng returned home slowly with 50 servings of top-quality steak, Lu King he was still practicing hard in his room the body training technique he taught in the morning. Lu Sheng called her out and taught her practical skills in combat. After Shiquan martial arts entered the first form, Lu Sheng's attainments in actual combat can probably surpass the actual combat teacher Shiba Taija in Lu King He's school. After teaching for half an afternoon, he abused Lu King He so much that he didn't want it. The way Lu King He looked at Lu Sheng also changed completely. Lu King He suddenly discovered that his old brother's strength was far more terrifying than he imagined. It was an oppressive feeling, almost hopeless. It's like a mountain in front of you, he doesn't need to do anything, just overlooking you is enough to make you crawl. It was almost 5 o'clock when Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufen came back. Oh, it's late, it's too late to cook dinner. Zheng Yufen was so anxious that she kept muttering, and complained to Lu Dahai, it's all your fault, after watching one set, I have to watch another one, it's endless. Lu Dahai was a little embarrassed, but he still retorted, can you blame me? If you want to blame, you can only blame the salesman for being too good at talking. Besides, you don't want to leave after watching it. Too lazy to tell you, I went to cook. Zheng Yufen rolled up her sleeves and was about to enter the kitchen, but was stopped by Lu Sheng. Mom, let's eat steak tonight, just warm it up. Zheng Yufen looked at the familiar steak box and asked in surprise, or was it a gift from a friend last time? Right. Nice man. Zheng Yufen happily carried the steak box into the kitchen to heat it up. Lu Dahai was free, pulled Lu Sheng over, and said excitedly, Xiao Sheng, today I saw 8 houses with your mother, and some of them are okay, let me tell you. Lu Sheng nodded, with a focused look on his face, listening carefully to Lu Dahai's spittle. Mom is busy in the kitchen, younger sister Lu King He is resting on the sofa, listening to Lu Dahai with her eyes open. Everything in the house is fine. A faint smile appeared on Lu Sheng's face. And in the future, it will be even better. Time is like running water, and the time of several months has passed by in a flash. At the gate of the Bilan community, Lu Dahai, wearing a sweater and shorts, was calling a group of people to move furniture to the truck. Be careful. Zheng Yufen was helping to take care of Lu King Gui, who was also carrying her own things back and forth. Neighbors who lived in the same community saw it and surrounded it curiously. Yufen, are you going to move? Zheng Yufen smiled and said, yes, the 2 children have grown up, the house is too small, so let's move to a bigger place. Where are you going to move? Washington. Tisk tisk. The expressions of a group of ants were suddenly moved, and they said in surprise, that's a villa area, your family bought a villa. Hey, Xiao Sheng said he wanted to buy it, and he paid for it. Lu Haihei, who was carrying the sofa, happened to pass by, and couldn't help interjecting. The ants were even more alarmed. Your little sage is really promising. He's only a few years old, so I'll buy you a villa. Just kidding, the son of the old Lu family is a martial arts genius who has been on TV. Can he be promising? You two will enjoy the rest of your life. Zheng Yufen's face turned into a flower with a smile, and her mouth was modest, where there is nothing. Suddenly someone raised his mouth, I remember today is not the college entrance examination? Where is your little saint? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a voice in his ear. Mom and Dad. Everyone followed the prestige, and saw a tall, fit, well-proportioned handsome boy striding towards this side. Walking to Lu Dahai's side, with one hand, he easily lifted the sofa that required 2 people to carry it. That's not to say, buy new furniture and everything, and save you from moving around. You child, you can save a little bit. In the future, you and your sister will have to spend money to go to school and practice martial arts? Besides, moving is not troublesome. Lu Dahai pointed to the surroundings, and said, with the help of old buddies in my company and friends from the martial arts school like you, I don't know how fast we can move. As he said that, Lu Dahai walked quickly to Lu Sheng's side, and whispered, Xiao Sheng, are these young guys in the martial arts hall your friends? I heard that we are moving, and a large group of people came here, carrying just leave the furniture. At first I thought it was a robber. Lu Sheng put the sofa in his hand on the moving truck, and glanced in the direction Lu Haihei pointed. It's from Hongchuan Wuguan. Lu Sheng nodded and said, it's friends, you can order them as you please, that's it. You child, how do you talk? Lu Dahai said something to him, and then hurried to the canteen in the community, I'll go buy some water for them. Lu Sheng ignored it and walked up to Zheng Yufen. Mom. Zheng Yufen stretched out her hand to smooth the folds on his clothes, and said, why did you come back so early? Isn't today the college entrance examination? Cultural exams? Nothing. Lu Sheng answered casually, and then greeted the aunts and aunts surrounding Zheng Yufen with a smile. A group of neighbors in the neighborhood looked at Lu Sheng, who had already faded into a youthful appearance, with envious and complicated expressions on their faces. Lu Sheng's name is well known in the whole community, and Zheng Yufen and his wife are also the envy of all of them. Not long after, the family will move out of this old community and move into a large villa in the suburbs. The son of the old Lu family is promising, long. Xiao Sheng, do you have to bring us back a city martial arts champion in this year's college entrance examination? That's right, Xiao Sheng, if you take the champion of martial arts, everyone in our community will be honored, and we will be the champion community in the future. Faced with a lot of ridicule from neighbors, Lu Sheng smiled and said nothing, leaving his mother to deal with it alone, and walked to the side. 134 Moving, young Master Lu wants to win the champion. 3. Elder brother. Lu Qinghe's arms were filled with all kinds of plush toys that he couldn't bear to throw away, only showing a white face, walking like flying. How did you do on today's exam? Lu Sheng said lightly, it's okay. Yet, you are so strong in martial arts, your brain development level is far beyond that of ordinary people, you have a high IQ, and you can learn everything quickly. Moreover, the cultural test scores only account for 20% of the total score, as long as they don't hold back martial arts. Tomorrow's martial arts exam is the key. Lu Qinghe compared his fists to Lu Sheng, and said, come on brother, I believe you will be able to come back with a city martial arts champion. Hee. Lu Sheng smiled, reached out and rubbed Lu Qinghe's head without saying anything. Then he turned and walked towards those youths in the martial arts hall who were hangchi moving furniture. When Lu Sheng walked in front of those people, these people immediately put down the furniture in their hands and bowed respectfully to Lu Sheng. Young Master Lu. The scene is like the underworld is saying hello to the boss. Did Ni Shuang send you here? Lu Sheng asked lightly. A strong young man with a straight face replied, the owner of the gymnasium and senior sister Ni have both explained it. After young Master Lu's family moves to Washington, if you have anything to do, just call the martial arts hall. Just say hello, and the brothers will arrive immediately. These martial arts youths all treated Lu Sheng respectfully, and looked at him with undisguised adoration and admiration in their eyes. Master Ni is interested, and I will come to visit in person another day. Lu Sheng said something, turned and left. The youths in the martial arts hall immediately let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure of standing in front of Lu Sheng was too great, and the invisible aura washed over them like a tidal wave. It feels like facing a tiger directly, and there is a sense of creepiness all the time. I don't know how this young Master Lu's strength is now. He just stood here just now, and my scalp felt 620 numb, and goosebumps appeared on my back. A young man lifted up the furniture on the ground and said with lingering fear. Who isn't? Someone interjected, don't forget, young Master Lu was able to punch the disused Lin Tishan a few months ago, and Lin Tishan is a martial artist close to the 5th level. A few months ago, they still remember the scene of Lu Sheng punching Lin Tishan, the leader of the abandoned Iron Mountain Gate, with a punch. Lu Sheng's punch stunned the entire martial arts circle in Beihe City, shaking it for several days. Later, no one dared to go to the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall to provoke him. After several months of development, the Hongchuan Martial Art Museum has not only regained its vitality, but has also improved to a higher level. The Bankan young man who answered Lu's story before said, "Just kidding, young Master Lu is the one who wants to win the champion of martial arts. With Lu Xiao's strength, it's easy and a sure thing to win the city's martial arts champion. Dog Yuan. If we get the provincial martial arts champion, then we will be developed, and the entire Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall will follow suit." In the eyes of these martial arts youths, Lu Sheng has now become the golden signboard and patron saint of their Hongchuan martial arts. Provincial martial arts champion is probably not so easy to get. There are nearly 1 million college entrance examination candidates in a province, how can there be a few monsters? However, even if young Master Lu doesn't get the top prize in the provincial martial arts, it will definitely be safe to get the top few in the province. After all, young Master Lu himself is 1 in 1 million characters. Anyway, it's enough to take care of young Master Lu's family. Let's get to work. Okay. A group of youths from the martial arts hall started working quickly. Not long after, the Lu family's furniture and everything were moved, and the Lu family got in the car and left the community after seeing off the neighbors. "I've lived here for decades. Both Xiao Sheng and Ziahe were born here. I suddenly feel a little bit reluctant to move away." Mother Zheng Yufen looked back through the car window at the gradually distant community behind her, and sighed softly. Even Lu Qinghe, who was always noisy, didn't speak, and lay on the car window and kept looking behind. Lu Sheng was also a little touched. He still remembers the scene when he took Lu Qinghe around the neighborhood when he was a child, and was driven home by his mother with a rolling pin after dark. Lu Dahai said comfortingly, "Okay, it's not like I won't come back in the future. Moving to a new house today is such a happy thing, why are you so depressed?" Zheng Yufen nodded and said nothing more. Soon, the moving car came to the outskirts of the city, a villa area with beautiful scenery. It covers a large area, and the community is lined with green plants, and there are many detached villas. Lu Sheng's new home is here. Stop, no outsiders are allowed in here. When I drove to the entrance of the community, the car was stopped by the security of the community. "We are the owners here, and today is the first day we move." Lu Dahai got out of the car quickly, handed a cigarette to the community security guard, and then showed the owner's card to the security guard. The security guard looked Lu Dahai up and down, nodded hesitantly, and opened the door. "Then you guys go in, remember to keep the movement quiet, this is a high-end residential area." I know, it won't affect others." Lu Dahai got into the car with a smile and drove in. Lu Qinghe, who was sitting in the back seat, said, "Dad, why are you being so polite to him, and give him the reason? This guy clearly doesn't believe we are the owners, dog eyes look down on people." "You child, how do you talk? Zheng Yufen educated, in the future, if you bow your head and don't see you when you look up, is it wrong to be polite?" Lu Qinghe curled her lips and said nothing. Lu Sheng didn't say anything, and Lu Dahai drove the car straight inside. Soon he arrived in front of a brand new villa, and then called the martial arts youth in another car and friends from the moving company to come down to help. Lu Sheng stood at the gate of his courtyard, looking to both sides. The villa on the left is empty, and the owner does not seem to be at home. In the house on the right, a woman in her 40s stood by the window on the second floor, staring at their moving team for a while, and then slammed the curtains shut. "Xiao Sheng, take your own personal things in, so as not to be lost by others." Lu Dahai greeted him, Liu Sheng responded, withdrew his mental strength, and didn't look any further. Meanwhile, in the villa on the right of Liu Sheng's house, a woman in her 40s wearing a white home skirt came back from the window with a troubled look on her face. "Which house are you moving in the afternoon? The ping ping pong pong noise is so loud. Have new neighbors moved in next door?" The middle-aged man who was sitting on the sofa watching the news with a tablet raised his head, walked to the window and looked down curiously, and said, "Do you want to visit at night?" The middle-aged woman said unhappily, "I want to go to you, the whole family is dressed in rustic clothes, I don't want to deal with such people. If you want me to say that the housing price in Washington is still too low, it should be increased several times, and anyone who saves a little money can live in it." "You?" The middle-aged man frowned and glanced at the woman, then put down the tablet and said, "I won't tell you, I'll go to the office and the mayor has something to ask me." "Are you coming back for dinner tonight?" "No, it may be more than 7 o'clock when I come back." "Then you remember to pick up the child, I want to sleep for a while." At this time, Liu Dahai's voice commanding everyone to move came from outside the window, and the woman cursed angrily, "It's so noisy." The middle-aged man shook his head and walked out of the room quickly. "It's done. The moving work is not completely over until it is completely dark. The main reason is that the house is too big, with 3 floors, and it takes a lot of time to clean it." Zheng Yufen didn't want to clean up and she did everything by herself, she was exhausted. Liu Sheng's family looked at the spacious, bright and beautifully decorated villa, all of them had joyful smiles on their faces. The entire villa has a total of 3 floors, more than a dozen rooms, and 2 large martial arts training rooms underneath. It cost more than 7 million yuan to buy, and the garden and garage were also given away. "In the future, I will finally have my own martial arts training room, I have to go and see it quickly." Liu Qinghe ran to the basement with a face full of excitement. Liu Dahai looked at it with a smile, and said to Zheng Yufen, "Hurry up and cook, I will bring some fruit to visit the neighbors. We are newcomers, and we will inevitably ask them to help take care of us in the future." Zheng Yufen said yes. "Dad, why don't I go with you?" Liu Sheng stood up. But Liu Haihei waved his hands again and again, "No need, no need, you go up to rest quickly, and I will call you down for dinner later. Tomorrow's college entrance examination, calling you to move for a long time is already too much." "All right." Liu Sheng nodded and followed Liu Haihei. After going upstairs, Liu Sheng first took out his mobile phone to He Lingsu, and a few people with good relationships sent messages to tell him the address of his new home. Then I flipped through the class chat group. At this moment, a bunch of people in the class group are discussing the answers. Because liberal arts scores do not account for a large proportion of the total score, few people will feel that it affects their mentality, but there are still some people who are happy and others who are worried. Liu Sheng's heart has always been calm. Over the past few months, his mental strength has probably already broken through level 5. In addition, he has absorbed a large number of memory fragments in the dream space, and the level of brain development is even far superior to that of an ordinary level 5 psychiatrist. The reaction in other aspects is that the learning ability is extremely abnormal, the brain thinking speed is extremely fast, and the memory is so good that it is outrageous. Coupled with the cramming in cultural subjects during the past few months, Liu Sheng estimated by himself. Even if you don't get full marks in all subjects, there shouldn't be any problem if you score more than 140 points in all subjects. It's no wonder that cultural subjects account for such a low proportion of the total score. Martial arts strength has improved, and learning cultural knowledge is much easier than ordinary people. It is estimated that next year the proportion of culture class grades will have to be reduced. Liu Sheng thought to himself. 135 in the infinite rebirth, you can kill the master. 4. Then the people in the group began to ask each other about their chi and blood values, their combat power index, which exam room they will be in for the martial arts exam tomorrow, and so on. Liu Sheng took a glance and exited. Liu Sheng leaned lightly on the chair and looked up at the ceiling. The villa was packaged and repaired when it was bought, and the details are very beautiful. Liu Sheng stared at the pattern on the corner of the ceiling, recalling what he had gained in the past few months. Now, his inner strength has already stood at the pinnacle of a 4th-level warrior, and he has the capital to completely set foot on the 5th level at any time. In fact, if you want to upgrade to the 5th level, Liu Sheng can already do it. It has been delayed until now because he used the natural breathing method to repeatedly temper his inner strength. It has been tempered twice before and after, and now the 3rd time is about to be completed. The originally pale golden inner strength now flows in his body like a golden amber. The power has also doubled several times compared to the original. Then in other respects, the increase in qi and blood of the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra has broken through to 2.5%. This exercise becomes more and more difficult as you go forward. Because the structure of the human body will change, and he is in the period of rapid growth of strength and body, the speed of change is faster. Liu Sheng built a heart in the front, and had to go back and modify it later, which was very troublesome. It can be achieved in a few months, which is already a very good result. As for other aspects, the stellar force was completed in the first stage of the immortal golden body, and after the 2nd stage of refining, it continued to break through at an explosive speed. Now Liu Sheng can achieve 20 times the power of stars. The 4 special breathing methods can be regarded as progress. According to the official statement heard during the selection of Kaiming generals, Liu Sheng estimated. Now I have reached the level of mastery of the 3 breathing methods of wind, earth, and thunder. Breath of flame is the 2nd level of control. The 2nd level of breath of flame, in addition to allowing Liu Sheng to create fireballs out of thin air, also has a very strong burst splash damage in terms of attack. Of course, this has to be reflected in actual combat. During this period of time, Liu Sheng practiced with the Grand Master Valkyrie almost every day, and now he was able to survive under the hands of the Grand Master Valkyrie for 5 full minutes. Compared with the first meeting, it was seconds. Undoubtedly a huge improvement. Of course, this also benefited from the evolution of Shiquan Budo's first form. For several months, Liu Sheng didn't know how many memory fragments he absorbed in the dream space. Although it contained a lot of repetitive and useless memories, it abruptly pushed his martial arts to the pinnacle of perfection. Pull one hair and move the whole body. The result of this is that Liu Sheng's combat effectiveness in the first form of Shiquan martial arts soared wildly again. This is an overall qualitative change triggered by quantitative changes. If I break through all my martial arts, can Shiquan martial arts enter the 2nd form? Liu Sheng didn't know, but he was looking forward to it. In fact, compared to the college entrance examination, Liu Sheng is more eager to defeat the Grand Master Valkyrie in the dream space. That is his biggest challenge at this stage. After the college entrance examination, without accident, my authority must break through the 4th level. Wait until you get the follow-up skills of the 3 major 11th level martial arts, make a breakthrough in strength, turn your inner strength into strength, and step into the 5th level ranks. You should be able to successfully take down the Grand Master Valkyrie. The more he fights with the Grand Master Valkyrie, the more Liu Sheng yearns for the glacier-like majestic and brilliant spear and martial arts she masters. Although Liu Sheng now has his own weapon. Clang! It was like the sound of a long knife being unsheathed. Hundreds of thumb-sized silver blades flew out from Liu Sheng's back. These blades hovered rapidly on the ceiling of the room, making sharp cracking sounds. Suddenly, the blades came together to form a half-moon-shaped silver scimitar whose surface was not smooth and filled with countless ridges. Endless knife wheel. In the 2nd week after Liu Sheng returned to Beihe City, Tang Milan transferred all the proceeds from the sale of the mithril mine to Liu Sheng's account. A total of 2.7 billion. In other words, the mithril mine excavated by Liu Sheng produced a full 2,700 kilograms of mithril. Overnight, Liu Sheng became a billionaire. Then overnight, he turned back into a pauper again. Liu Sheng spent more than 2.6 billion on purchasing the materials for the cutter wheel. The material required for the seamless knife wheel is too much, dozens of times that of ordinary mithril-level weapons. Think about the third-level spiritualist that Liu Sheng slaughtered back then. A set of dense silver spider silk weighed several caddies. And the pair of knife wheels in his hand now weighs a full 30.7 kilograms. Then it cost tens of millions more to hire someone to build it on the Star Network. This is still the discounted price for his proof of having a fourth-level psychotherapist. After a lot of trouble, now Liu Sheng only has a few million money left on him. Liu Sheng wanted to laugh when he thought of the idea that he wanted to buy the auxiliary materials of the seamless knife wheel with 5 million in his pocket. No wonder the psychiatrist is so expensive, there is no way. Nima's profession is a bottomless pit of burning money. Of course, after getting the finished knife wheel, Liu Sheng still felt that it was worth it. A huge silver scimitar nearly 1 meter long and half a meter wide hovered quietly above the room, reflecting a mysterious and misty silver brilliance under the illumination of the light. If it is on the battlefield, this luxurious and beautiful weapon really does not know what kind of terrifying harvesting machine it will become. In the past few months, Liu Sheng has also successfully mastered one of the ultimate moves in Wuzhong Dao Wheel. Below level 5, there is only this killer move. The Tinder Resource Bank's introduction to this killing move is very simple, only 4 short words. Can kill the master. Of course, this is just a simple interpretation of the power of this move. The master is not dead, just stand still and let you beheaded. It's just that it can break through the Grand Master's force field, and there is a chance to injure or even kill a 7th-level Grand Master-level martial arts expert. But even so, Liu Sheng could vaguely see the display of the true fangs of a spiritual master from these 4 words. Even after more than 10,000 years in martial arts, a spiritual teacher is still a highly sought-after top martial arts profession. Not without reason. At the 5th level, you can kill the master. So, level 6, level 7. What about the psychiatrist's combat technique, which is more powerful than the infernal blade? All the nerves in Liu Sheng's body were trembling, and all the brain cells were looking forward to it. And the name of this type of ultimate move is also quite domineering, it is called Infernal Rebirth. When the silver knife wheel shines brightly, hold hands on the way to death. Liu Sheng even thought about the slogan of his move, but after thinking about it, he felt something was wrong. 0. Ask for flowers. The form of the endless rebirth can be combined with the will of my master, and the color of my inner strength is golden, so it should be the golden knife wheel blooming. Liu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. I don't know how I will win if I face Yu Fei's palm with my current strength. Liu Sheng's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he wanted to go back to the time when Kaiming's General Star was selected forcibly and was slapped by Yu Fei. He estimated that he could hit Yu Fei severely with one move. After all, he had tried this move on the Grand Master Valkyrie. It worked so well that the Grand Master Valkyrie was almost disemboweled. It's just that the fighting consciousness of the Grand Master Valkyrie is too strong, which is not comparable to that of ordinary Grand Masters. And after Liu Sheng releases this move, the 5th-level mental power will be completely emptied, and he will become a useless person in a second, and will be smashed into scum by the Master Valkyrie in the next second. So it's still a bit short. If my strength can support a few more tricks of infernal rebirth, the Grand Master Valkyrie will also have to lie down. After all, she is not a real master anymore. All in all, Liu Sheng's overall strength has undergone a radical transformation during these months of retreat. 0. Even he himself doesn't know how far his current extreme combat power has reached. And tomorrow's college entrance examination martial arts exam. It is the best testing opportunity. The champion of the city's martial arts, the champion of the provincial martial arts. Liu Sheng was talking to himself, and there was light in his eyes. My goal is more than that. Elder brother. A heart-piercing shout broke Liu Sheng's thoughts. The voice of younger sister Lu Qinghe came from the first floor. Come down to eat. Eat. The house is bigger and has echoes. Lu Sheng stood up and walked outside the room, stood in the corridor shaking the phone in his hand, frowned and said, Lu Qinghe, don't you know that there is something called a mobile phone in this world? Lu Qinghe in the living room stuck out her tongue, embarrassedly said, I'm used to shouting, I forgot. Lu Sheng shook his head speechlessly and walked downstairs. In the past few months, he has been giving special training to Lu Qinghe. With the body training technique and the uninterrupted support of the Lingji's Wangxue decoction, Lu Qinghe has already possessed the strength of a first-level official warrior, but he has never taken the test. And in terms of actual combat, Lu Qinghe, who was tortured by Lu Sheng for several months, is no longer comparable to the existence of ordinary peers. As soon as I walked into the living room, I could smell the smell of meat coming from the restaurant. My mother Zheng Yufen has a pair of skillful hands, and she can prepare a large table of dishes in just a few tens of minutes. Now the common recipes in Lu Sheng's family have been completely replaced by exotic meat. As a Kaiming general, Lu Sheng, who is highly appreciated by Major General Yu Fei, is it too much to receive the exotic animal meat from the eastern military region every week? Not at all excessive. Dong Qingxiu said that these things are almost piled up in the eastern military region, and the front lines are transported back by truck every day. It's not worth the money, but it's troublesome to deal with, and there's a lot of curry in the warehouse that doesn't have time to deal with it. When Lu Sheng came to the restaurant, his mother Zheng Yufen was setting the dishes, and Lu Dehai was sitting at the table complaining angrily. It's college entrance examination. Sheng is finally going to take the college entrance examination. Please give some monthly tickets to support, cheer for Lu Sheng and take the champion of martial arts. 136 1 meter restricted area. 5. What kind of people, between neighbors, is it necessary to do this? Okay, I know she is such a person, so just ignore her in the future. Mother Zheng Yufen comforts Lu Dehai. What's the matter? Dad? Lu Sheng sat down at the table and asked. Only then did Lu Dehai explain to him. It turned out that he was excited to visit the neighbors with fruit. The neighbors on the right were okay, they were a couple of retired old professors, the couple were very polite and even sent back a few boxes of pastries. The one on the left is different. At first, when Lu Haihei sent fruit in, it was Aunt who opened the door, took the fruit and went in, saying to inform the hostess. As a result, Lu Dehai waited at the door for 10 minutes, but no one saw him, but the fruit he brought in was thrown out. Isn't this just a slap in the face? After listening to Lu Haihei's narration, Lu Sheng stood up and said calmly, I'll go find them. Lu Sheng thought of the woman in the white dress who yanked the curtains in the afternoon. Lu Dehai quickly grabbed him and pushed him hard onto the chair. Forget it, why are you looking for her? You still want to do it? In the future, let's not bother with this kind of person. You still have the college entrance examination tomorrow, don't make any more troubles. April 47 Zheng Yufen also advised, that's right, just listen to your father, it's not a big deal, so don't go. Lu Sheng frowned and could only give up. Next the family began to eat dinner. Today is the joy of the Lu family's housewarming. Lu Dehai happily drank a few drinks and said with a smile, in a few days, I will call some old guys from the company to my house, and let's have a lively time together. After dinner, Lu Sheng was driven upstairs by Zheng Yufen. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination, hurry up and go to rest. Lu Sheng had no choice but to go to bed early, and went to the dream space to find the Master Valkyrie to relax. Nothing to say all night. In the early morning, without the sound of Lu Qinghe waking up, Lu Sheng walked out of the room an hour earlier than usual. Breakfast is still the same as usual, but there is an extra bowl of noodles. There are also 2 poached eggs in the noodles. Smooth and smooth, bless my little saint to get a good grade in the exam. Mother Zheng Yufen was muttering something. Lu Sheng looked funny and heartwarming. While Lu Sheng was eating breakfast, Lu Qinghe also dressed up and came downstairs. Brother, I will accompany you to the exam later. Lu Sheng glanced at Lu Qinghe, nodded and said, all right, I'll let you feel the atmosphere of the college entrance examination in advance, so that you won't be nervous next time in the college entrance examination. Lu Qinghe pouted, but didn't say anything. The two finished their breakfast quickly, and then were sent to the door by Zheng Yufen. Don't be nervous, take the exam well, no matter what you get in the exam, you are the proudest son of your parents. Zheng Yufen patted Lu Sheng's clothes, dusted off the non-existent dust, and instructed patiently. Lu Sheng responded that he knew. Did he? There was the sound of a car horn behind him. Looking back, Lu Dahai was sitting in the car and greeted Lu Sheng energetically. Son, get in the car. Today, Lu Sheng taking the college entrance examination seems to be a big event for the whole family. Why did you honk the horn early in the morning? You thought it wasn't loud enough yesterday. On the second floor of the adjacent villa, a cold woman in a nightgown with a mean expression shouted through the window. Then, regardless of whether Lu Sheng and the others heard it, they closed the curtains and disappeared. Lu Sheng looked in the woman's direction and frowned slightly. Crazy woman, if something is bothering her, I will honk the horn. Lu Dahai muttered a few words angrily, but after all, he didn't really continue to press, but just urged Lu Sheng and the two to get in the car quickly. After Lu Sheng got into the car, Lu Haihei drove out of the community. Lu Haihei can drive, and he often drives in the logistics company, so Lu Sheng bought him a new car. The car is not expensive, it looks like 100,000, but Lu Dahai is very precious, it is as new as when he first came after a few months. Son, take the exam well. Whether our old Lu family can produce a martial arts champion is up to you. In the car, Lu Dahai smiled and said to Lu Sheng. Lu Qinghe immediately shouted dissatisfied, Dad, there is still me. Hahobi keep working hard. The three talked and laughed, and entered the urban area, and did not stop until the city sports center. The usually empty entrance of the sports center is crowded with people today. Parents and students who came to take the college entrance examination are everywhere, and there are cars parked on the side of the road. Shit, it's still too late. Lu Haihei patted his thigh, and it took him a while to find a parking space, and then the three of them walked over together. Walking to the entrance of the sports center, tens of meters away from the entrance of the sports center, a long yellow line blocked off. Except for candidates, no one else is allowed to enter. Hey, take the exam well, don't be nervous, strive to perform exceptionally, and pass the exam to the Qi Wuhan University, then you will be honored. Do you want to drink water? Are you hungry? Do you want to go to the bathroom? Have you brought your ID card? You brat, how could you forget such an important thing at home? Take a taxi. Most of the conversations that came from my ears were similar conversations. Lu Haihei looked at the sports center and said with emotion, I think back then, I also took the martial arts test here. Unfortunately, my qualifications are not good enough, and my nutrition can't keep up. After a cutscene, I was dismissed. Turning around, Lu Haihei looked at Lu Sheng with a proud and gratified look, and said, Son, you are 100 times better than Dad. I won't say anything else, just a word, and I will do my best. Don't let your youth leave regrets. Lu Sheng said seriously, Dad, I understand. Lu Qinghe also said to Lu Sheng, Brother, come on, Dad and I are waiting for you outside. Lu Sheng nodded, then bid farewell to the two, and walked towards the entrance of the sports center alone. First line up to check the ID card and examination admission ticket, and after crossing the yellow line, a large number of candidates flocked to the entrance. Behind him, there are countless pairs of eyes full of expectation. The annual martial arts exam finally kicked off. Sheng could tell that the candidates around him were all nervous. Standing out in appearance, tall and straight, half a head taller than others, the handsome Sheng stands out among a group of high school students. Coupled with his calm expression, he naturally attracted a lot of attention along the way. But no one recognized him. After all, it's been half a year since the last time he appeared on TV, and Sheng has undergone major changes in both his appearance and temperament. Only a few people thought he was familiar, but couldn't remember his name. Sheng was eager to run into a few old classmates. However, there are dozens of students in the 3rd and 5th classes of Beihe No. 3 Middle School. Among the tens of thousands of candidates, it is like throwing a plate of fine sand into the sea. The probability of encountering them is too small. During the martial arts exam, all the schools and classes were broken up and rearranged, in order to avoid too much communication with people you know and affect the mood of the exam. The huge Beihe City Sports Center, which can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, is now divided into individual small rooms by partitions. There is an instrument for measuring qi and blood and an instrument for measuring combat effectiveness index in each small room. Sheng found his examination room according to the admission ticket number. There's already a long queue here. There are a total of 3 invigilators in each examination room, one is in charge of measuring qi and blood, and the other is in charge of measuring the combat effectiveness index. There is also a complex at the gate to maintain order and arrange admission for candidates. Under the command of the examiner, the candidates line up according to the admission ticket number, and then enter the examination room in batches. When Sheng was queuing up, the candidates in front had already started their assessment. Serial number 000236, serial number 000240, now enter the examination room. The invigilator called a group of people to go in, and suddenly walked towards Sheng quickly, frowning and said, "What's going on with you? Can you line up properly?" He has been paying attention to this area for a while, and found that the team in front is crowded into a group, and the team behind is also crowded into a group, leaving only a distance of more than 1 meter in the middle. Strange not. "You go forward." The invigilator told Sheng to go forward, but Sheng complied. Then he commanded a little fat man behind Sheng, "You also go forward, so what are you doing in the back? Isn't there room in the front?" The little fat man was sweating profusely, and he argued, "Examiner, it's not that I don't want to go forward, it's that I feel inexplicably nervous when I get close to him, and my calves tremble. It was fine when I first came in, but now I don't know why, it's getting worse and worse." "Nervous? What's wrong?" The invigilator frowned, and looking back, the examinees who were in front of Sheng somehow started to squeeze forward for no reason, as if there was a thorn in his back. Only then did the invigilator set his sights on Sheng. "I don't know if I don't look at it, but when I looked carefully, my heart suddenly jumped. No wonder people with 3.7 before and after are unwilling to come within 1 meter of this candidate. This examinee exudes a coercive aura, like an invisible aura, so that people around him unconsciously want to stay away from him." At this time, the invigilator was in this aura, and he felt his scalp tingling and the hairs on his arms standing up. It's like being targeted by some beast. Monster. The invigilator let out a low cry in his heart. He is very clear that this is an aura naturally exuded by a warrior whose qi and blood are so rich. It can be said that a self-protection mechanism of the human body is at work, and the instinct is to stay away from danger and stay in a safe place. This is something engraved in the genes, and it cannot be changed. It's not that the invigilator has never seen a similar situation, but it's unusual for this kind of situation to appear in a 17 or 18-year-old college entrance examination. Think carefully. The invigilator secretly took note of Sheng's face, casually ordered to keep order, and left in a hurry. Even the invigilator can't control it, let alone the others. As a result, a peculiar spectacle of 1 meter forbidden area was formed around Liu Sheng. This is the result of Liu Sheng's efforts to restrain himself. This spectacle lasted until it was Liu Sheng's turn to enter the examination room. 137 Measuring Qi and Blood, breaking the needle to take blood. Serial number 000561-000565, enter the examination room now. Liu Sheng's serial number was one of them, and he happened to be the last one in the group of 5 people. He followed the people in front of him into the examination room. The little fat man behind Liu Sheng heaved a sigh of relief. To be ranked behind Liu Sheng is simply suffering. He didn't dare to get within 1 meter of Liu Sheng's body at all. Once he got close, his calves would tremble and his body would be sweating profusely. The people behind the key kept squeezing him, even though he was walking forward. To be honest, if it wasn't for the college entrance examination where you had to queue up by serial number, the little fat man would have begged the people behind to hurry up and stand in front of him. Fortunately, now the ordeal is finally over. But the test status will definitely be affected to a certain extent. As for whether it will affect the final test score, you can only ask for blessings. Liu Sheng walked into the examination room and saw a small room. The upper, lower, left, and right sides were temporarily built with 2 layers of plastic boards and special materials in between. Regardless of the stability, the main purpose is to block the line of sight and sound insulation, so as to prevent mutual influence with other surrounding examination rooms. Seeing the 5 people coming in, the 2 invigilators in the examination room first took out the roster to roll their names, and then checked the ID cards and admission tickets of the 5 Liu Shengs. If people who have eaten something they shouldn't eat in the past 2 days can come out by themselves now, we can treat it as an absence from the exam, and it will not affect your next college entrance exam. An invigilator glanced at every candidate present and said coldly. No one stood up. He didn't say anything else, but announced the start of the assessment. Wang Jinyang. The invigilator reads the name of the first candidate. Come up to measure qi and blood, and the candidates behind will prepare. 02. Candidates whose names were read immediately stepped up and walked to the instrument for testing qi and blood. Put out your right index finger. The invigilator spoke. The candidate named Wang Jinyang quickly stretched out his right index finger. His hands were visibly trembling, his face was frighteningly pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat. It seems that the psychological quality is extremely bad. Don't be nervous, in fact, it's no different from your usual test, just relax. The invigilator said a few words of comfort, then opened a pack of blood collection needles, pricked lightly on Wang Jinyang's right index finger, took out a drop of blood, and put it into the blood measuring instrument. Others in the examination room unconsciously focused their gazes on the instrument. Accompanied by the blue light scanning, a sharp siren sounded suddenly. A red light on the blood measuring instrument flickered rapidly, and then a message popped up on the display: the blood contains illegal drug ingredients. In an instant, the examinee named Wang Jinyang immediately yelled. I didn't take banned drugs. I didn't take banned drugs. I just drank some chicken soup made by my uncle with a folk recipe. He said it would help the exam. The 2 invigilators in the room stared at the candidate coldly. The invigilator who was in charge of measuring the combat effectiveness index looked indifferent, grabbed the candidate and walked out. I have reminded you just now, you don't want to stand up, no wonder others. Be honest, or you will suffer. Liu Sheng and the rest of the candidates just watched helplessly as this candidate named Wang Jinyang was dragged away from the examination room by the invigilator with a face full of despair. Although no matter in school or when they came in, the rule of no cheating has been mentioned repeatedly. But seeing someone violate this red line with their own eyes is still embarrassing. Liu Sheng was also moved. He has only experienced a more formal martial arts test once, and that was the time when he was formally tested by the Beihai City Martial Arts Association. There was no accident that time, so that Liu Sheng almost forgot about it. The blood measuring instrument not only has the function of measuring qi and blood values, but also can measure various hidden components in your blood. The examinee named Wang Jiniang just now didn't know what kind of banned drug that can help increase qi and blood, so he was directly kicked out as cheating. Once cheating is found in the college entrance examination, you will never be able to participate in the second time in your life, and you will not be admitted to any martial arts college. It is estimated that after he goes back, he will definitely hate that uncle who gave him chicken soup to drink. Report to the examiner. At this time, an examinee suddenly raised his hand nervously and reported, "I just took a dose of tonic this morning, will it be detected and treated as cheating?" The invigilator looked calm and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as you don't take drugs that contain prohibited drugs, the instrument will not detect them, and you will not be judged as cheating. Because you have taken some tonics before, each of you has more or less some of them in your body, and it doesn't matter when you take them." Except for Liu Sheng, the other three candidates were all relieved. If you think about it carefully, the martial arts tonics sold separately on the market are originally officially recognized as weak martial arts cultivation aids. Even if you ate it just before entering the examination room, as long as your body absorbs it quickly enough, the increased qi and blood value will be considered as your strength, and it will naturally be included in the score. Okay, don't be affected by it, go ahead and test it. Next one, Fang Ping. The next candidate goes up. One by one, the three candidates finished the test one after another. During the period, the invigilator who carried people out also came back. There was no joy or anger on his face, as if nothing had happened. The three candidates ranked in front of Liu Sheng had mediocre blood scores. Only one of the three candidates had a blood score of more than 0.85, reaching the minimum standard for undergraduate courses, and the others were not as good. But it's not that there is no chance at all. If they perform well enough in the next combat effectiveness assessment, they may still be able to pass the score line of Wuhan University. Moreover, there is also a bonus for cultural courses. Finally it was Liu Sheng's turn. In the examination room, the eyes of the two invigilators and the three candidates all focused on Liu Sheng. To be precise, the two proctors noticed Liu Sheng from the moment Liu Sheng came in. Whether it is appearance or aura, Liu Sheng is as conspicuous and eye-catching among all candidates as a burning torch in the dark night. It's hard to get people not to notice him. The martial arts test is not like the literary test. In many cases, you can tell at a glance whether you have strength or not. Are you ready? The invigilator in charge of measuring the qi and blood values specifically asked Liu Sheng a question. Two hearts were pounding in Liu Sheng's chest. Suddenly, an invisible coercion suddenly spread from him. The faces of the two invigilators changed instantly. The one closest to Liu Sheng couldn't help but take a few steps back. As for the three candidates on the sidelines, they couldn't help but retreated to the position close to the wall. Everyone looked at Liu Sheng with a look of horror. If the previous Liu Sheng was a fierce tiger, it would be daunting. So now, the fierce tiger roared, and the power of the Beast King was completely released. All right. Liu Sheng spoke calmly. Since it is the college entrance examination, there is only one chance in a lifetime, so he naturally has to go all out. Well. The invigilator who measured qi and blood resisted the waves of oppressive aura exuding from Liu Sheng's body, walked up to him, and picked up a pack of blood-taking needles. Just about to open it, I heard Liu Sheng speak. Change it to another one, this needle probably won't pierce my skin. The invigilator stopped the movement of his hands, and looked at him suddenly with disbelief. Liu Sheng said calmly, I have already completed body tempering. The two invigilators looked at each other and looked at each other. Although I had already guessed in my heart, I still felt a different kind of shock when I heard Liu Sheng admit it personally. As for the other three candidates, they were completely stupefied. With their qi and blood levels, they haven't been exposed to tempering their muscles and bones yet, so what does it mean to complete body tempering? Good. The invigilator who was testing the qi and blood nodded heavily, and immediately took out a pack of more advanced blood-taking needles from the drawer. This blood-taking needle can generally test those below the 5th level. He seemed to say this to Sheng specially. Sheng stretched out his right hand, nodded and said, "Then try it." The proctor's eyelids twitched slightly, but he didn't speak. He heard a trace of uncertainty in Sheng's tone. Although it is indeed remarkable to complete body tempering at your age, it is impossible to set foot on the 5th level. What is a try? The invigilator groaned, tore off the outer package of the blood collection needle, and then took blood from Sheng. For the first time, the blood-taking needle made a dent on the belly of Sheng's index finger, but it missed it. The invigilator didn't care, and slightly increased the strength of his hand. In the second stroke, the needle was taken and deeply plunged into Sheng's skin. No blood drops. Still haven't gotten into it. The invigilator was a little surprised, and couldn't help but glance at the other invigilator. Turning his head, he showed a bit of determination on his face, and stabbed his hands hard. Ka! There was a slight crisp sound. The high-grade blood-taking needle, which claims to be able to take blood under the 5th level, broke. Sheng's pricked index finger slowly returned to fullness and flatness. Unscathed. The two invigilators were all stunned for a moment. Staring blankly at the half of the blood-taking needle left in his hand, he didn't say a word for a long time. The three examinees watching with wide-eyed eyes were also startled, and a thought popped into their minds at the same time. This is an advanced blood collection needle? Why is it more fragile than ordinary blood collection needles? Is the quality of the assessment equipment for the college entrance examination still so poor? What level are you? Finally, the invigilator who was in charge of measuring the qi and blood value popped out a sentence, and looked at Shi with a grieved face. Sheng shook his head, and replied, "You can change to a more advanced needle, sharpen it slowly, drill it slowly and try it. My flesh is harder than the average person." The two invigilators were a little confused. What is called? Grind slowly, talk slowly? They have served as invigilators for the college entrance examination for an unknown number of times, and this is the first time they have encountered an examinee who could not even get blood from an advanced blood collection needle. Damn Nima! Ask for flowers and monthly tickets, thank you. 138 Magma flowing under the ice, shocking the president of the Martial Arts Association. 2. It took a lot of time to calm down from the complicated emotions. If you don't want to test the combat power first, I'll ask the higher UPS for instructions. The invigilator in charge of measuring qi and blood said to the invigilator who measured combat effectiveness. Good. The invigilator left in a hurry. The invigilator who was left to test the combat effectiveness took a deep breath, trying not to let himself look at Sheng, and forced himself to calm down. Then let's test the combat power index first, that classmate, you will test your blood value later. Good. Sheng has no objection. The three examinees who were leaning against the wall also walked back slowly. Seeing Sheng's awe-inspiring eyes, the three of them subconsciously kept away from him. First, the invigilator read out a person's name, and the candidate whose name was read came out, walked to the instrument for measuring combat effectiveness, and began to test the Combat Effectiveness Index. Combat Index, 78. Combat Index, 86. Combat Index, 83. There were no ups and downs. The three candidates tested their combat effectiveness separately, and the results they got were similar to the blood values they had just tested. Then it was Sheng's turn again. The invigilator, who was testing the combat effectiveness, looked at Sheng with complicated eyes. For some reason, he felt a little inexplicably anxious. His intuition told him that the next test of Sheng's combat power index might not go well. The proctor who tested the combat effectiveness subconsciously glanced at the combat effectiveness index test equipment in the room. The equipment is very new, and it was purchased by the Beihai City government and the Wushu Association for this year's college entrance examination. In order to ensure the accuracy of the results, the test instruments dedicated to the college entrance examination need to be repurchased every year, and there will never be old failures. The maximum test limit is 990,000, and anyone below level 6 can be tested. No matter how powerful this kid is, he can still be a master at the age of 18? What the hell was I worrying about just now? The invigilator who measured the combat effectiveness index shook his head self-deprecatingly, because he felt ridiculous because of a trace of worry that had just surfaced in his heart. His face immediately returned to calm, and he pronounced Liu Sheng's name. Now you. Liu Sheng nodded, and walked to the instrument for measuring the combat effectiveness index. He didn't do it right away. To be honest, Liu Sheng is also very curious about what level his current combat power has reached. This is undoubtedly the best opportunity for verification. If so, let's test it out. Liu Sheng inhaled slowly, and the long breath seemed to be endless. He began to mobilize the power in his body one by one. Switch, breath of flame. The temperature in the room seemed to be slowly rising, and the three candidates tugged at their collars unconsciously. Obviously the air conditioner is sufficient. Is it because I am too nervous? 2 hearts pounded. Divine illumination of Pluto Sutra, Qi and blood increase. A palpitating fiery aura emanated from Liu Sheng's body, and the invisible experience seemed to distort the air. The invigilator's eyes were a little loose. Are you ready? He spoke hastily. Etc. Liu Sheng's voice became a little strange, and he seemed to be suppressing a little bit of restlessness under his calm. It's like hot magma flowing under the ice. Mental power, the tense is on. Even if the huge spiritual force belonging to the 5th level is highly condensed, there is still a trace of fluctuations emanating from it. The 3 examinees were pale, sweating profusely, and shrank step by step to a corner. They finally felt that something was obviously wrong, and what brought them this sense of wrongness was this peer in front of them who gradually exudes a terrifying aura like a prehistoric electric beast. Quick, hurry up. The invigilator's voice also became a little trembling, and he swallowed hard, feeling extremely anxious. Immediately. Liu Sheng replied. At this moment, golden eyes are blooming little by little in his eyes. The first form of Shiquan martial arts quietly entered. At this time, several people in the room suddenly felt their bodies loosen. The terrifying aura that I felt from Liu Sheng before was like a wild beast, and the room was slowly rolling down like a giant mountain, creating a suffocating sense of horror and oppression. Suddenly disappeared without a trace at this moment. The temperature of the room also dropped and became cool again. As if everything they felt just now was not an illusion. Even the invigilator blinked, looking a little confused. At this time, Liu Sheng's final voice sounded. All right. The sound returned to calm, as if the magma flowing under the water had solidified. But the next moment, the ice crumbles and the lava erupts. A terrifying aura burst out from Liu Sheng like a mountain roaring in a tsunami. 20 times the power of the stars. Grandmaster skills. 10 days on the same day. The invigilator's pupils contracted severely, and in the reflection of the pitch-black pupils, it seemed that 10 rounds of golden suns were rising rapidly. Punch! Boom! Snapped! After the chess piece was settled, Su Yadong calmly looked at the chunky middle-aged man in trousers and shirt sitting opposite him, and said, General, Director Liu. The chunky middle-aged man stared at the chessboard several times, his face full of embarrassment, and finally he smiled wryly. I lost. President Su's chess skills are too high. I lost 7 games in a row. Isn't it Director Liu who asked me? I'm a martial artist, how can I play chess? Su Yadong said with a light smile. The chunky middle-aged man waved his hand and said, I want to, but my strength doesn't allow it. Haha. Su Yadong is the person in charge of the college entrance examination in Beihai City, and also the president of the Shuhei City Martial Artists Association. The annual college entrance examination for students is jointly organized by the Education Bureau and the Municipal Wushu Association. The Martial Arts Association dispatched people to serve as invigilators, while the Education Bureau was responsible for other post-guarantee work. However, in order to prevent fraud from being involved in the relationship with the invigilators and examinees in the city, the martial arts associations in each city are basically cross-proctors. For example, Su Yaodong, the head of the Wushu Association of Shuhei City, is in charge of the college entrance examination in Beihai City, while Xiao Yuhi, the head of the Wushu Association of Beihai City, has to go to other cities. And the chunky middle-aged man who sat in front of Su Yaodong and played chess with him was the director of the Beihai City Education Bureau. Director Lu, do you want to play another game? How about go? After winning 7 games in a row, Su Yaodong felt a little bored, not knowing whether the opponent was deliberately throwing water or it was really a stinky chess basket, so he proposed a different way of leisure. President Su thinks I'm bad at chess, right? Okay, let's switch to Go, I won't let you go. Director Lu stood up with a smile, ready to call his men to find a set of Go. Just then, someone knocked on the office door and walked in. President, there is one important thing I need to ask you for instructions. The person who came was Su Yaodong's secretary. While tidying up the chessboard on the coffee table, Su Yaodong said, "What's the matter, tell me." An examinee in Beihai City broke the blood collection needle used for blood collection, and the invigilator of the examination room wants to apply for a more advanced blood collection needle. Su Yaodong frowned, and said with some displeasure, "Isn't every examination room issued an intermediate blood needle, and if it's not enough, give another one? Do you need to ask me for instructions?" The secretary was silent for a while, and replied, "President, the candidate who broke is the intermediate blood needle." Crack! HS piece in Su Yaodong's hand was crushed into several pieces by him. Director Lu, who stood by and listened silently, had a look of great surprise on his face. Su Yaodong walked in mid-air for a few seconds, then regained his composure, casually threw the broken chess piece into the trash can, and said, "Then bring him a high-level blood collection needle, and also, send the candidate's resume, bring me a copy of the document." "Yes." The secretary left in a hurry. Su Yaodong raised his head, looked at Director Lu who was already smiling, and said with a wry smile, "Director Lu, congratulations. Luck. Director Lu said he was modest, but in fact, the joy on his face was almost overflowing. Both of them are very clear about what the concept of being able to break the middle-level blood-taking needle represents. This proves that a super evildoer with a martial arts cultivation base of at least level 4 or above appeared in the examination room of Beihai City. This achievement is incredible. Already fully qualified to hit the provincial martial arts champion, and even enter the national ranking. 18 years old, level 4 or above, it's incredible, Director Lu. The more Su Yaodong thought about it, the more complicated his mood became, and he came up in waves like tea returning sweetness. Hehe, President Xiao usually guides me well, so I'll take advantage of it. Director Liu's smiling face bloomed into a cluster of flowers, holding his round belly like a Maitreya Buddha. Danyo Zhao. Su Yaodong heard something from this sentence, his expression changed, and he asked curiously, "Director Lu doesn't seem surprised at all." "How can I not be surprised, but my heart is more or less a bit bottomed." Director Lu took a step forward, and said somewhat mysteriously, "Does President Su know about the selection of Kaiming generals that the Eastern Military Region conducts every year?" Su Yaodong nodded, reacted suddenly, and whispered, "Director Lu, what you mean is that this year's Kaiming general is from your Beihai City?" Director Lu smiled brighter and brighter. "It was also President Xiao who secretly revealed to me not long ago. Speaking of which, this son-in-law Kailan is still a well-known martial arts star in our Beihai City." Su Yaodong's expression was finally shaken. Of course, he knew about the selection of Kaiming generals. The talent training camp held every year in Dongning province is for this purpose. It's just that the quality of talent in Shuhei City this time is not good, and they were dismissed early in the talent training camp, so Su Yaodong didn't pay attention to the subsequent selection of Kaiming general stars, and he didn't even care which city's genius won in the talent training camp. No. I just found out now. Good guy, it turns out that this Kaiming general star is from Beihe Nei. This is amazing. Sorry for being late, please ask for flowers and monthly tickets, thank you. 139 Exploding the dynamometer, supermillion level combat power. 3. Su Yaodong is very aware of the gold content of the words Qi Ming Zhang Xing. In the entire East, after layers of selection, only this one is selected every year, almost the well-deserved leader and overlord of the martial arts students under the age of 18 in the entire East. This is not qualified to be the champion of the provincial martial arts, this is basically sitting on the throne of the provincial martial arts champion, and the sword is pointing to the dragon. Su Yaodong said with emotion all over his face, looking at Director Lu, his eyes were also full of envy. With such a character coming out this year, Xiao Yuhi and the chubby Director Lu in front of him, who is less than level 3 in martial arts, are probably going to try their best to climb up. Maybe if we see them again next year, we have to be in the province. Director Lu smiled all over his face, waved his hands again and said, Deng Long dare not think about it, dare not think about it. We are already very satisfied if we can enter the top 3 in the province and become the first in the province. At this time, the secretary who had gone out before turned back and brought in the materials of the candidates for the Hongkai Blood Needle. Su Yaodong opened the file and glanced at Director Lu beside him. Director Lu looked at the information and nodded with a smile, that's right, it's the student named Lu Sheng. Only then did Su Yaodong look down the information with a complicated expression. Seeing this, he was shocked again. Alone, he killed the quasi-level 5 alien beast, the golden-eyed demon ape, head-on. Darling, how old is this, and his strength is so powerful? And this was the record a few months ago, before the opponent was promoted to the 4th level. In other words, this Beihe martial arts student named Lu Sheng, when he was a 3rd-level martial artist, his combat power could be comparable to that of a 5th-level warrior. The talent itself is perverted, and he was promoted to the 4th level in the 4th-level different marrow pool. The foundation is extremely solid. No wonder even the middle-level blood-taking needle couldn't get his blood out. Drinking a pool of 4-level alien marrow, even a pig can evolve into an alien beast. What's more, this was originally a flood dragon. 067. Su Yaodong suddenly closed the document and stood up from the chair. Director Lu, I want to meet this Kailan Sun from Beihe City with my own eyes. Is it possible? Su Yaodong couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Sheng's record is too tough, his words are too thin, and his curiosity is too strong. Su Yaodong has never seen many martial arts geniuses of this level in his life, and now he has the opportunity to get in touch with them in person, and he must not let this opportunity pass. Otherwise, it will be difficult to meet people after the college entrance examination is over. Is there anything I can do, President Su? Don't forget, you are the general person in charge of this college entrance examination. Director Lu said with a smile, it just so happens that I haven't seen a real person, so I'll be with President Su. Okay. Let's take it as a tour of the examination room. Su Yaodong nodded, and the two of them, under the leadership of the secretary, headed towards the examination room of Wali Sports Center. Along the way, Su Yaodong was in a hurry, and Director Lu even had to jog to keep up with him. When many invigilators saw Su Yaodong, the chief person in charge, coming over, they immediately looked upright and meticulous. But Su Yaodong didn't enter any of the examination rooms, and quickly walked past them without even looking at them. Examination room 139, right there, we'll be there soon. The secretary pointed to an examination room that was isolated into a small room not far away and said to Su Yaodong and Director Lu. Su Yaodong looked up following the secretary's pointing, and his eyes quickly fixed on a small house. Thinking of that golden resume, Su Yaodong's heart couldn't help but feel a little eager. But just as he was about to quicken his pace, he saw. Boom! The small room in the examination room that was locked by his eyes suddenly burst into a deafening sound. It was as if something exploded inside. The small house made of plastic and plywood shook violently for a while, and almost collapsed directly. It's like an earthquake. Almost everyone in that area was dumbfounded. Silly looking at the location of the small room, he was stunned for several seconds. Then I don't know who howled. Earthquake! All of a sudden, there were exclamations and screams, and the small group of candidates who lined up was in a mess. Not only ordinary candidates, but even Su Yaodong and Director Lu were shocked. Then react quickly. Su Yaodong flickered, quickly appeared in the chaotic field, and shouted in a low voice, "Why panic? There is no earthquake, just stand where you are." The majestic voice rolled out like lightning and exploded in the ears of every candidate. Only then did the flustered examinees calm down. Su Yaodong breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly ordered, "Immediately reorganize the candidates to line up and calm down their emotions." Yes. One by one, the invigilators acted quickly. After doing all this, Su Yaodong's eyes fell back to the small room where the explosion sounded just now. His eyes were full of surprise and doubt. What happened in this test room? The point is, this is the examination room where the candidate named Xin stayed. Could it be that he made the noise? Full of doubts, Su Yaodong walked into the door of the examination room with Director Lu and others who rushed over. Boom! The invigilator and 3 candidates in the room only heard a loud noise coming from their ears. Then, from the position where Lu Sheng's fist landed, there seemed to be white air waves spreading around. On the display screen of the combat effectiveness testing instrument, the numbers jumped like crazy. So fast that it's almost impossible to see the exact value. Only the invigilator opened his eyes wide, watching the jumping jump of the numerical meter representing combat power. 500,000 in an instant. Then 600,000. 700,000. 800,000. A+. 990,000. After the value on the dynamometer display completely exceeded 99 million. The numbers on the entire display screen were suddenly reset to 0, and then there was a bang, and a series of electric sparks burst out. Immediately afterwards, the main engine of the huge force measuring instrument also creaked under the load. Boom exploded from it. The invigilator responsible for measuring the combat effectiveness index, the 3 examinees huddled in the corner, and the other invigilator who just walked in with the advanced blood-taking needle in his hand. 5 people, as if their heads were hit hard with a hammer. Standing there blankly, with his mouth wide open and his eyes protruding, he was completely dumbfounded. One punch exploded the force measuring instrument. The 2 invigilators were immediately dumbfounded. My head is buzzing. I don't know how many tests they have done by themselves, but they have never seen it. There is a thing that a student can blow up the force measuring instrument with 1 punch during the assessment. Never heard of it. There are broken ones. Basically, it is because of the problems of the machine itself, and the failure of the machine caused by various factors. Nima, this instrument is brand new. Just shipped yesterday, less than 2,000 total tests done. Moreover, braking and hitting are completely 2 concepts, okay? The instruments used to measure combat effectiveness are manufactured specifically for people to fight. One can imagine how strong the material and structure must be. The instrument in front of them has a test limit of up to 990,000, and the limit can measure the combat effectiveness of a 6th level peak warrior. Now he was blown away with a punch. The whole machine was shredded, even the screen was cracked. What does that mean? This means that the power contained in the punch just now has far exceeded the limit of combat power that this machine can withstand. That is to say, a punch with more than 990,000 combat power. Grandmaster. The two invigilators gasped, and the word popped out of their minds. Then he looked at a young man standing in front of the instrument frowning silently, his eyes changed instantly. Become like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. This young boy turned out to be a master. Although even they themselves think this idea is absurd, even a 3-year-old child would not believe it. But the facts are right in front of my eyes, and then I think of the intermediate blood collection needle that was broken when Liu Sheng was tested for qi and blood. Even if they don't believe it, they have to believe it. There are only a few martial arts masters in the entire Dongning province, and now there is one here. And still so young, 17 or 18 years old, came to take the college entrance examination. If this matter gets out, it may directly cause a sensation in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even the world. Young master. At this moment, the two invigilators felt that the dreams they both had had in their entire lives probably did not have the magic that they experienced at this moment. His expression was in a trance, and he didn't know what words to use to express his inner feelings, and he didn't know what he should do next. He could only stand there stupidly, staring straight at Liu Sheng. At this time, the door of the examination room was suddenly pushed open. Several people walked in quickly. What the hell happened? Su Yaodong asked with a serious face. The two invigilators recognized Su Yaodong's identity, they suddenly came back to their senses, and stammered about to explain. But before they could speak, Su Yaodong's gaze had already caught the side of the room. The dynamometer that was covered in green smoke and fell to the ground like scrap iron was exposed. Also, standing in front of the force measuring instrument, measured half of his body and looked back at the calm young man. Su Yaodong's pupils contracted fiercely to the size of a needle, and his whole body seemed to be hit by an invisible shock wave, and he leaned back violently. Crazy gasp! Hiss! This force measuring instrument was blown up by someone? I have something to do, I'm asking for a little vacation today, only 3 more, sorry. 140 The blood coagulates like beads, the road to the 7th level has been completely opened up. Behind him, Director Lu and Secretary Su Yaodong also showed indescribable shock. They are just not strong in martial arts, but they still have vision and insights. One punch to blow up the force measuring instrument specially provided for the college entrance examination? This must be over 1 million level, and the combat effectiveness of a master level can be achieved. If this force measuring instrument was really blown up by someone with a fist, wouldn't that mean that the strength of the puncher had already reached? It's him. The invigilator who measured the combat effectiveness index took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but his voice was still trembling. This examinee broke it. If the president doesn't believe it, he can adjust the monitoring. Su Yaodong didn't speak, and stared at Liu Sheng's eyes as if he was about to see flowers. Finally, he said, let the other candidates go out first, and the candidates outside let them wait for a while. Then immediately arrange for a master-level force measuring instrument to come over, and go directly to Wu to coordinate. The speed must be fast. Yes. The secretary and the two invigilators acted quickly. The 3 candidates who were in the same examination room as Liu Sheng were trembling and their faces were pale. At this time, Liu Sheng's figure was almost no different from that of a prehistoric beast in their eyes. The shocking power of the punch and the explosion of the force measuring instrument may become an unforgettable image in their minds forever. I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. Soon, only Liu Sheng and Director Su Yaodong and Director Lu were left in the room. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Su Yaodong and the two of them didn't know what to say, and it seemed that Liu Sheng's expression was also very cold, and he didn't have any desire to speak. In the end, Director Lu spoke to break the deadlock. Liu, student Liu, why don't you sit down and rest for a while, it may take a while for the equipment to arrive. Liu Sheng nodded, found a chair and sat down. The three of them sat and stood twice, and it seemed that the atmosphere became more awkward. I didn't mean to break the instrument, in order to show something. Liu Sheng spoke suddenly, drawing the attention of Su Yadong and Director Lu too much. It's just that I haven't tested for a long time, and I don't know the limit of my combat power. Sorry, the two examiners. Su Yadong and Director Lu looked at each other, and then Director Lu quickly said, "Don't worry, Liu, no one blames you. You must not have any psychological burden, prepare well, and cooperate with us to do another test later." Liu Sheng nodded and did not speak again. What kind of psychological burden can he have? If he breaks the instrument, he will pay for it in a big deal. The main reason was that he delayed the exams of the next candidates, and he felt a little bit sorry. Su Yadong looked at Liu Sheng, who was sitting on the chair like still water, with extremely complicated eyes. From this distance, he could clearly feel the invisible aura emanating from Liu Sheng's body. It made the skin on his arm tingle slightly. This is the intuition of martial arts cultivated by the martial artist all the year round, and it is an early warning of danger. The deeper the strength of martial arts, the sharper this feeling will be. It's really hard to imagine that he, the head of the City Martial Arts Association at the peak of the 6th level, would have such a sense of crisis for an 18-year-old college entrance examination candidate. What does this mean? This means that the young man in front of him already possesses a powerful strength that endangers his life and death. If you don't see it with your own eyes, experience it with your own eyes, can you really believe it? At this time, Su Yadong already had a vague guess in his heart, and now he just needs to wait for verification. If the guess is true, Su Yadong couldn't continue to imagine. That was a result that made him tremble uncontrollably, and it might trigger an earthquake in the martial arts world of Long Kingdom. Time passed by every minute and every second, but to the anxious Su Yadong and Director Lu, the seconds seemed like years. Compared to Liu Sheng who sat quietly on the chair, the two became restless characters. Finally, boom! The door of the examination room opened, and the secretary came in panting, and reported, "President, the instrument has arrived." Two invigilators pushed a huge instrument into the examination room. A trace of anticipation flashed in Su Yadong's eyes, and he quickly said, "Start preparing for the test immediately, let's test the qi and blood first." Yes. A group of people quickly got busy. Half a minute later, Liu Sheng stood back in front of the instrument for measuring qi and blood. At this time, he was the only examinee left in the room, and the rest of them were all staring at him nervously. "Ready? I'm ready to start drawing blood." The invigilator who measured qi and blood asked Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng looked at the slightly trembling hands of the invigilator and nodded. It seems that he should be more prepared. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. The invigilator tore open the bag containing the advanced blood collection needles. Advanced blood-taking needles are prepared for warriors above level 7, so they are also called master blood-taking needles. The needle head is smelted with special metal, showing a faint golden color. The golden blood collection needle reflected a hazy brilliance under the light of the examination room, and everyone had complicated eyes. When this blood-taking needle was produced, it probably would have never been thought that one day it would be used in the college entrance examination, a candidate under the age of 18. This time the blood collection process went very smoothly. Liu Sheng felt that the skin on his fingertips was easily pierced, and a drop of blood seeped out. I couldn't help sighing in my heart, although the immortal golden body is strong, but there is still a gap between the physique of the real master, otherwise it would not be as brittle as tofu under the blood needle of the master. When a drop of Liu Sheng's blood was taken out, there was another slight sound of breathing in the room. Su Yadong was the first to be hit. He saw the drop of blood hanging from the needle. It is completely different from the blood of ordinary people. This drop of blood was too thick. After leaving Liu Sheng's body, it was like a bright red pearl hanging from a needle. Congeal but not loose, thick as mercury. Blood of the Grand Master. A word quickly came to Su Yaodong's mind, but he shook his head again. It's not yet at the level of the blood of the Master. Su Yaodong has seen the blood of the Master before, it is really a pearl, no matter whether it is thick or coagulated, it is higher than this. But also amazing enough. At least, Su Yaodong's own blood can't reach this level. That is to say, Liu Sheng's blood has transformed to the point where it is above the 6th level but less than the 7th level. He didn't reach the 7th level but had a blood quality comparable to that of the 7th level. Su Yaodong couldn't even imagine how Liu Sheng did it. The road to qi and blood to the 7th level has basically been opened up. As long as the amount of qi and blood is increased, the physique can steadily step into the Grand Master level. Su Yaodong came to a conclusion and his mind was shaken. Drop. The blood measuring instrument scanned Liu Sheng's blood, and then a value jumped out. 1233.56. Boom. The invigilator in charge of taking blood from Liu Sheng trembled so violently that he almost threw the master-level blood-taking needle in his hand to the ground. 0. Ask for flowers. Others fared no better. Director Liu took a few steps forward, stared at the value on the instrument with wide eyes, and then ecstasy appeared on his face. The hands placed behind the back could not stop swinging, as if they wanted to break free from the shackles, and danced as much as they wanted. Su Yaodong also shook violently. More than 1,200 blood points. Level 6 warrior. Beihe City, oh no, there has never been such a result in the history of the college entrance examination in Dongning Province. Director Liu spoke excitedly. Student Liu, you are doing well. You have refreshed the college entrance examination record for saving energy and blood. The rest didn't know what to say. Can this not refresh the provincial record? An 18-year-old 6th level warrior, hey? I can't use exaggeration to describe it, I can only say that it is outrageous. It's outrageous. Liu Sheng was not very surprised by his result. After all, he used the Qi and Blood boost from the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra. An increase of 2.5%. Based on this calculation, my blood value in a normal state should be more than 900, less than 1000. I haven't reached level 6, but I'm standing at the gate of level 6. But I'm actually only at level 4, and I haven't even generated aura. Liu Sheng thought to himself. Retest the Combat Effectiveness Index. After all, Su Yaodong was the head of a city's martial arts association, and he quickly calmed down and gave orders after seeing the storm. The invigilator who measured the Combat Effectiveness Index immediately took over and asked Liu Sheng to come to the side of the instrument for measuring the Combat Effectiveness Index. The Guru-level combat prowess tester that was just delivered was temporarily recruited from the Beihe City Martial Arts Association. Brand new. Almost never used. Because there are not many people in Beihe City who can use this instrument. Not even one can reach the standard of a true master. Now it is pushed to be used by a college entrance examination, and it is very likely to show its true value for the first time. It really makes people wonder what words to use to express the complexity of their hearts. Liu Sheng stood in front of the instrument and inhaled slowly. The air in the small examination room was quickly evacuated and thinned, and then traces of throbbing aura emanated from Liu Sheng's body. The faces of the people in the room were moved, and before they could react, Liu Sheng had already made a move. The state is fully open. 20 times the power of the stars, the same day in 10 days. In an instant, it was as if 10 scorching suns rose into the sky in everyone's eyes. An inexplicable aura and coercion enveloped him. But before they trembled, a huge roar erupted. Boom! The white air wave spread out in all directions. Director Liu and the two invigilators were all pushed back by the air wave. Only Su Yaodong is still as straight as a gun. The violent wind made the clothes on his body rattle, and it also made his heart fluctuate violently like a stormy sea. The will of the master. This is definitely the will of the master. A voice in Su Yadong's heart roared wildly. What he has been pursuing for many years has now appeared in a boy who is less than 18 years old. This tells him how not to be shocked, how not to be shocked. Where does this mean that the road to the 7th level has been opened up? This is clearly the road to the 7th level has been completely opened up. Given time, this is what a young master will do. 141 Tianjiao is like a knife, killing the hearts of senior warriors, too. This time there was no explosion. After the white blast, everyone's eyes were fixed on the instrument display screen. The numbers on the display were jumping wildly. 500,000 in an instant, and then skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 900,000. The hearts of the people in the room were hanging high. Wait until the value officially breaks through 990,000, reaching 7 digits. Their hearts fell instead. It seems that something has finally been verified. The heart reaches a certain value, and then everything is flat. 1.1 million. 1.2 million. The speed of the numerical value beating slowed down, and finally stopped at 1,235,700, freezing. The small examination room was quiet, and a needle could be heard. The value of 1.23 million shocked everyone's attention. A monstrous wave was set off in their hearts, and they ravaged their psychological defenses to their heart's content. Su Yadong didn't know what to say anymore. Comparable to the blood of the Grand Master, the will of the Grand Master, the road to the 7th level has been completely opened up. Even the combat power index has reached the master level. Even if he is still worse in other aspects, he is worthy of the name of Quasi-Grand Master. 18-year-old Quasi-Grand Master. The juvenile Quasi-Zone 640 teacher. Su Yadong looked at Liu Sheng who was standing in front of him with a complicated expression, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and blurted out, "Where's Gang Qi? Why don't you use Gang Qi?" Liu Sheng shook his head, and said, "I'm not level 5 yet, and I haven't yet completed my Gang Qi." Boom! A 10,000 ton sledgehammer fell hard in Su Yadong's heart, and he almost staggered back half a step. Did not enter the 5th grade. Gang Qi failed. Liu Sheng's words were as calm as water, but they sounded like thunder in Su Yadong's ears. Before entering the 5th level, before reaching the 5th level, he was already able to play a master-level combat power. What if you really stepped into the Grand Master realm? Wouldn't that be comparable to the Great Grand Master, with the battle history directly breaking tens of millions? Su Yadong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't say a word. After being silent for a while, he told the invigilators on both sides of Sheng, "Don't forget to record your grades." Then he patted Director Lu on the shoulder and said with emotion, "Director Lu, congratulations! Your Beihe city is about to produce a real dragon." After speaking, Su Yadong turned and left. There is an indescribable loneliness in the back. The arrogance of heaven is like a knife, the heart to kill senior warriors. Director Liu's lips were trembling, and he murmured a few words repeatedly in his mouth, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Deng Long, I have a proud boy in Beihe city, Deng Long. Beside them, 2 invigilators came back to their senses, tremblingly registering the results. Liu Sheng walked out of the sports center and mixed with a group of candidates who were depressed or lost, excited or excited. Seriously, his face was as calm as before, like a tiger returning from a walk. Liu Dahai and Liu King he hurried up to meet him. "How did you do in the exam? Have you fully demonstrated your strength?" Although he said before that it was enough to let Liu Sheng have no regrets in his youth, Liu Dahai still cared about his grades in his heart. Liu King he also looked nervous and expectant, and asked quickly, "Brother, how did you do in the exam?" Liu Sheng nodded slightly, and said, "It's better than I expected. If you go to the capital, it should be fine." Call. Lu Dahai and Lu Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lu Sheng himself said that there is no problem, it must be no problem. Martial arts exams are not like liberal arts exams. You have to wait for the results, and you can know the results of your exams on the spot. Then you just need to go back and wait for the total score and the admission scores of this year's major Wuhan universities to come out. The year-to-year score line fluctuates very little. If you compare it with the previous one, you can almost know which university you can go to. Good good. Lu Dahai's face was full of red, and he said with a smile, it's good to finish the exam, no matter which martial arts you take, everyone will support you. You can also go for it. Dad, with the strength of my brother, do you still need to sell your iron? The scholarship is soft. Lu Qinghe stared at Lu Sheng with bright eyes, and sighed in his mouth. Brother, you said that you can go to the Kyoto Shengguo University. How many years have we not had a Shengguo University student in Beihai City? Isn't that sure to win the city's champion? Wow, brother, you are going to be the #1 champion in martial arts. Brother, you are my idol. Shhhh. Lu Dahai must make a silence gesture to make Lu Qinghe silence. Keep your voice down, everyone can hear you. Indeed, Lu Qinghe chanted words such as Shengguo Dahu champion, which caused the surrounding people to look at them with strange eyes. The horoscope has not been written yet, don't be too happy, let others laugh. Lu Dahai said so, but he couldn't help being overjoyed, and muttered, Wu Zhuang Yuan, haha, my old Lu family is going to be a champion. Lu Sheng looked at the two of them dumbfounded, and said, hurry up and go back. Okay, go home, your mother has already made a table of delicious food and is waiting for us. Lu Dahai waved his hand, and the three of them walked towards the parking spot. Martial champion? Shengguo University? Really dare to think. As soon as the three of them left, someone immediately let out a disdainful laugh. I don't even look at whether my own family has that fate. Is Shengguo University so easy to take the exam, a family of fools? Just as he was speaking, a pale-faced and distraught examinee walked up to this person. Yeah, baby, have you finished the exam? How are you doing? How are you doing? The person looked forward to it and asked eagerly. The examinee shook his head, looking a little dazed. Suddenly, he noticed the front, and his whole body trembled for a while. Then, pointing at the back of Lu Sheng's family going away, excited and frightened, accused tremblingly, Mom, this is the person. This person punched the testing equipment during the exam, and even the chief examiners of the Wushu Association and the Education Bureau were alarmed. He affected my play. The last sentence the examinee said was extremely unconvincing, but now that you have failed your family's expectations, why not find a reasonable reason? Listening to her son's accusation, the woman who had previously ridiculed Lu Sheng's family's idiotic dreams turned her head to look, and the expression on her face was stunned. What are you talking about? Exam, all the instruments for the exam have been blown up. Even if she has no experience, she can roughly understand what this means. Even the test equipment was blown up, how exaggerated is the result? Shengguo University, Wu Zhuang Yuan. The woman's face was hot, and she pulled her son and left in a hurry. Pay attention to the status of candidates queuing up, and report the situation as soon as possible. Xiao Yuhi patrolled the examination room with his hands behind his back, instructing each invigilator. President Xiao, you are really responsible. The director of the Baoding Education Bureau, who followed him, praised with a smile. Xiao Yuhi shook his head and said, if there is any responsibility that is not fulfilled, it should be done. Candidates have worked hard for more than 10 years, just waiting for such a day, we naturally cannot let them leave any regrets. Moreover, I will be more responsible here, and I hope that the chief examiner in charge of Beihai City can also be responsible, so it can be regarded as a prayer for the examinees of Beihe City. The director of the Education Bureau nodded, with a little respect in his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yuhi's secretary rushed over and handed a mobile phone to Xiao Yuhi. President, Director Liu of Beihe City called, saying that there is great news for you. Oh! Xiao Yuhi was a little surprised, picked up the phone and replied with a smile, Old Liu, the college entrance examination is not over yet, do you have any good news to tell me? The director of Baoding Education Bureau next to him also became curious and pricked up his ears to hear. However, the voice of the mobile phone was too low, and the person speaking on the other end seemed to be extremely excited, so he couldn't hear what he was saying clearly. Just vaguely heard a few words. What holy, what dragon or something. Then, the director of Baoding Education Bureau saw it. The expression on Xiao Yuhi's face, who had been calm just now, suddenly froze. Immediately after, traces of great excitement and ecstasy rose from his face, and the red light spread all over his face, as if his whole person seemed to be several years younger in an instant. Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter came from Xiao Yuhi's mouth. The loud sound was particularly abrupt in the quiet examination room, and many candidates and invigilators who were queuing up looked over suspiciously. Xiao Yuhi didn't seem to notice 3.7 at all, and his voice was still loud. He excitedly said to the other end of the phone, Okay, I'll be right away, oh no, I'll come back right away when my work here is over. Very good. Without even saying hello, Xiao Yuhi turned around and left. Almost running. The strength of the 6th level peak martial artist can be seen in a blink of an eye. The director of Baoding Education Bureau froze in place with a look of astonishment. What's wrong? What could make Xiao Yuhi so happy? Could it be that Xiao Yuhi's wife gave birth to a second child when she was old? Liu Sheng's family came home just in time for dinner. Her mother, Zheng Yufen, had already prepared lunch. When she came up, she first asked about Liu Sheng's exam status, and she was very happy when she got an affirmative answer. The family had a happy lunch. Liu Dahai drank it directly at noon, and kept saying things like the old Liu family is going to be the champion after drinking too much. Liu Sheng also had a few drinks with Liu Dahai. However, he has a strong physique and is not drunk at all. Before he finished his lunch, Liu Sheng's cell phone kept ringing. 142 You will climb the dragon, the 8th level master, and the general of the army. 3. The first person to call Liu Sheng was He Lingsu. Liu Sheng picked it up, and He Lingsu reported the recent sales of Lingji's Wangxiu decoction as usual. In the past few months, with the efforts of He Lingsu, Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical has become quite large. A total of 12 branches have been opened in the entire Beihe City, and the main sales are Lingji's Wangxiu decoction. The monthly sales of Lingji's Wangxiu decoction exceeded the 70 million mark last month, and it is still gradually increasing. He Lingsu has already started to prepare for the next step to open branches in other cities. The main reason is that the price of Lingji's Wangxiu decoction is relatively high, and it is aimed at warriors below the 3rd level, so the sales volume is not too explosive. But even so, the profits are still extremely impressive. After reporting on the work, He Lingsu suddenly changed the subject and asked, How did you do in the college entrance examination? It's okay, it's as expected. That's good. He Lingsu seemed to want to say something, but didn't say anything, and hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, He Lingsu looked at the phone in his hand with a tangled look on his face. Recently, she has received a large number of malicious reports and customer complaints, and the 12 branches of Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical have also been continuously harassed by warriors. She originally wanted to ask Liu Sheng for help, but after thinking about it, she finally didn't say so. Is it the Chen family in Kyoto? He Lingsu was not sure whether these obstacles came from the Chen family on the mother's side, but she felt it faintly. The pile of troubles that popped up recently should come from the same force as the one that secretly hindered her before. Try to see if you can settle it first. If you can't, it's not too late to find him. He Lingsu still had a little ambition in his heart. If she can solve the troubles from the Chen family by herself, then she might have a chance to get back the 10% protection fee from Lu Sheng. Not long after He Lingsu hung up, the second phone rang again. This one comes from Dong Qingxiu. How about your college entrance examination results? Dong Qingxiu cared about his grades from the very beginning. Lu Sheng briefly reported his grades below, and there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Afterwards, Dong Qingxiu said, Lu Sheng, you must have ascended the dragon. Congratulations! After finishing speaking, Dong Qingxiu hung up the phone. Teng Long. The light in Lu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he whispered to himself, maybe. Even though there are mountains and rivers in his heart, but before the results come out, all he spits out is a wisp of sword energy, so he dare not say more. However, there is one place where you can look up the results in advance. Lu Sheng thought, quickly went upstairs, and then entered the dream space. Meanwhile, the Eastern Military Region. How is it? How did that kid Lu Sheng do in the exam? Qin Shaojun leaned forward, almost lying on Dong Qingxiu's table, his eyes were fixed on the mobile phone in her hand, which was full of urgency. Dong Qingxiu told him about the grades that Lu Sheng had reported to him. Qin Shaojun's eyeballs protruded fiercely, and he stood up abruptly. More than 1,200 blood, 1.23 million combat power. I rely on it. I rely on it. Grandmaster combat strength. Qin Shaojun tossed and tossed for a while like a convulsion, trying to suppress the excitement and shock in his heart. Dragon climbing. Definitely climbing the dragon. If I don't climb the dragon, I, Qin Shaojun, walk with my head upside down. Qin Shaojun said firmly. Dong Qingxiu nodded, and it's not an ordinary dragon climber. The result in combat power probably smashed all the records of the college entrance examination in the history of Long Kingdom. That is to say, the results of those who enter the top 100 in the country are not reported every year, and only our military region can check it. Otherwise, it is estimated that Beihe City will be in trouble right now. Okay, I won't tell you any more. Dong Qingxiu stood up, adjusted her expression and inner emotions, and said, the teacher and several big bosses in the military region are very concerned about Lu Sheng's college entrance examination results, and they have been urging me since yesterday. It's time to wait. I have to go and tell them. Tell them, what kind of monster has been born from the alien meat sent by our eastern military region in the past few months, and the tens of billions of alien marrow liquid that was consumed at the beginning. When Dong Qingxiu said these words, her chest was raised high and her chin was raised slightly. The whole face was filled with a different kind of light. Lu Sheng passed the college entrance examination and climbed the dragon. She is so honored. I'll go with you. When the teacher hears the news, if he's happy, there may be some rewards that will be distributed. I can't miss it. Qin Shaojun grabbed the military cap on the table and hurriedly followed Dong Qingxiu's footsteps. Name, Lu Sheng. Sex, male. Lifespan, June 297 Budo, April 477 Budo. Martial arts strength, level 8 warrior. Life experience, became a second-level martial artist at the age of 18, causing a sensation in Beihe City. Later, under the recommendation of the Beihe City Wushu Association, he participated in the talent training camp of Dongning Province and won the first place in the training camp. Participated in the selection of Kaiming generals in the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom that year, and won the title of Kaiming generals. In the college entrance examination in the same year, he entered the 7th Shengwuyushan in Kyoto Province with the best score in the country. Enrolled in school for 2 years, entered the Eastern Military Region, and was awarded the rank of Major. At the age of 32, he became a master. At the age of 54, he became a Grand Master. At the age of 60, he became one of the 4 generals of the Eastern Military Region. He was a soldier and horse all his life, and he made great military exploits. He died in April 477 of Budo at the age of 181. Character Historical Evaluation, 4.5 stars. Tinder Resource Library Permission, Level 4. Liu Sheng's eyes slowly retracted from the information, and there was a hint of emotion hidden under his calm eyes. Level 8 Grandmaster. He has finally reached it in this lifetime. The results of the college entrance examination this time were just as Dong Qingxiu had expected, number 1 in the country, martial arts ascended the dragon. Moreover, the character evaluation directly increased by 1 star, reaching a height of 4.5 stars, and the authority also made a breakthrough. Reached his coveted level 4. Liu Sheng flipped through the spouse column on his life profile again. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Spouse, Dong Qingxiu, He Lingsu, Suju, Xiao Yaran, Zhang Kainyi. Completely different from what he expected, the names displayed in his spouse column not only did not decrease. Instead, there were 3 more for no reason. 3 names he had never heard of. 5 wives. In the future, I will be the general of the East and have 5 beautiful wives. Liu Sheng was in a trance mainly because of the latter. He really couldn't imagine why he, who was devoted to martial arts, would have such a big change in temperament in the future, and directly become a sexual man. No, maybe not on my own will. Liu Sheng suddenly realized that he married 5 wives, but not all of them were the ones he wanted to marry. The country has always had a policy of encouraging birth for martial arts experts, the stronger the strength, the more encouragement. It can be seen from the Liangcheng Psychiatrist Association. I am an 8th level Grandmaster, and I can be considered a top powerhouse in the entire world. I am also a general in the Eastern Military Region. I must respond to the call of the country, have more children, and leave more good genes for the country. Liu Sheng remembered that he had been in the gossip news about a certain master marrying a concubine again. At that time, I still lamented that the master was too romantic, but now that I think about it, I guess he has no choice but to do so. Liu Sheng looked at the 3 unfamiliar names behind the spouse column, and his curiosity drove him to the resource curry to search for the information of these 3 people. But Liu Sheng stretched out his hand, and retracted it again. Forget it, it's not interesting to read these things, it may not be destined. 233 Liu Sheng has completely let go of his obsession with the spouse column at this moment, and let it go. The more he pays attention, the more he cares in his heart, and the future will develop in that direction more. So, let it be. 4th level authority, you can obtain the follow-up exercises of the 3 11th level exercises. This matter is what Liu Sheng really cares about. He searched hastily. Soon, the follow-up exercises of the 3 exercises appeared in front of his eyes. The second stage of cultivation of the immortal golden body. Advanced chapter of Natural Breathing Method. Crystal Thoughts Part 3. Liu Sheng was pleasantly surprised, and was about to flip through it. At this time, a strange fluctuation spread in the dream space. Tuk tuk. Tuk tuk tuk. The sound was like beating a drum, like thunder, echoing in the sky above the dream space. It was as if the roar of an indescribable god made the entire dream space illusory and unreal. Liu Sheng's expression was quite calm. Apparently this is not the first time this has happened. Exit the dream space. Liu Sheng opened his eyes, hearing a rapid knock on the door. Brother! Brother! Eat! The indescribable thing, the great terror that affects the dream space, only the younger sister Liu Qinghe. Wake up and eat sound. Opening the door, Liu Sheng looked at Liu Qinghe expressionlessly. Liu Qinghe looked at him without fear, picked up his mobile phone confidently, and shook it vigorously in front of Liu Sheng's eyes. So, is it useful to call a meal on the phone? Is it useful? Can you hear me? Liu Sheng was defeated and chose not to be as knowledgeable as this little girl. Okay, you're right, let's eat. Snort. Like a victorious general, Liu King he turned around and walked downstairs flaunting his might. Only then did Liu Sheng realize that it was already dark before he knew it. 143 Fingertip Fierce Sun, Master the Stars. Liu Sheng and number 039, S Master Wei, 4. There was still a large table of dishes at night, and Zheng Yufen celebrated Liu Sheng with different tricks. Little Sheng, come quickly and have 2 more drinks with Dad. Liu Dahai was waiting at the table early with 2 wine glasses, and when he saw Liu Sheng, he smiled and waved to him. Liu Sheng didn't have much resistance to drinking with Liu Haihei, anyway, that little alcohol didn't affect him at all. However, he was afraid that Liu Haihei would be too happy. Dad, drink less, it's not time to really celebrate yet. Hey, it's okay, I believe in your strength. Liu Dahai thought that Liu Sheng meant that the grades hadn't come out yet, and he was afraid that he would slap himself in the face and make people disappointed. Little did he know that Liu Sheng had already found out in the dream space that he must be number 1 in the country this time in the college entrance examination. The city's martial arts champion became the national martial arts champion, and Liu Dahai would not be so happy to drink to death on the wine table. Seeing Liu Dahai's insistence, Liu Sheng didn't say anything, poured a glass of white wine, and drank with Liu Dahai. The atmosphere during dinner was also good, the family was happy, but after the dust settled on Liu Sheng, the focus of the chat was mainly on younger sister Liu King Gui. Liu King he was quite confident, and said with certainty, "Parents, don't worry, in 2 years, I will bring you back with a city martial arts champion." She has the special body training technique taught by Liu Sheng, as well as various exotic animal meat and tonics, and she has not won the first place in martial arts among high school students in Beihe City in 2 years. Up. The family was eating when they suddenly heard the video intercom screen on the wall ringing. There is a knock on the door. Zheng Yufen put down her chopsticks and stood up. I'm going to open the door. However, Liu Sheng saw a familiar figure on the screen of the video intercom system, his eyes flickered, pressed his mother, and said, "Let me go, it's a classmate." Oh. The whole family understands. Zheng Yufen said, "The college entrance examination is over, and classmates should get together. Xiao Sheng, you should go out and walk more to avoid discipline. You are bored at home every day, either practicing martial arts or sleeping." Liu Sheng said in his heart, "Mom, you are wrong. In fact, your son is also practicing martial arts when he is sleeping." Walking out of the villa, Liu Sheng immediately saw a figure standing outside the yard pacing back and forth, seeming a little nervous. Liu Sheng walked out quickly. The boy obviously saw him too, and subconsciously waved to him excitedly. But halfway through the move, he seemed to think of something and put it down again, but Liu Sheng smiled cautiously. Liu Sheng walked outside the courtyard gate, looked at Lu Kaiming who was almost unrecognizable in front of him, with a bright smile on his face, and greeted, "Lu Kaiming, come in." That's right, it was Lu Kaiming. The little fat guy who sat next to Liu Sheng in class 3 and 5 of Beihe No. 3 middle school, his best friend. But now Lu Kaiming seems to be a completely different person, no longer a fat man. "I lost a lot of weight and got darker. The hair that was fluffy before was also cut into a square inch, the eyes are piercing, and the outline of the muscles can even be seen on the arms. The whole person has too much energy, as if reborn. It doesn't count, just say a few words and leave." Lu Kaiming waved his hand, looking a little nervous. He glanced at Liu Sheng's house and exclaimed, "Liu Sheng, I didn't expect your family to buy a villa. It's so big. If you didn't send me a text message to tell me, I wouldn't dare to follow you, do you know? Such a big house must have an independent martial arts training room." Liu Sheng smiled and said, "I thought I would ask if the game room is big." "Hey, that was all in the past. Lu Kaiming scratched his head embarrassingly, his blushing finally made Liu Sheng look a little bit like he used to. Lu Kaiming suddenly looked serious, and solemnly said to Liu Sheng, "Thank you." Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, knowing what he was referring to. Liu Sheng only told a few people about the address of his new home, including Lu Kaiming. "Thank you, fart." Liu Sheng suddenly stepped forward and put his arms around Lu Kaiming's neck, as if it was half a year ago. "What else do we say to thank you? Tell me quickly, the college entrance examination schedule." Lu Kaiming looked flattered, but soon a smile appeared on his face, and he replied with a smile, "It's okay, there is hope for Sanyan Line. Anyway, I've tried my best, if it still doesn't work, then I will repeat it for another year." The last 4 words, Lu Kaiming said firmly. Liu Sheng loosened his grip on Lu Kaiming's arm, patted him on the shoulder, and said comfortingly, "In the future, if you are in Beihe City, you can go to the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall next to the community where I used to live. I will inform them and let them find the best martial artist to teach you." "Okay." Lu Kaiming grinned, showing his white teeth, "You don't even know how hard it is to enroll in classes at the Hongchuan Martial Arts School." Liu Sheng smiled, instead of continuing on this topic, he changed the subject and said, "Are you free tomorrow? Go online and play games, or we should go down the road." "Real?" Lu Kaiming's eyes lit up with surprise on his face. "Good." He quickly agreed and said, "Actually, that's why I came to you today. The college entrance examination is over, and the class wants to organize a party to have a meal together. I was specially sent to ask if you would go. If you don't want to go, forget it, I'll call a few people to go directly to the internet." Lu Kaiming spoke very fast, as if he was afraid that Liu Sheng would not even want to go online. As a result, Liu Sheng agreed very readily. "Yes, let me know the time and place, and I will definitely be there tomorrow." 5 minutes later, Lu Kaiming was walking away from the villa complex, with uncontrollable excitement and joy on his face. Suddenly he jumped up and said "Nat." The whole person seemed extremely excited. Jingle bell. The phone rings. Lu Kaiming picked up the phone, and an anxious and urgent voice came from the other side. "How about it, did Liu Sheng agree?" "Needless to say, everything is okay." "Wow!" There was cheering on the other end of the phone. "Okay, I'll come over now, let's discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's activities." "Oh, by the way," Liu Sheng explained that he would go to an internet cafe with us to surf the internet. "What a joke, Lu Kaiming, look like a joker." Lu Kaiming spoke in high spirits, walking more and more briskly, as if he had been admitted to Wuhan University. At night, Liu Sheng sat cross-legged on the clean floor and entered the dream space. The follow-up chapters of the 3 11th level supreme skills were still suspended in front of Liu Sheng just like when he left. "I didn't have time to check it before, but now I can look through it carefully." As usual, Liu Sheng started with stellar body refining technique. After watching the entire exercise, Liu Sheng's expression was a little shaken. The stellar body refining technique with level 4 authority includes all stages of training from level 4 to level 6, which is equivalent to directly pointing to a road leading to the Grand Master. This exercise not only provides the second stage of the immortal golden body training movements, but also adds a special technique. Visualizing the Great Sun, the spirit, energy, and spirit are all in one, pointing directly at the Master. In this exercise, the idea of visualization is also put forward in the star training technique. However, unlike the idea of crystal conception, it does not have a ready-made visualization map, but allows Liu Sheng to directly visualize the sun in the sky. The first step is to look directly at the sun in the sky, starting from the early morning sun, and then gradually increase the difficulty. 7 or 8 o'clock, 90 o'clock, and finally the scorching sun in the sky. Then visualize the outline of the scorching sun in your mind, and put your energy into it. When the sun visualization picture in my mind is as blazing as the real sun, that is the day when I really set foot on the master. Easier said than done. The three spirits and spirits mentioned in star body refining technique refer to 1. Essence and meat and bone essence. Qi, the inner strength should be exactly Gang Qi. God refers to spiritual power. Liu Sheng's master's will has been achieved, in fact, as long as he increases his blood value step by step, he will be able to become a master smoothly. But Shi Shenning's Grandmaster Dao, and the 11th level powerhouse, the future 30,000 troops known as East Pole Evil Yang Zuhi's Grandmaster Dao. Is it a grade? Totally different. Liu Sheng is now very thankful that the first master level zombie he encountered was Shi Shengning, Wang He's little fan. Master Dao is Wang He imitated. The master's will is in the same line as the two, and he can easily and seamlessly connect. But whether it is Shi Shenning's master's will or Wang He's master's will, neither is my master's will. That represents their way, not mine. Liu Sheng looked calm, and said to himself word by word, the way of the master that I, Liu Sheng, is going to follow should be based on Wang He, but it is beyond Wang He. Only in this way can we do things that even He can't do. Wang, Dali's, he at level 11 can't save the fate of human civilization from being destroyed, so Liu Sheng's goal from the beginning was to point to level 12, or even higher. It's not delusional, and it's not overreaching. I have 3 major 11th level exercises as the main cornerstone, and the entire splendid 10-year-old martial arts civilization is the foundation, and the 12th level may not be impossible. In addition to the master promotion method of the stellar body training technique, a new secret technique is also mentioned incidentally. The secret attack technique can also be used at the 5th and 6th levels. It can be regarded as an excessive martial art specially created by Chihi for the warriors who practice the star body refining technique. The name of this martial art is very simple, it is called Stellar Grip. The technique is also very simple, you only need to condense the strength of the whole body at one point and explode it. Because the main strength of 5th and 6th level warriors is stellar chi, and the stellar chi of warriors who practice star body training is as brilliant as gold. Condensed at one point, like the scorching sun. It's like holding a star in your hand. Fingertips lying, master the stars. Hence the name Stellar Grip. Let me discuss with you, because my wife is pregnant, and I have to go to the hospital with her often recently, so I don't have so much time for coding, and I code too slowly. In the future, when I accompany my wife to the hospital, it will be 4 more, 12,000. When it's okay, it's still 5 watch, 15,056. If the status is good, I will make up for it, that's it, ask for a monthly ticket, thank you everyone. 144 Gold Obsidian Visualization, Emptiness State, Element Control Increase. 1. Liu Sheng tried it a little bit. He mobilized all the internal energy all over his body according to the techniques described by Xing. In an instant, Liu Sheng's right palm showed a brilliant gold. When he clenched his fist, the fist glowed faintly, as if his fist was touching an invisible golden light bulb. When the inner strength in his body was condensed to the point that it could no longer be condensed, Liu Sheng punched the wall in front of him. No crackling sound. But with unprecedented heaviness and oppression. There is a sound when water is splashed out. But when the magma is splashed out, there will be no sound. Boom! Liu Sheng's fist fell, and the entire wall shattered. In this room, which he regarded as a temporary place to stay, the wall was directly turned into a piece of rubble, and it opened up with the living room, as if it had been hit by a 10,000 ton sledgehammer. The special cement bricks at the landing point turned into powder. Then, the 4 walls connected to it also began to have large cracks. The ceiling started to drop pieces crazily, as if it was about to collapse. Liu Sheng quickly took his optical brain and moved to another building. At the same floor height, looking at the cracks still spreading on the outer wall of the opposite building, Liu Sheng himself was a little moved. This power can no longer be described as amazing, it is completely terrifying. It's because I didn't use the power of the stars. If I cooperate with the stars, God knows what it will be like. If I had mastered this skill before the college entrance examination, the combat power index would probably increase by hundreds of thousands. But Liu Sheng also thought about it. If he didn't get that score in the college entrance examination, his authority would not be promoted to level 4, and he would not be able to obtain stellar skills. Through the attempt of this punch, Liu Sheng also realized it. Same as the star power, the star grip is also a technique to increase combat power. The difference is that the star power increases the physical strength, while the star grip increases the internal strength and energy. It's easy to say 157, but it's impossible to do it without special techniques. Take the simplest example. It's easy to fold a piece of paper in half once, twice, or 3 times. But what if you fold it in half 10 times, 20 times, 30 times? No one can do it at all, even if you find a lot of thin paper to experiment with. A piece of paper folded in half 30 times will exceed the height of Mount Everest, and folded in half 105 times even the universe cannot accommodate it. Stellar grip is the same principle. Concentrate on one point, and then explode. Not only will the power of the stellar energy be greatly increased, but it will also cause subsequent multi-stage damage, splash damage. Just like the wall that is still cracking in the distance, the multiple damages that followed Liu Sheng's punch just now are wreaking havoc in the wall. Furthermore, the quality of the inner energy and stellar chi bred by the stellar body training technique is far superior to that of its peers. With the addition of the two, the power is even more terrifying. If you add the flame boost of the breath of flame, the bonus of the master's will, the first form of the perfect martial arts, the power. Unimaginable. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and the idea of fighting the Grand Master even welled up in his heart. A 4th-level warrior, a master who can fight. It sounds incredible, as if the masters have become worthless. But don't forget that Liu Sheng is now the supreme inheritor who bears the 11th level of the 3 sects. Under the feet is a splendid civilization crystallization of the whole martial arts for thousands of years. It is normal to do, to this point, and it is not normal to fail to do so. In the past, according to the news, a disciple of a martial sage at the 6th level can fight a Grand Master, and there are 3 11th level and 4th level Grand Masters standing behind me, so it's okay. After all, in the eyes of 11th level powerhouses, it is estimated that 7th level Grand Masters are like ants. Liu Sheng didn't forget that he dug up the 8th level beast of the 7th level Master Shi Shengning with that claw. There is also Dongji Xiang Wanghe who kills 8 or 9 level alien beasts as easily as dust. Perhaps, I can defeat her now, and I don't need to set foot in the 5th level internal strength transformation. Liu Sheng turned his head to look in one direction, where there was an old opponent of Liu Sheng. Grandmaster Valkyrie. Forget it, sooner or later, don't be in a hurry. Liu Sheng suppressed the eagerness to fight in his heart and sat down again. He didn't read the follow-up chapters of the 2 exercises. Liu Sheng set his sights on the follow-up chapters of Crystal Ideas. The exercise in this section of Crystal Conception is easy to say, but difficult to say it is difficult. The simplicity lies in its result, it only needs to sublimate the previous diamond figure into a gold obsidian figure. The difficulty lies in its process. Liu Sheng did a special search, and found that gold obsidian is a crystal with higher purity and hardness than diamond. Each gold obsidian has an extremely complex structure and texture inside. Constructing a human figure made entirely of gold obsidian is nothing less than a huge project. But it's okay for Liu Sheng. After all, it is more complicated to build the structure and organization of the human body by practicing the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra. In contrast, the structure of gold obsidian is simple. I can tell that crystal conception thoughts is completely paving the way for the cultivation of the Sutra of the Divine Illumination of the Hades. Each stage of practice is helpful to the human body construction of Shen Zhao Pluto Sutra. If crystal conception is laying the foundation, then the Shen Zhao Pluto Sutra is really getting started and showing the results. Liu Sheng estimates that Duan Yifeng, the 10th level powerhouse who created crystal view thoughts, has not really mastered the Wangjing of the collection of divine photos. Because many of the follow UPS of the divine illumination of the Hades are still in the conceived stage, and have not really been completed. Maybe he had a chance to practice it, but unfortunately, civilization has fallen, and there is not enough time. Liu Sheng felt sorry. At the same time, I feel lucky. The golden obsidian figure can be built slowly. The practice at this stage is mainly to improve the purity and strength of the spiritual power. When the golden obsidian figure is fully constructed, my spiritual power will usher in a huge improvement in quality. As for the strength and tenacity, it is estimated that even if you don't use weapons, you can directly use your mental power to leapfrog attacks. Liu Sheng speculates that there may be techniques to attack directly with mental power in the follow-up of crystal conception. It's just that the practice requirements for this skill are too high, and it's not something he can learn for the time being. After all, if you want to kill an enemy with a sword, first of all, the sword in your hand must be strong enough and sharp enough. Finally, there is the natural breathing method. Everything has animism, and the energy elements of the universe are the same. Feel the law of their activities and the changes of emotions. Cater to them, tame them, harness them. This point is found in the rhythm of natural breathing. This is the opening paragraph of the advanced chapter of Natural Breathing Method. Liu Sheng couldn't help frowning. He found that the natural breathing method, the more advanced it was, the more mysterious and profound the things described in it became. It's not even a bit like martial arts, but similar to cultivating immortals first class. If it wasn't for the practice of the previous stage of natural breathing method that really helped him a lot, he almost thought it was the imagination of some lunatic. The section of natural breathing method focuses on explaining the knowledge of cosmic energy. In the eyes of the founders, martial arts practice is nothing more than the process of human beings absorbing the energy of the universe, constantly stimulating their potential, and evolving themselves. The difference in talent lies in how much energy each person absorbs, and how fast. The significance of the existence of natural breathing method is to make up for the innate gap of human beings in this regard. Among them, natural breathing method mentions a special group talent fighters who control elements. Elemental talents are the same as ordinary people, but they are born with the ability to absorb and accept certain cosmic elemental energy, while most people do not have this ability. It's as if they were born with a special radar in their bodies, which can receive a special signal band in the universe. And what the natural breathing method does is to create this radar the day after tomorrow and strengthen this radar. This is also the reason why Liu Sheng can master the abilities not inferior to elemental warriors through the various special breathing methods he comprehends. Liu Sheng also noticed it. The purpose of this stage of natural breathing method is very simple. It is to teach me how to enter the empty state. And one of the most notable functions and characteristics of the empty clear state is. Liu Sheng inhaled slightly, trying to calm down the slight fluctuations in his heart. Amplification, element control level. Liu Sheng is not a novice in martial arts now, he is very clear about some situations of elemental control martial artists. The road to martial arts leads to the same goal. This is what Liu Sheng realized a long time ago. The further one goes in martial arts practice, the greater, more, and unbelievable power one can master. It's like Shi Shengning punched out 10 rounds of Golden Sun in his memory, purifying Wang He. There is also the Grand Master Valkyrie whose spear is as majestic as a glacier. Their methods are called martial arts supernatural powers. Elemental talent warriors are the lucky ones who have the ability to master these martial arts in advance. And the most intuitive manifestation of determining the power of this martial art's supernatural power is the level of elemental control. The higher the level, the stronger the ability. And the effect of the natural breathing method at this stage of practice is to directly increase the level of elemental control? How could this not shock Liu Sheng? To give the simplest example, Liu Sheng's attainments in the breathing method of flame are equivalent to the second level of control of a flame talent warrior. The flame temperature that can be controlled is almost between 200 and 500 degrees. The amount and range of manipulating flames is small. But if the control level reaches level 3, then the temperature of his flame may soar to more than 1000 degrees, and the volume and range can be greatly improved. This kind of increase is not terrible. Compared with the so-called elemental innate ability, natural breathing method should be called a martial arts supernatural power. Liu Sheng's face was complicated, and he felt emotional. Not only that, the level of increasing control is only an effect of the empty state. In addition, the empty state is of great help to the application and practice of many martial arts. Liu Sheng looked at it, and suddenly couldn't help muttering, "Why does it feel very similar to my first form of Shiquan martial arts?" 145 Gatherings and Knots, 2. However, the empty clear state enhances the perception of the outside world, while the first form of Shiquan martial arts enhances the control over oneself. The two are similar but not the same, nor do they conflict with each other. After reading the follow-up exercises of the 311 exercises, Liu Sheng was fascinated by each powerful one. There are almost 2 months between the end of the college entrance examination and the start of the university, which just gives me something to do, so I don't have to be bored. Liu Sheng didn't delay, and immediately started to practice one by one. The first is stellar body refining technique, but before officially practicing the follow-up exercises of stellar body refining technique, Liu Sheng intends to finish the last thing. That is, thoroughly completed the third inner strength tempering, and officially set foot on the 5th level inner strength transformation realm. I'm leaving, Mom. Have a good time with your friends. If you don't come back at night, call and tell your family. Mother Zheng Yufen told Liu Sheng to go out. In the past few days when the college entrance examination has ended and no grades have been issued, the students seem to have some kind of privilege. Even if they play crazy all day long, they will not be blamed by their parents, and may even be encouraged. Liu Sheng acknowledged it and walked out of the house. While passing by the next door, Liu Sheng saw a woman in her 30s with a medium appearance playing ball in the yard with a boy in his teens. Seeing Liu Sheng, the woman's expression quickly turned cold. She glanced at him, walked over and closed the courtyard door that was originally open in front of Liu Sheng, as if to prevent him from going all over the world at any time. Come! Liu Sheng immediately recognized this woman as the mean neighbor who threw away his fruit in Liu Dahai's mouth before. Liu Sheng had a bad impression of her, and the behavior of the woman right now made his impression extremely bad. But he didn't do anything, he just felt unlucky, and turned his eyes away from the woman's direction. I'm ready. Just as Liu Sheng passed by, a middle-aged man wearing khaki pants and casual attire walked out of the house. Aren't you going out soon? Why did you close the door again? The man looked puzzled when he saw the reclosed door. The woman said nothing with a cold face, but only looked in the direction Liu Sheng was leaving. The man seemed to understand something, frowned, and wanted to say something. But his eyes fell on his son, and his brows furrowed again. Forget it, let's go. It's rare to have a day off today, and the family will have a good weekend. Yet. The boy holding the ball jumped up happily, and the expression on the woman's face eased a lot. Liu Sheng left the community and called a taxi with his mobile phone. 20 minutes later, he came to Century Square in the city center. At the agreed place, Lu Kaiming was seen standing in front of a coffee shop waiting from a distance. Lu Kaiming! Liu Sheng shouted. Lu Kaiming raised his head, and when he saw him coming, a happy smile appeared on his face. Liu Sheng, you came early. Lu Kaiming quickly came up to meet him, and said with a smile, I have only arrived for a while, and you are here. In fact, Lu Kaiming has been waiting here for a long time. He was afraid that Sheng would forget the appointed time, so he made it an hour earlier. What about the rest? Sheng glanced around. Lu Kaiming said, it's next to the fried chicken shop, I'll take you there. After speaking, Lu Kaiming led Sheng to a chain fried chicken restaurant tens of meters away from the coffee shop. In the early morning, few people knew how to eat fried chicken, and the whole fried chicken shop was almost overwhelmed by students from class 3 and 5 of Beihe No. 3 Middle School. Dozens of people ordered 4 or 5 servings of fried chicken and sat in the store chatting casually. A sharp-eyed person saw the two of Sheng approaching, and immediately shouted, Sheng is here. Ugh! All of a sudden dozens of people stood up in unison and looked towards the door. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was dressed like a student, and there were many girls among them, the waiters in the store would have almost thought it was a gangster gathering to seek revenge. And Sheng is the object of their revenge. Before Sheng and Lu Kaiming reached the door of the fried chicken shop, the students of Class 3 and Class 5 of senior high school had already come out of the fried chicken shop. They were very excited in the store, but when they actually stood in front of Sheng, they all became cautious. Instead, Sheng took the initiative to greet everyone. Long time no see everyone. Long time, no see, Sheng. Only a few bold boys responded to Sheng. Everyone else was too nervous. Sheng seemed to have some kind of powerful aura and dazzling light, which made them at a loss. Lu Kaiming noticed the nervousness of the big guy, and hurried out to smooth things over. Hey, they are all old classmates, why are you so cautious? Lin Menyun, before you came, didn't you say that you would confess your love to Sheng as soon as you saw him? Why are you acting like a quail now? Lu Kaiming, get out! A girl with a ponytail rushed out, as if she was about to hit Lu Kaiming, but when she met Sheng's gaze, she shrank back shyly, hiding behind a few close girls, not daring to face her. Ha ha! The others laughed, Lu Kaiming laughed the most, and Sheng laughed too. Most of the awkward atmosphere was washed away in an instant. What's the arrangement for today, monitor? Lu Kaiming called me here but didn't say anything. On the way here, I thought it was an internet cafe that took care of the audience. Sheng said half-jokingly. Everyone laughed a few times, and a fair and clean girl replied with a blushing face, we discussed, we plan to go to the amusement park in the morning, eat a little at noon, go to sing in the afternoon, and have a good meal in the evening, and then we will make arrangements for ourselves. Sheng, do you have any better suggestions? The white and clean girl is named Huang Wenjing, she is as her name suggests, quiet and well-behaved, meticulous in her work, she has always been the monitor of the 3rd and 5th classes of senior high school. Sheng smiled and said, I have no objection, I will follow the big team today. At this time Lu Kaiming shouted, then why are we still standing there, brothers, the amusement park is rushing, and the roller coaster is coming. Whoosh! A few naughty boys in the class also yelled, howling ghosts and howling, and the atmosphere suddenly became active. Sheng was dragged by Lu Kaiming into the army. Time seems to return to that dull but memorable time more than half a year ago in an instant. Sheng walked in the team. Although he tried his best to eliminate his special feeling, the crowd still unconsciously surrounded him. The entire group of Class 3 and 5 in high school seems to be moving forward quickly with him as the core. Along the way, many people were attracted by this mighty small group and cast their attention one after another. 0. Ask for flowers. Some people showed envious and kind smiles on their faces, as if they were thinking of their high school days, feeling a lot of emotion. Sheng listened to the students chatting around him. Boys chat about games, anime, and ball games. Girls chat about celebrity gossip, clothes, and jewelry, and new makeup. From time to time, he would sneak a glance at Liu Sheng, and when he turned around, there would be a series of laughter like silver bells. Lu Kaiming walked beside Liu Sheng, occasionally pulling Liu Sheng to interject a few words. The atmosphere was harmonious and lively. Liu Sheng's keen perception noticed that there was a gaze fixed on him all the time. He turned to look, seeing a handsome boy avoiding his eyes in a panic. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered. He remembered the boy's name. Yang Yifei. The boy who was punched by Liu Sheng in the actual combat class, Liu Sheng's first stepping stone. That can be regarded as Liu Sheng's fight to fame. Liu Sheng's heart was slightly touched, and he slowed down and walked to Yang Yifei's side. 00. The voices of chatting around suddenly became quieter, many people secretly looked at this side, and some people's expressions became dignified. If there is any knot in the hearts of the students in the 3rd and 5th grades of high school, that is the contradiction between Yang Yifei and Liu Sheng. After all, the two had fighted. Although it was in the actual combat class, how many grievances in the school were derived from the actual combat class? In case Liu Sheng has any opinion on Yang Yifei in his heart, with Liu Sheng's current strength, I really want to beat Yang Yifei up again. I guess I won't be able to stand up. Yang Yifei himself understood this very well. When Liu Sheng approached him, his face turned pale obviously, and his body tensed up with tension. But it's not easy to dodge obviously, so I can only bite the bullet and pretend to be calm. Yang Yifei's hand in his left trouser pocket was clenched tightly, his palm was sweating. He was thinking, if Liu Sheng really hit him here, whether he would bear it with anger, or turn around and leave. Did you watch the WFK boxing match last week? The one where the forest tiger beat the orangutan? Yang Yifei's fist in his trouser pocket suddenly loosened, and he turned to look at Liu Sheng with a somewhat astonished expression. Yes, are you talking to me? Aren't you the only one watching WFK in class? Liu Sheng blinked. Oh, I didn't watch last week's game, and I'm planning to make up for it in these 2 days. You really don't know how exciting it is. Do you mind if I give you a little spoiler? No. Don't mind. Anyway, my favorite fighter is the wild leopard. Haha, the wilderness leopard is really playing well, but every time the flop is too obvious. The fist in Yang Yifei's pocket was completely loosened. The tense look on his face quickly faded, and his steps became brisk. WFK is a martial arts entertainment program where boxers compete. It is a niche and unpopular TV program, and it is also one of Yang Yifei's favorite TV programs to watch. Only Yang Yifei found out today that Liu Sheng also watched WFK. When people around saw Liu Sheng and Yang Yifei talking and laughing, their faces also burst into smiles. Start chatting again, the voice is a bit louder than before. 146 Any university, as long as it is in Kyoto. 3. Liu Sheng went to the nearest amusement park with his classmates from class 3 and 5 of senior high school. Everyone had a great time. They ate some hamburgers and fries in the amusement park at noon, and went straight to the KTV in the afternoon. Box 1359, everyone go in first, let's go buy some snacks. Squad leader Huang Wenjing greeted everyone to enter the box, and then led a few girls to leave. The boys in the class shouted from behind, "Beer! Bring more beer!" Huang Wenjing turned her head and gave them a white look before smiling sweetly, "Got it." The boys suddenly burst into cheers. "Liu Sheng, if you are free, come to my house to watch the boxing match." After deliberation along the way, Yang Yifei finally plucked up the courage to extend an invitation to Liu Sheng, and also greeted a few people standing beside Liu Sheng. "Lu Kaiming, you guys come together too? Good." Liu Sheng nodded. Yang Yifei let out a long sigh of relief, a stone that had been accumulated in his heart seemed to have finally landed. "Then I'll go in first and wait for you inside." He said hello and walked into the box. Lu Kaiming looked at Yang Yifei's back, and said to Liu Sheng, Yang Yifei is a bit arrogant, but he is not a bad person. When you were not in school, he even taught me to fight 373. Lu Sheng smiled. He smiled and didn't speak. How many boys and girls of this age are bad? Speaking of which, Sister Lu King, he used to be more bad than Yang Yifei, isn't she cute and cute now? Oh, right. Lu Sheng remembered one thing and said to Lu Kaiming, I will transfer to you. How much is the party today? Lu Kaiming immediately waved his hand. Hey, why did you mention this to me? Everyone has paid for your share already. Lu Sheng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. If you don't say it, don't try to call me out next time. This strike hit Lu Kaiming's weakness, and he was full of helplessness. 200 for one person. It's been transferred, remember to transfer the extra money back to me. Lu Sheng shook his phone and half-jokingly warned Lu Kaiming. Okay, then I'll take care of the night's accommodation. Lu Kaiming grabbed Lu Sheng's arm and said, go in. Lu Sheng nodded. The two were about to enter the box when they suddenly heard a somewhat uncertain voice behind them. Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng turned around and saw a tall and beautiful girl standing not far behind him. There are also many boys and girls gathered around the girls. It can be seen that, like Lu Sheng and the others, they also relax and carnival here after the college entrance examination. Yang Yuan. Lu Sheng called out the girl's name. Lu Kaiming stepped aside knowingly. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yang Yuan was a little surprised, and walked towards Lu Sheng on her own initiative, her pace getting faster and faster, almost trotting. Classmate reunion. Lu Sheng smiled and explained. Me too. Yang Yuan quickly replied. Today's Yang Yuan looks extraordinarily beautiful, with pink polo short sleeves and a neatly buttoned neckline. The lower body is a short white skirt, which sets off the white and long legs that have been trained in martial arts all the year round. Yang Yuan tied her ponytail today, wearing the same purple hairband that Lu Sheng wore when he first met her. How did you do in the college entrance examination? Lu Sheng asked casually. Okay. Yang Yuan suddenly asked quickly, Lu Sheng, which university are you going to apply for? Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, and did not hide Yang Yuan's intentions. The 7th Saint Martial Arts University. He saw in the information of the dream space that he entered the 7th Shengwu University after the college entrance examination. Therefore, he subconsciously leans towards the 7th Saint Martial University. Anyway, there is not much difference between the 7 Saint Martial colleges, so it doesn't matter which one he attends. Kyoto. Yang Yuan lowered her head slightly, staring at the tip of her shoe, with a tangled expression, knowing what she was thinking. Yang Yuan. At this time, someone called Yang Yuan's name. Lu Sheng took a look, and saw a tall and handsome boy walking towards him, with doubts and vigilance on his face. Okay, the students are waiting for me, I'll go first. Lu Sheng didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he greeted Yang Yuan, then turned and entered the box. Lu Kaiming hurriedly followed, and before entering the box, he secretly glanced at Yang Yuan, his eyes were full of complexity and envy. Lu Kaiming is not stupid, he can see that the girl in front of him is far beyond the level of their group in every aspect. But such an excellent girl is still at a loss in front of Lu Sheng, and anyone with a discerning eye can see the thoughts on her face at a glance. Although Lu Sheng has been trying to integrate into the group of their senior 3 and 5 classes, so as not to make them feel uncomfortable. But the gap between them is revealed inadvertently. Goodbye. Yang Yuan watched Lu Kaiming enter the private room, and only after a while did she spit out the words. At this time, the tall and handsome boy who called her name walked up to her, glanced inside through the glass on the box door, and asked, "Who is it? It's such a happy chat, everyone can't hear you." At this time, Yang Yuan had returned to her original cold and indifferent appearance, she turned and left without even looking at the boy. Yang Yuan! Yang Yuan! The handsome boy yelled twice, then looked into the box again. His eyes swept across the face of a handsome boy sitting in a corner with a smile on his face, and suddenly he cursed, "Fuck!" Then go away bitterly. "Yang Yuan, who is that handsome guy you greeted just now? It looks familiar. Which high school? I haven't seen it in school." As soon as Yang Yuan returned, she was surrounded by a few familiar girls who were gossiping non-stop. Yang Yuan smiled wryly and did not speak, and sat down in the corner of the box. After having dinner at the noon gathering, she didn't want to participate in any group activities, so she was dragged here by force. But unexpectedly, they met Liu Sheng here. The figure of Liu Sheng appeared in her mind. Yang Yuan subconsciously pulled the hair on her shoulders, grabbed the purple hairband and gently wrapped it around her fingers. Looking at the constantly beating lyrics on the big screen in front of her, Yang Yuan suddenly made a decision in her heart. "I've thought about it. What do you want?" The girl next to her who was ordering songs on her mobile phone was confused by Yang Yuan's sudden words. "I'm thinking about applying for that university." The girl blinked her eyes and said in surprise, "Aren't you still struggling in the morning? Why did you suddenly think about it now? Which university do you want to apply to?" "Anywhere." Yang Yuan looked at the girl, but she didn't seem to be looking at her. There was a strange light in her beautiful eyes. "Anyway." Yang Yuan let go of her hand and tossed her hair. The purple headband danced like a bright elf under the light. "As long as it's from Kyoto." The students in the 3rd and 5th classes of high school howled at the KTV until after 5 o'clock, and then went out to the restaurant that had booked a long time ago. At dinner time, the atmosphere of the class reunion after the college entrance examination completely reached its climax. A group of boys and girls drank all kinds of meat and vegetables at the dinner table, and even the girls drank too much. Those who have a good relationship usually hug each other and cry and laugh, and those who have a bad relationship completely let go of their suspicions at this moment. Even Yang Yifei drunkenly came to Liu Sheng 4 or 5 times with a wine glass. "I'm sorry Liu Sheng, I forgot when I bullied you in the combat class before. But when you call back later, it's even if the two are even." Liu Sheng looked at Yang Yifei with his tongue out and a sincere expression on his face, and drank the bottle of beer in front of him in one go. "Evened out." Liu Sheng grabbed the wine bottle, lightly thumped Yang Yifei's chest, and said with a smile, "But next time I have a chance, I will still beat you." Yang Yifei also laughed, "Okay, if I have a chance, I'll let you beat me up again." All drunk. After eating and drinking until 8 or 9 in the evening, the girls who were in good condition stopped taxis at the door and asked the boys they knew to take the drunk ones home. Lu Kaiming sneaked up to Liu Sheng. After drinking a lot of wine, his cheeks were flushed, but his eyes were sparkling, full of anticipation. "Liu Sheng, are you going?" Liu Sheng glanced to the side, and saw 3 boys standing under the street lamp. All of them had a good time with Lu Kaiming on weekdays and also looked at him expectantly. "You have to go, no one wants to go home and sleep before 12 o'clock tonight." Liu Sheng's words were heard by 3 boys not far away, and they all cheered. 5 people squeezed into a taxi, went straight to the internet cafe and lost it. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Liu Sheng was walking home alone. There was still a faint smell of alcohol on his body, but his face was calm. His shadow crossed one street lamp after another, and the hustle and bustle of the day gradually moved away from him. Youth is worth remembering, but the road ahead of him is still long and far away. "I wish you all a smooth journey and a bright future." Liu Sheng turned his head and said to the empty street what he had no chance to say at the dinner table, then turned around without hesitation, his figure gradually blending into the night. At 2:30 in the morning, Liu Sheng returned home, entered the dream space, and practiced. Thump thump. Liu Qinghe stepped on the stairs with cheerful footsteps, but was called down by Zheng Yufen who was holding a spatula. "Come down, don't disturb your brother's sleep, he didn't come home until after 2 o'clock last night." "Oh." Liu Qinghe nodded reluctantly, and it seemed that getting her elder brother Liu Sheng to wake up had become something she had to do every day. If you don't knock on that door and yell a few times, you will feel bad all day. Your dad invited a few friends over for dinner today, go and see if he's back from shopping. Zheng Yufan assigned tasks to Liu Qinghe. Liu Qinghe walked out the door. But before she walked out of the door, she heard bursts of urgent horns coming from outside. In the early morning, it is particularly harsh. 147 The proud son of the real dragon, the provincial governor is here. 4. Don't rush, it will be fine soon. Liu Haihei squatted on the ground, catching the oranges rolling around one by one in a hurry, shouting in his mouth. But his voice didn't play any role, and the horn in his ear still kept ringing. Liu Haihei secretly thought it was bad luck. He got up early in the morning to go grocery shopping, and bought some oranges along the way. As a result, no one would have thought that the bag was suddenly broken when they were almost at the door of the house. A bag of oranges rolled all over the floor. While he was picking it up, the neighbor next door happened to drive back, so there was this scene in front of him. Trademark bat. 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 The ear-piercing sound of the horn hit Liu Haihei's eardrums loudly, disturbing him. The more chaotic and busier you are, the more error-prone you are when you are busy. The few oranges you just picked up slipped and rolled away again. Bah! There was another ear-piercing sound of the horn, and this time it was played for a particularly long time. Rao Liu Haihei has always been honest and loyal, and now he is on fire. He stopped picking up the oranges, stood up and yelled at the car. Hurry up! Why hurry up? The road is so wide, you have to go to my side, don't you? Would you like to honk the horn again? Liu Dahai is really angry, the lanes in the community are very wide, and the oranges he dropped probably accounted for half of the width of the lane, and the vacant distance of 02 is definitely enough for a car to pass by. Taking a step back, even if he really blocked the traffic of the entire lane, can't you wait patiently for him for a while? If you can't wait to get out of the car, you can come and tell him. Honk the horn all the time. Isn't this purely disgusting? The clay figurines are still angry, let alone Liu Haihei. Moreover, I haven't swallowed the breath when I sent the fruit over with good intentions before being thrown out. Dad, what's the matter? What's the matter? A figure quickly rushed out of the yard, ran to Liu Dahai's side, and stared at the woman in the car unkindly. It seems that as long as Liu Haihei gives an order, Liu Qinghe will come out like a wild cat. Seeing that his daughter was also attracted to run out, the flame that had just sprung up in Liu Haihei's heart immediately stopped. Fine. Liu Dahai waved his hand in a somewhat despondent manner, signaling the woman to drive over. The woman started the car expressionlessly and passed in front of the father and daughter. The wheels ran over several oranges, pressing out the yellow mark of the bridge on the ground. Liu Dahai frowned, and went up to pick up the remaining oranges. Dad, this girl is really disgusting. Liu Qinghe was so angry that his teeth were itchy, he stared at the back of the woman's car and wished he could rush up and kick her twice. Liu Dahai sighed, and said, forget it. This kind of person has nothing to do with her, God will teach her a lesson sooner or later. Come and help. Oh. Liu Qinghe quickly came up to help Liu Dahai pick up oranges, but he still had a resentful look on his face, muttering in his mouth. It's so early in the morning, what are you doing? The woman walked into the room, passed the food in her hand to aunt next to her, and said calmly, what am I doing? I went out early in the morning to buy you fish stew. The middle-aged man's complexion was a little ugly. I said, when you just came back, why did you keep honking the horn? Didn't see that the neighbor dropped something, it's fine if you don't come down to help, and you kept urging. What neighbors? I don't have such neighbors. When I was moving, I was pinging and pinging. I honked my horn early in the morning to disturb people to sleep. Why don't you talk about them? Blame me in turn. The middle-aged man's attitude softened a little when he heard this, and he comforted him, okay, the eldest son will take the college entrance examination in the past 2 days, and the whole family is happy. The woman insisted, college entrance exam? The college entrance examination is awesome. Can the college entrance examination make people sleep early in the morning? According to what you say, after a few years of Yanjiang's college entrance examination, I will be able to drive and honk my horn in front of their house with confidence? How good can the children educated by such unqualified people be? The college entrance examination results haven't come out yet, so let's celebrate first. I have seen what their family looks like for 2 days. Okay. The middle-aged man saw that the woman's words were getting worse and worse, his face flashed a little bit of displeasure, and he said, today you can count on quarreling with them. Back and forth, even. Don't. Before he could finish speaking, the middle-aged man's cell phone rang. The man glanced at the caller ID and signaled the woman not to speak. Then pick up the phone. Hello. The woman immediately shut up. She knew very well what kind of big shots her husband came into contact with in his work on weekdays. They were not cats or dogs who could be bullied by honking the horn at will. Okay, I see. Be there in 15 minutes. The man hung up the phone and quickly said to the woman, quick, bring me my clothes, I have to go to the mayor's office immediately. Seeing her husband's anxious look, the woman responded curiously, what's the rush? This year's college entrance examination, our Beihai city will make a big splash in the whole country. The man's face was full of excitement and joy. Wuzhuang Yuan. The Wuzhuang Yuan of this year's college entrance examination is in our Beihai. The woman froze for a moment, and her eyes lit up. Provincial Martial Arts Champion. This year's Provincial Martial Arts Champion is from our Beihai. The man suddenly stopped his busy movements, looked at the woman, and said slowly in a mysterious and solemn tone, Deng Long. It's Deng Long Wu Champion. Ah! The woman covered her mouth in shock, her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Ascend. Ascend to be the champion of dragon martial arts. Isn't that the #1 martial arts champion in the country? Yes. The man buttoned up his shirt, and said with great emotion, more than 100 provinces, thousands of cities, nearly 100 million candidates, just such a country's #1 dragon martial arts champion came from our little Beihai city. Do you think it's a big deal? Now all the important figures in the province have rushed over, and the mayor and the head of the Martial Arts Association have already gone to greet them, so let me go there quickly. The woman was obviously shocked too. With a shocked look on his face, he murmured and sighed, such a character like a real dragon, what kind of family do you think can be bred? It's still from our Beihai city, so please take me to meet you if you have the chance. Our Yang family is also going to take the college entrance examination. If we can learn some scriptures, it will be smoke from the ancestral grave. The man put on his suit and said casually, let's talk about it when we have a chance. I have to rush there now. The mayor just called and said that the important people in the province have already arrived in Beihai city. I don't know if I can catch up. Just as they were talking, the two of them suddenly heard a long sound of car horns coming from outside the door. Bat. The sound was deafening, as if it was going to wake up the entire neighborhood. Both the middle-aged man and the woman frowned. The woman seemed to think of something from the sound of the trumpet, and her face gradually became ugly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Bat. The second whistle sounded. It is still long and loud, but it is so harsh when it falls on the woman's ears. Hee hee. The woman looked at her husband and sneered, did you hear that? Do you think this kind of person is worthy of being our neighbor? Day by day is endless. The woman thought with her toes, and she could guess that the annoying Japanese car next door must have come to their house and honked its horn to get revenge. She was a little strange when she was let go so easily just now. It turned out to be holding back here. BA. Didn't it just crush 523 and broke some of his oranges? My mother called a truck to come and fill his yard directly. The third whistle sounded, and the woman was completely on fire. With a cold face, he walked quickly to the door. The man followed behind, and although the thoughts in his heart were similar to those of the woman, he still comforted him. It's not necessarily their family who did it. It's not them, why would I write it backwards? Speak well and don't quarrel with others. As soon as the woman opened the door, she was ready to spray out the smelly water at any time. But when she saw the scene outside the door clearly, she froze in place. She saw a scene that she will never forget. I saw a long convoy slowly approaching on the driveway in front of their house. A row of all black brand new business Ben. Neat and tidy, even the distance between the cars seems to be well in advance. And the one at the front of the convoy is an extended, top luxury car. There is also a small red dragon country flag on the front of the car and on both sides of the window, fluttering in the wind. BA. The whistle sounded again. The sound was made by all the cars in the convoy together, neatly like one sound. The whistle blew a few times in a row, causing a commotion in most of the community. Many people came out of the house, looking at all this in shock and curiosity. What happened? The man also walked out quickly at this moment. When he saw the magnificent convoy in front of him, he was taken aback for a moment. His gaze fell on the license plate of the leading car, and his pupils shrank violently. East D00001. The man rushed out of the room suddenly, and when he passed the door, he bumped into the woman hard, knocking the woman staggering and almost falling. The governor's car. East D00001. That's right, the governor's car is this license plate. This is. The provincial governor is here. 148 whistle 9 times He Deng Long, the current martial arts star. 1. Province. Governor. The woman at the door swallowed hard. Her husband is the secretary of the mayor of Beihai City, and she has been honored by her husband, and she has met many important people on weekdays. But compared with the one in front of me, it can really be said that it is insignificant. Governor. Governor of a province. Those who are not martial arts masters above the 7th level are not allowed to sit. In ancient times, it was a prince of one side, a feudal official with millions of territories. Compared with such a character, let alone her, even her husband is still a stone under his feet, a flower and grass by the roadside. People passing by may not even look down. A great joy welled up in the woman's heart. Fortunately, the stinky water in her stomach hadn't had time to be poured out, and she didn't pour it on the wrong person. Otherwise, if she collided with the provincial governor's convoy, even if she had 10 heads, it would not be enough for anyone to pick her off. The bright East D00001 license plate is getting closer and closer, shining brightly under the sunlight. The woman stood obediently at the door, listening to the whistle like the neighing of a long wail in her ears, and never dared to have the slightest thought of being a demon in her heart. I heard the piercing sound of the whistle before, but now I also feel that the sound of the whistle is filled with an inexplicable majesty, coming slowly like the tide of the sea. The middle-aged man was also a little confused at the moment. He recognized it as the governor's car, but why did the provincial governor's motorcade come to our community? Could it be that they came to pick me up? Depend on. The man couldn't help but slapped himself a big mouth, and made his own crazy woman feel stupid. He could come up with such absurd idea, and he was not afraid of laughing to death when he said it. Fortunately, his brain quickly returned to normal thinking. The provincial governor came here to become the #1 scholar in the dragon martial arts. Now that he is here, doesn't this mean? A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in the man's mind, and he pulled the woman away with surprise and excitement, and said almost incoherently, "The provincial governor is here, whistle 9 times He Deng Long. The legendary #1 scholar in the college entrance examination, lives in our community." Really? The woman also became excited all of a sudden, and rushed to the house in a hurry. Then I'm going to change my clothes now, and you must take me to meet you later. The ancestral grave is smoking, and our house is really smoking from the ancestral grave this time. To be able to live in the same community with such a person. The woman was so excited that she could barely speak clearly. Living in the same community as the country's #1 Denglongwu champion, what's the difference between going out and being smashed in the face by the jackpot lottery ticket? A community is only 2 steps away, as long as you recognize the door and establish a good relationship. When I was young, my son Yanjiang's martial arts practice would be smoother in the future. Is there any martial arts teacher who can compare to the guidance of the #1 dragon martial artist in the country? On a bigger scale, the husband's career can also be greatly helped. The family of them can't guarantee that they will go to heaven in the future. And isn't the ability to make friends and establish relationships with people exactly what she is best at? Thinking of this, the woman couldn't help showing a somewhat smug smile on her face, as if all her ideas had come true. Change your fart clothes. Is there still time? Even the middle-aged man, who is always gentle on weekdays, seldom swears and pulls the woman back. The provincial governor is coming soon, I have to hurry up to meet him, you stay here well. After finishing speaking, the middle-aged man hurriedly ran away from Tiandiu. With his arms hanging down his lower abdomen, he stood upright and waited on the side of the driveway in an orderly manner, waiting for the convoy to come slowly. Yes, don't wait for me to change, the convoy has already passed. The woman broke out in a cold sweat, and hurried to the gate of the courtyard, imitating her husband and waiting obediently. Inadvertently glanced at Liu Haihei's family, who were also attracted by the sound of the whistle, and the woman showed a look of disdain and disgust on her face. Really bad luck. This kind of person is also worthy of living in the same community as the #1 Denglongwu champion in the country? It simply lowered the grade of the entire community. Thinking about it, he spat, turned his face away and stopped looking. Ba. The sound of the whistle is still going on, giving people a sense of grandeur. More and more people have been attracted, and those who can live in the Washington district have a good status in Beihai City, so they naturally have knowledge. Soon someone heard the meaning contained in the whistle and became excited. Dragon climbing. With this specification, this posture, and this scene, the provincial governor personally came to congratulate the real dragon's proud son Wu Kei of my Washington community on climbing the dragon. My God, this year's Wuyuk Denglong characters actually live in our community. Honey! Come out and see the provincial governor, the #1 martial artist in the world. Liu Haihei's family was also looking around on tiptoes, but they were ignorant and didn't know what happened. I've heard people say that Denglongwu champion is born in our community, Xia He, do you know what Denglong is? Liu Dahai is a rough person, so he naturally turned to his daughter Liu Qinghe for this kind of question. It's a pity that Liu Qinghe didn't know much, so he shook his head. Hey, go and see if your brother is up, he knows what Denglong is. Liu Dahai is going to ask his daughter to call Liu Sheng out. At this time, there was a gentle voice beside him and said, Denglong is a name inherited from ancient times, and few people know it now. Liu Haihei's family turned their heads following the sound, and saw 2 grey-haired, kind-looking old men looking at them. It was the old man wearing reading glasses who spoke just now. Liu Haihei's eyes lit up. Professor Sun, you also come out to watch the fun. The white-haired old man nodded with a smile, and said, there is such a big event in Wuyuqixing in our community, why don't you come out and take a good look? The old man and the old lady are neighbors on the right side of Lu's house, and they are a pair of retired university professors. Moreover, he is a professor of liberal arts, knowledgeable. The relationship with Liu Haihei's family is also good, and they usually greet each other with a smile. Professor Sun, you haven't finished explaining what Denglong means just now. Liu Haihei asked. The white-haired old man nodded and continued, Deng Long is a true martial arts genius who has reached the top of the martial arts college entrance examination and climbed to the Dragon Gate. In ancient times, it was the reincarnation of all martial artists from the Wuokwa star. The old lady next to him said helplessly, "This old man," he went around and didn't know what to say. Deng Long is the number 1 in the National Martial Arts College entrance examination, equivalent to the National Martial Arts Champion. For 2 sentences, why bother so much? Didn't I just want to explain clearly? The more you explain, the more chaotic you get. Ignoring the daily bickering between the 2 old men and the old lady, Lu Dahai's family was seriously taken aback. National Martial Arts Champion, number 1 in the country. Hiss, what a skill this must be, to be able to get the first place in the National College entrance examination. Such a person is actually in our community. Lu Qinghe's mind turned the fastest. She glanced at the old professor and his wife, and said in a low voice, "Dad, tell me. Could this number 1 scholar in the Dragon Martial Arts be my brother?" Lu Haihei's expression became unnatural. "No way, although your brother's score in martial arts is very good, but he is number 1 in the country, not so. Then you say, among the high school students in Beihai City, my brother is the strongest, and he is in this district, who else could he be?" Lu Qinghe spoke plausibly. Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufen looked at each other, and a thought arose in their hearts. Yes, who would it be if it wasn't their precious son? It seems that there is no one else. But being number 1 in the whole country, having such a big name as the champion of Dragon Martial Arts. As ordinary people, the couple really dare not even think about it. Just as the family was in a mood of anxiety and anticipation, the magnificent black convoy finally drove to the gate of their yard. The luxury limousine with the small red flag stopped slowly. The convoy behind them also stopped. "Ba! Bat! Ba!" Chang whistled 3 times, plus the previous one, exactly 9 times. Then, the door of the limousine was pushed open from the inside, and a man in a grey Chinese tunic walked out with great strides. The man is close to 2 meters tall, with a square face, black hair, and a pair of tiger eyes with sharp eyes. A strong aura exudes from every gesture. After he got out of the car, his eyes immediately fixed on Lu Haihei's family, and a smile appeared on his face. Taking 2 steps forward, the concealed courtyard door opened automatically. A strong and heavy voice came out of his mouth. "Is this the residence of Lu Sheng, the number 1 scholar in Denglongwu?" In an instant, Qian Hao, Lu Haihei's family was hit head-on by a huge surprise, and their faces were filled with unspeakable excitement and joy. Number 1 in the country, and the number 1 scholar in Longwu. He really is Lu Haihei, Zheng Yufen's son. Lu Qinghe's brother. Lu family Lu Sheng. As for the neighbor woman who saw this scene across the yard, her head went blank for a moment. The whole person couldn't stand upright, and he slumped on the ground with a snap. There was only one thought left in my head. The legendary number 1 scholar in the Dragon Martial Arts, turned out to be the elder son who she always loathes and regards as a bumpkin who hates the neighbors. The woman sat on the ground stupidly, her brain lost the ability to think, she turned her head numbly, only to see her husband was pale and was leaning against the courtyard wall and slowly sitting down. The orange marks she had crushed on the driveway hadn't had time to clean up. At this moment, the yellow-brown mark became extremely dazzling and shocking. "It's over, it's all over now, lift." The woman muttered in her mouth, as if she had lost her soul. The old professor and his wife on the other side were also taken aback, but after all, they are old and have seen too many stormy scenes. Quickly recovered. The old professor pushed the presbyopic glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said with a lot of emotion, "I didn't expect to live next door to the old man." 149 The true meaning of poor culture and rich military. 2. Lu Sheng opened his eyes and twisted his body slightly. From his neck to his whole body, there was a crackling sound of bones. Lu Sheng stretched out a finger and slid across his arm, leaving a layer of light grey and slightly greasy dirt on the fingertips. After the completion of the first stage of immortal golden body training, the body impurities that he can refine every time he practices star body refining technique with the natural breathing method are already very few. Now that he has obtained the follow-up exercise of the immortal golden body, he is formally carrying out the second stage of cultivation, and new impurities have emerged. This proved that Liu Sheng's stagnant physique began to strengthen again. It's still a little bit short, and the third inner strength tempering can be completed. Liu Sheng walked into the bathroom to wash off the impurities and sludge on his body, as well as the alcohol smell left over from the class reunion last night. When the inner strength is tempered for the third time, he can try to transform the inner strength into a gangster, and officially enter the 5th level. It will only take a few days, and it will definitely be completed within this week at the latest. Liu Sheng came out of the bathroom while wiping himself after taking a shower, picked up his phone and looked at it, and found that it was almost afternoon. It was the first time he slept until this point before getting up. There are a bunch of unread messages on the phone, of which younger sister Liu Qinghe's accounted for a full third. Brother, you have become the number 1 in the country. Climb to the top of the dragon martial arts. Climb to the dragon. Dancing and dancing. Brother, there are many people at home, why don't you get up? T. Brother. Governor. Grandmaster. Come down and see the Grandmaster. Brother, they are going to stay home for dinner. When Liu Sheng saw the third text message, he put down his phone, and the mental power of the 5th level suddenly dissipated. With his room as the center, the mental power quickly spread out like a tide. Then Liu Sheng saw it. In the living room on the 1st floor of my house, there is a stove. His whole body was like an oven, emitting infinite light and heat. Compared to him, the warriors around him were like carbon blocks and dust scattered beside the raging flames. Liu Sheng saw the human form of stove, and stove also saw him. It seems that our Deng Longwu champion has woken up. In the living room, the man in the black tunic looked at the stairs on the 2nd floor, smiled and put down the teacup in his hand. Liu Dahai and Zheng Yufen were taken aback for a moment, and the next moment they saw the figure of their son Liu Sheng appearing at the stairs and walking down slowly. The man in the Chinese tunic stood up first, staring at the young man who came down from the stairs. Even though he had already learned a lot from the materials, when he actually saw the deity of the person he was going for, he was still shocked. The boy who came down the stairs was over 1.85 meters tall, with fair skin and a handsome figure. Her hair was still wet, and it looked like she had just taken a shower. There was no trace of waves on her calm face, and she had a maturity and stability rarely seen among teenagers. But what Xia Pingnan saw was not these superficial things. In his eyes, the boy who was walking towards him was like the rising sun at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. Under the seemingly gentle and beautiful appearance, what is hidden is the brilliance that is about to illuminate the entire earth. Even for him, at this moment, emotions such as the waves of the Yangtze River arose in his heart. You are awake. As soon as Liu Dahai saw Liu Sheng, he immediately went up to meet him, and introduced himself. This is the governor of our Dongning province, Xia Pingnan. This is the mayor of Beihe City. You know President Xiao Yuhe. After Liu Dahai quickly introduced Liu Sheng, he let out a long sigh of relief. He is just an ordinary porter, sitting with a group of big figures who usually only see it on the TV news is already his limit. Liu Sheng nodded, walked up to the man in the black Chinese tunic suit, who looked like a furnace in his eyes, and said hello, Provincial Governor Xia. Then came the mayor, Xiao Yuhe, and He Ting. Xiao Yuhe nodded at Liu Sheng, with an excited and complicated expression on his face. He watched Liu Sheng grow up to this point with his own eyes, and he has a special affection for Liu Sheng like a nephew. Hi, student Liu. Xia Pingnan shook hands with Liu Sheng, and then a group of people sat down on the sofa again. Fortunately, Liu Sheng's family just moved to a new house, otherwise such a large group of people would not be able to stand in their previous home. I took the liberty to visit this time, mainly to congratulate Liu Sheng, who won the first place in the country in this year's college entrance examination, and the good grades of becoming the #1 scholar in Longwu. Have the results of the college entrance examination come out yet? Liu Sheng had anticipated that there would be some commotion at home, but he didn't expect it to come so early. This was the day after the college entrance examination. There are still 2 weeks until the results of the college entrance examination are released. Xia Pingnan explained, basically, the statistics have been completed, only the ranking of the results is left. However, the ranking of student Liu has been determined. After all, it is not easy to find the maximum value in a pile of data. And Xia Pingnan paused, and continued. Liu Sheng's college entrance examination score, without adding cultural class scores and various additional points, has already ranked first, and I don't know how much more than the second place. If you wait until all the extra points are counted, it is very likely to break the best college entrance examination score in the history of Dragon Kingdom. Hiss. Hearing this, Liu Haihei and the others took a breath, seeing that Chengdu had changed a little in Liu Sheng's eyes. Especially Liu Qinghe, who seemed to be meeting her brother for the first time. They knew that Liu Sheng's performance was very good this time, but they didn't expect it to be so good. Not only won the #1 Denglongwu champion in the country, but may also be the most powerful Denglongwu champion in history. Darling, this is really, incredible. The ancestral grave of the old Liu family is not only emitting green smoke, it is estimated that it is about to burst into flames. As soon as I received the news, I came here immediately. The purpose is to meet you, Liu Sheng, and represent our Dongning province to give you, the #1 favorite in Dongning, some due honors. Award. As he spoke, Xia Pingnan glanced behind him, and a secretary-like person stepped forward quickly and took out a few things. The first one is the bank card that Liu Sheng is most familiar with. This is a bonus of 50 million yuan. Although the money is not much, it can be regarded as a little affection from the province for classmate Liu. Liu Sheng didn't say anything, but the eyelids of Liu Haihei's family behind him twitched violently. 50 million bonus. Generations of the old Liu family have never seen so much money. Before, Xiao Yuhi gave Liu Sheng a 1 million martial arts bonus on behalf of the Martial Arts Association. Liu Haihei didn't know what expression to use to describe his inner feelings. Poor culture and rich martial arts, poor culture and rich martial arts. It turns out that such a poor culture and rich martial arts. No matter how good a liberal arts student is at studying, he still eats bracken when he comes out, and a martial arts student becomes rich in minutes and overnight. Zheng Yufen stretched out her hand and twisted Xiao Luheihei's arm fiercely. Hold down, look at your worthless appearance. Liu Sheng is very ordinary about this money. After Ling Sheng Pharmaceuticals business became regular, he received tens of millions of dollars every month. Coupled with the monthly allowance from the Psychiatrist Association, Sheng's current bank card deposits have almost exceeded 100 million. And then this. Xia Pingnan took out another big red book with the words Certificate of Real Estate title written on it. This is a residence of more than 400 square meters located in the center of the provincial capital of Dongning. Although it is not as big as classmate Lu's house, the location is very good, and there are some professional martial arts equipment provided by Dongning Wushu Association, which is very suitable for martial artists to practice and live. If Liu Sheng has the intention to move to Dongning province, he can go there anytime. Send the money first, and then send the room after sending the money. Liu Haihei's family didn't know what to say. A house of more than 400 square meters in the capital center of Dongning. Nima, it's enough to buy several sets of the villa they live in now. Isn't money considered money to martial arts experts? They really don't understand the world of martial artists. And then a little bit of my personal care. Xia Pingnan smiled and said to Liu Sheng, student Liu Sheng is now a 6th level warrior. When he enters Wuhan University, he will soon be exposed to weapons and martial arts. Liu Qinghe, who was standing behind Liu Sheng, almost recited Xia Pingnan's words. Looking at Liu Sheng like a monster. Level 6, warrior. My brother is already in level 6. If the provincial governor didn't mention it, she would even think that Liu Sheng was still in the 3rd or 4th rank. Because that was already the limit of Liu Qinghe's imagination. Xiao Yuhe next to him also had a complicated expression on his face. He, the head of the Beihai City Martial Arts Association, is only at the 6th level. In the blink of an eye, Liu Sheng, the martial arts seedling that he had personally excavated, had grown to rival him. Oh no, it should have surpassed him. How familiar this scene is now. It's just that the person sitting opposite Liu Sheng to win the commendation has changed from Xiao Yuhe to Provincial Governor Xia Pingnan. Liu Sheng is still the same Liu Sheng. It became more and more radiant. Some of the credit tasks in the university are quite dangerous. I almost forgot, has Liu Sheng's chosen university been determined yet? Xia Pingnan suddenly asked. Liu Sheng nodded and said calmly, Kyoto Zhengwu University. I guessed it too. Xia Pingnan said, and asked the secretary to take out something from behind. With sharp eyes, Liu Qinghe could tell at a glance that it was a university admission letter. The words First Zhengwu University were written on the notice. Oh no, there is also the 2nd, and the 3rd, and the 4th. From the 1st Zhengwu University to the 7th Zhengwu University. A whole 7. Liu Qinghe's fragile worldview was once again hit hard. 150 I can and number 039, T learn to have a mind, 3. The 7 Holy Martial Arts Institutes asked me to ask you about your intentions for them. It's difficult for me, the provincial governor, to do my job. Xia Pingnan showed a wry smile. He handed 7 admission notices from Zhengwu University to Liu Sheng. Because of sympathy, I won't say much. Student Liu, pick one yourself. Liu Sheng looked at the 7 acceptance letters from Zhengwu University that were quietly placed in front of him. Any one of them represents a martial arts temple in the minds of countless martial arts students in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Now, 7 temples are placed in front of him, allowing him to choose. Liu Sheng thought for a while, shuffled the 7 admission notices randomly, and then randomly picked out one. The 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Looking at the admission notice in his hand, Liu Sheng was both surprised and not surprised. That's it. On the opposite side, Xia Pingnan and the others had strange expressions on their faces. I originally thought that Liu Sheng would choose the most suitable or favorite one after careful consideration, but I never thought that the way of decision is so unique. The 7 holy martial schools are all built by the inheritance of martial saints. Although the 7th Holy Martial Arts School is a little shallower, its teachers and other aspects are not inferior to the other 6 schools. Xia Pingnan said, since it is Zhengwu University, the credit tasks that Liu Sheng will face in the future will inevitably be more difficult, so it is even more necessary to have a good cold weapon. With that said, Xia Pingnan took out his business card and handed it to Liu Sheng. When Liu Sheng chooses the cold weapon to major in, call me at any time. For the cold weapon below level 6, I will personally pick one for you. As a gift to celebrate Liu Sheng's ascension to the dragon. Thank you, Governor Xia. Liu Sheng accepted the business card. Although the 6th-level cold weapon, the most expensive price is not cheap. But it is undoubtedly a very rude behavior to reject the kindness of a provincial governor who is also a master-level martial arts expert. Sure enough, seeing Liu Sheng accept the business card without hesitation, the smile on Xia Pingnan's face became brighter and brighter. These things are left in the end, it can be regarded as saving some effort for Liu Sheng. What Xia Pingnan finally took out were some odds and ends. For example, the 6th-level martial artist badge and the like. Liu Sheng really saved it and went to the Martial Arts Association. Okay, if you take the liberty to come to the door today, I won't bother you anymore." Xia Pingnan got up to bid farewell, and specially said to Lu Dahai, "Your madam's cooking skills are good, thank you for the hospitality." Lu Dahai almost fainted when he heard these words, and Zheng Yufen was also radiant with excitement. How many people can get the provincial governor's compliment? Before leaving, Xia Pingnan expressed apology. "Today's truth has caused trouble to everyone, mainly because Pingnan heard that I was born in Dongning province, this real dragon, and he was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself, so hope to understand more." Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufen hurriedly said, "No trouble, no trouble." But after Xia Pingnan left, Lu Dahai and the others knew exactly what the troubles Xia Pingnan mentioned were. Although Xia Pingnan had already sent someone to severely warn everyone in the community, the news of Lu Sheng Denglong must not be spread before the results of the college entrance examination are released. "But I can't stand the urgency to meet Denglong's proud son in private. Since 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the doorbell at home has not stopped. Those who live in the same community, all the dignitaries from all walks of life come to visit them wave after wave." At the beginning, Lu Haihei and the others entertained with a smile, but later on they were so exhausted that they simply closed the door forcibly to see no guests. "Dad, that woman is still standing outside." Lu Qinghe glanced outside through the window, then turned her head and said to Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai was helping Zheng Yufen prepare dinner. When he heard this, he immediately put down the half-washed vegetables and came over. "It really is." Lu Haihei's expression was a bit complicated. Lu Sheng's mental energy dispersed, and he saw that the neighbor woman who had never been on good terms with the Lu family was standing outside the yard at this moment, holding a bunch of gift boxes in her hand. Her posture was humble and pitiful, like a dog drowning in water. Lu Sheng asked the reason, and Lu Qinghe recounted what happened in the morning. After finishing the matter, she said bitterly, "This bad woman is arrogant and condescending, I can't see this kind of person the most, humph." But Lu Sheng thought about it, and said to Lu Qinghe, "Go out and accept the gift from her." Lu Qinghe looked at Lu Sheng incredulously, and shouted, "Brother!" Lu Sheng was unmoved, and just ordered, "Go." "Dad!" Lu Qinghe turned to look at Lu Dahai again. Lu Dahai didn't know what to say, he just urged, "Listen to your brother, go quickly." "All right." Lu Qinghe walked out reluctantly. Lu Dahai said to Lu Sheng quite emotionally, "Son, you have grown up. Dad can't learn this kind of mind. Hey, Dad is really old." At this time, Lu Qinghe had already returned with a bunch of gift boxes, handed them to Lu Sheng, and said angrily, "Take it." Lu Sheng didn't care about the anger on her face, took the gift box from Lu Qinghe's hand, opened the door, and threw it away. The gift box drew a beautiful arc in mid-air, and fell far outside the courtyard, at the feet of the neighbor woman, rolling everywhere. Lu Sheng didn't bother to look at the woman's expression, turned his head and said to Lu Haihei seriously, "Dad, I inherited this thing from you. It is too broad to learn." 1. After finishing speaking, he walked back to the dining table and waited for the meal. Lu Dahai froze in place for a few seconds, his eyes softened quickly, and a touch of unprecedented satisfaction and pride emerged from his face. "Eat. Son, let's have a few more drinks with Dad." "Good." Lu Qinghe also smiled happily, and gave Lu Sheng a thumbs up. "Brother, you really are like this." Outside the door, the woman looked at the scattered gift boxes under her feet, her body trembling, and she raised her head to look in the direction of her home. "I saw the window on the second floor." The husband behind the curtain was expressionless, turned around and walked away silently. The woman's lips trembled, the last trace of blood on her face faded away, and she left in a daze. The impact of Xia Pingnan's visit on the Lu family did not subside until 3 days later. Xia Pingnan's warning before he left was quite effective, but all the residents in the Huafu community kept their mouths tight. The news about Liu Sheng was only circulated in their private and small circle, and did not reach the ears of the media. And the family living next door to Liu Sheng secretly moved out on the second night after Xia Pingnan arrived. Quietly, as if it had never appeared before. Everyone in the Liu family knew the reason for his move away, and they were happy to see the peace in front of them. After the provincial governor's visit, the relationship between the Liu family and the old professor's family next door has become closer. From time to time, Liu Dahai would play 2 games of chess with the old professor, and they got along very well with each other. Until 2 weeks later, the results of the college entrance examination were completely released, and the admission scores of major colleges and universities were also announced. The news about Beihe City's top dragon martial arts champion finally broke out. That night, the entire Beihe City was about to boil. But for many people, Liu Sheng is just a name, a glory, a star that rises rapidly like a comet and shines brightly. Except for the people in the surrounding circle who have intersected with Liu Sheng, for the vast majority of ordinary citizens in Beihe City, the title of the first dragon martial arts champion in the country is still too far away from them. 0. Ask for flowers. Obviously able to get the results of Dongning Wuhan University, but why go to the second Wuhan University in Kyoto province? Do you think she is crazy? Hey, it's not bad to have a second martial arts university in Kyoto province. Kyoto province is a sacred place for martial arts. The second martial arts university can be compared to the first martial arts university in an ordinary place. That's 2 copies too. After you come out, you can only get 2 copies of the diploma. Calm down, get rid of the gas. You are used to it. Listening to the fierce quarrel between her parents coming from outside the door, Yang Yuan secretly plugged her ears. Looking at the news about the college entrance examination results being broadcast on the computer screen in front of him, Yang Ming murmured softly. Number 1 in the country. Ascend to the number 1 scholar in dragon martial arts. Yang Yuan gently tugged at the purple hairband on the ponytail, her eyes flickering, and she didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, Yang Ming's expression became firm again. She took out her phone, quickly clicked on a contact with a cute cartoon character's head, and carefully sent a message. King He, is your brother asleep? What kind of bullshit potion, it's so expensive. It also made me feel sick. 0. Let me tell you, if this matter is not resolved, I will come every day. A few tall and thick men walked out of the pharmacy with the sign of Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical stepping on the glass shards all over the floor. Behind him were a few shop assistants with pale faces and swollen noses. The strong men walked across the street and quickly found a young man in his 20s at the door of a small supermarket. The man was wearing a white suit, and his appearance seemed out of place with everything around him. How about it? The young man put one hand in his pocket, his eyes searched aimlessly in the ice cream case in front of him, and asked a few strong men casually. The burly man replied respectfully, at most 3 days, this store will have to close down. Good. The young man nodded and said, your benefits will be indispensable after the matter is completed. Thank you, sir. The strong men thanked and left quickly, as if they were strangers to the young man. After the strong men left, the young man finally picked out an ice cream that satisfied him, took it out, then took out a mobile phone from his pocket, and dialed. It will be done in 3 days. The young man tore open the package of the ice cream and took a bite, with a lazy and bored expression on his face. The person behind it. Right now, I can only find a high school student. Talent well, so-so. But later on, it seems that he was quite appreciated by the head of the Martial Arts Association. Are you kidding? Of course it's the head of the Municipal Martial Arts Association. That's why I said it's boring, I can't afford to make trouble. Then I'll hurry back this week. The young man hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly saw a news broadcast on the TV screen in the small supermarket where his eyes fell. Congratulations to student Liu Sheng from our city, who won the first place in the country in this year's college entrance examination and won the top score in Longwu. It is understood that student Liu Sheng. A photo appears on the screen. Seeing the person in the photo clearly, the young man spurted out the half-eaten ice cream from his mouth with a poof. The originally calm face was now full of shock and horror. No, the situation has changed. The people behind the He family are not simple. The young man threw away the ice cream, made a phone call and left in a hurry. Behind him, the owner of the supermarket chased him out and yelled, "Hey, you haven't paid yet, you bastard who is dressed like a dog, and even steals an ice cream." Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.